It being 11:04, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Where is it?
Affaires émanant des députés, debate on motion M534 on child poverty in the name of Ms. Sitsabayas.
Ms. Sitsabayas, seconded by Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should work in collaboration with the provinces, territories, and First Nations, Inuit and Métis communities to eradicate child poverty in Canada by developing a national poverty reduction plan that includes A. Logement abordable pour les Canadiens.
A. Making housing more affordable for lower Canadians. B. Ensuring accessible and affordable childcare. C. Addressing childhood nutrition. D. Improving economic security of families. E. Measures that specifically address the unique needs of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities. And F. Measurable targets and timelines. Debate.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, on the eve of the 25th anniversary, I am very honoured and privileged to stand here and present my motion, M534, to reiterate our commitment to eradicating child poverty in Canada. Quarter of a century ago, in 1989, a similar motion was introduced by former NDP leader Ed Broadbent, which received unanimous consent in this House to eradicate child poverty by year 2000. And now, 25 years later, here we are, and not much has changed. I don't want to make any accusations about any of the successive Liberal or Conservative governments for not taking proper actions to eliminate child poverty over the last 25 years since this House made the promise and commitment to do so. However, Mr. Speaker, I also cannot just keep quiet and pretend that poverty rates among children have improved compared to 25 years ago, or that Canada is poverty-free. For 25 consecutive years, Canadian children and their families who live in poverty have been left behind and marginalized on the agendas of successive governments. 25 years is a really long time, and it makes me wonder, why is it that almost 1 million Canadian children are living in poverty today, and why have successive governments allowed for the rate of poverty to increase compared to 25 years ago? Once again, that is when we made the promise to eliminate poverty. It makes me wonder if the Liberal and Conservative governments over the last 25 years have felt that the opinions of the impoverished don't matter. What went wrong, Mr. Speaker? Why was the promise to our country's children broken? Mr. Speaker, if we didn't keep the promise to our children, fine. Maybe the governments of the day felt that children don't vote, so maybe they're not a huge priority. But how about the promise that Canada made to the rest of the world when we ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1991? We agreed to upholding international principles, values, and standards. According to Article 27.1, Mr. Speaker, I quote, "States parties recognize the right of every child to a standard of living adequate for the child's physical, mental, spiritual, moral, and social development," end quote. The section then continues and holds states more responsible by obliging them to, quote, "to take appropriate measures to assist parents and others responsible for the child to implement this right, and shall, in case of need, provide material assistance and support programs, particularly with regard to nutrition, clothing, and housing," end quote. And my motion deals with all of those, Mr. Speaker, deals specifically with nutrition, housing, and childcare, Mr. Speaker. As a state that is a signatory to the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child, we are also not meeting our commitment globally today. This past week, I spent a lot of time with children in our schools in Scarborough, and many of the children found it quite difficult to imagine that there are children and families who go hungry and cannot afford to have their daily meals. But the reality is that that is what's happening right here in one of the world's richest countries, our great Canada. In their November 7, 2013 report, Campaign 2000 stated that, and I quote, "Food security among families is highly critical, with 1.1 million children experiencing food insecurity, a situation of inadequate or insecure access to food because of financial constraints, and children represent 37% of food bank users in Canada," end quote. According to another recent article by Huffington Post on November 4th of 2014, in Ontario, 375,000 people use the food banks, of which 36% were children. Mr. Speaker, Health Canada's Household Food Insecurity in Select Provinces and Territories 2009-2010 report showed that in Canada's north, Nunavut has the highest number of households in Canada that are food insecure, which is 28.8%, which is more than double what is in the Yukon Territory, which holds second place at 11%. My question is, another question that we might think is, what has the current government done to lower the levels of poverty in Canada? Because when we pose questions in question period, the government says that they have. So let's look at some details, Mr. Speaker, but the reality that you're going to realize is that not much has been done. In fact, some cabinet ministers even demonstrated when the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to food was here, quite embarrassing hospitality, and it was quite a shame. The United Nations has also described housing and homelessness in Canada as a national emergency. An estimated 250,000 people are homeless, with another 1.1 million living in inadequate housing, and more than 500,000 are facing a serious financial burden, which threatens their housing security. Over 10% of those identified as homeless are youth ages 16 to 18. In its first Universal Periodic Review, a number of members of the Human Rights Council have expressed significant concerns about poverty and housing in Canada. A number of recommendations were made to enhance the catastrophic situations of housing in Canada, for which we as a nation were heavily criticized. And despite the original denial from the government involuntarily and under pressure accepted some of the recommendations from the member states. Canada agreed to consider taking on board the recommendation of the Special Rapporteur on adequate housing, specifically to extend and enhance the National Homelessness Program and the Residential Rehabilitation Assistance Program. Canada also committed to double its efforts to better ensure the right to adequate housing, especially for vulnerable groups and low-income families. But just when we thought there might be improvements, this current Conservative government voted against Bill C-400, an act to ensure secure, adequate housing, adequate, accessible and affordable housing for Canadians. They didn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. In the June 2012 budget, they also defunded and closed down the National Council of Welfare, the NCW, which is an organization that highlighted poverty and ensured to warn policymakers of the consequences of neglecting those in need. By eliminating the role of the NCW, the government officially shut down the source of reports and information that truly depicted the depth and breadth of poverty in Canada. Instead of eliminating the problem, poverty, they eliminated the messenger, the NCW. Mr. Speaker, it's kind of like the metaphor where the cat thinks that if it closes its eyes and drinks milk, that nobody around can see it. We've heard the parliamentary secretary stating that we really don't have much of a poverty problem in Canada, when the truth is that we just don't have the National Information Centre, the NCW, to do the research and present any reports to us. Mr. Speaker, this government does not understand that affordable and adequate housing does not only offer shelter, but it also offers individuals and families a sense of stability, security, and motivation. The children I met with last week knew that, and they knew that making sure that they have a roof over their houses meant safety and security for them. We need a comprehensive plan to tackle this issue and save more money for Canadians and the national revenue. According to a study conducted by Homelessness Canada, each year it costs the system approximately $55,000 to leave a homeless person on the street, while providing adequate housing and support services would only cost $37,000, Mr. Speaker. Another report by the Canadian Medical Association in 2013 concluded that child poverty is at the core of socioeconomic problems. Over 20% of health care-related expenditure is derived from inadequate housing and the consequences of low-income conditions. Mr. Speaker, by implementing what is being introduced today through my private member's motion, Canadians will benefit on many levels. First, we'll do the right thing, removing homeless Canadians from the streets. Second, that will save the Canadians more than $15 billion annually. That's $5 from removing homeless and $10 from savings on health care from inadequate housing, which could be used in other areas that could benefit the Canadians in various tax benefits, and which can finance a national child care program, which is the third piece of the motion, Mr. Speaker. On many occasions, when this government was asked about child poverty rates in Canada, there were no clear reasons as to why the rate of child poverty has increased over the last 25 years. On October 28th, UNICEF issued their annual report Card 12, and on November 3rd, they had a symposium, Children in the Wake of the Recession, dedicated to child poverty. Neither in the report nor during the seminar was anything positive said about the current and previous federal government's serious engagement and commitment to eradicating child poverty. Even though the current government and ministers may avoid the facts, Mr. Speaker, poverty is a reality for far too many of Canada's children. And if these irresponsible policies continues, that's going to continue to be the reality for even more of our children. This government likes to acknowledge that 180,000 children were pulled out of poverty due to their great efforts, and they like to celebrate. However, they're always in denial of acknowledging the truth that poverty exists and Canada has a high percentage of child poverty. On several occasions, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of State for Social Development and Minister of Multiculturalism and Social Development have referred to the UNICEF report and quoted only the favourable parts from it. I'd like to bring to their attention that on November 3rd, I was present at the UNICEF's annual symposium to hear from other experts about the report Card 12. The government didn't even bother to send a representative there to hear from experts on the ground. The conclusion from the day was that children are worse off today than when the crisis began in 2008, and even much worse off from 25 years ago. Here's some of what the spokespeople of UNICEF Canada had to say on the day that the report Card 12 was released, and I quote, "What disturbs us is that the relative poverty rate hasn't budged for many years. As a wealthy country, we are not doing well enough for our children." And that was Lisa Wolfe, the director of UNICEF Canada. Another quote from Tiffany Baguetta, the spokesperson of UNICEF Canada, at the symposium was, "Overall child poverty in Canada has decreased, but children who were the most poor to begin with have slipped further into poverty." So we're not really helping our most vulnerable children, most vulnerable people in our country, who are our children. As you've seen, Mr. Speaker, this government has a trend of doing things in their own way. We know they don't like to have much consultation, and they don't like to listen to experts or people in the field. And it is true that during the recession years, Canada's child poverty rate had decreased from a shameful 23% to a 21%. However, 25 years ago, when this Parliament made the commitment to end poverty among our children, the rate was only 13%, Mr. Speaker. So successive governments have contributed to the child poverty rate increasing from 13% to 23%. And this government is celebrating that it's now at 21%, which is a significant increase from the 13% when we committed to eradicating poverty in this country, Mr. Speaker. Let's compare our country to how we fare with other Scandinavian and UK countries that have actually done a great job in reducing their child poverty rates. The child poverty rates in Nordic countries is actually below 6%. 6%, not 21% like in Canada, Mr. Speaker. What have we done in the past 25 years in this regard, Mr. Speaker? We can go in circles and have the Liberals and Conservatives blame and accuse each other for their irresponsible governing, but those excuses and accusations will not feed the poor or the children in our country, nor will it provide them adequate housing, security, or childcare. Again, let me return to parts of the UNICEF report that this government quotes frequently that leads to this government to believe that they have accomplished the mission of eradicating child poverty by pulling out 180,000 children from poverty. According to Statistics Canada, since 1989, on average every year, 180,000 to 250,000 children are actually removed from the category of poor children. Regardless of all these numbers, the child poverty rate has continued to increase despite the fact that the fertility rate has not increased in the same time period, which means we're not having more children. Same number of children are being removed from poverty because they're aging out, and yet our poverty rates continue to grow. In fact, Mr. Speaker, none of the previous governments have done enough. There are many factors that have contributed in removing these 180,000 children from poverty. 12 to 15% of those children who were 17 years of age became 18 and got removed from the count of child poverty. So basically, we've removed them from the number of child poverty to adults living in poverty, and more than 23,000 of them are now homeless. Over 70% of those children and their families were lifted above the poverty line due to the efforts of provincial governments, private corporations or NGOs, charities, and other social agencies such as food banks and shelters. Mr. Speaker, UNICEF's, you're giving me the 1 minute note, and I have so much more to say, Mr. Speaker. Poverty is also racialized in our country, and we must notice that I'm going to give you some stats from the GTA before I conclude, Mr. Speaker. Among the broad ethno-racial groups in the GTA, the rates of child poverty were about 1 in 10 in global European groups, 1 in 5 for East Asian groups, 1 in 4 for Aboriginal, South Asian, and Caribbean groups, 1 in 3 for children of Arab and West Asian groups, and 1 in 2 for children of African groups. Today, the GTA has 79% of Ontario's immigrants and 81% of Ontario's visible minorities. This means that far too many of our racialized people living in the GTA are living in poverty. Mr. Speaker, I just want to conclude by saying that implementing a national strategy to eradicate poverty will have a positive impact on our Canadian economy in both the short and the long run. And high levels of child poverty generate very significant and growing human and fiscal costs to society and the economy in the long run. Mr. Speaker, this motion calls for the eradication of child poverty by investing in affordable and accessible housing, and affordable and accessible childcare, and child nutrition programs. And those are the three social determinants of poverty amongst our children. And, Mr. Speaker, it is our responsibility as the lawmakers of this country to ensure that we are investing in the most vulnerable people in our country and our society, our country's children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now have 5 minutes of questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
I'd like to thank the member through the Speaker for the motion. I think it speaks to a number of aspirations and hopes and goals that a number of us in this House share. I note that neither that member nor myself was a member of this Parliament back in 2005 and 2006 when a budget was presented that presented this House the opportunity to invest $2.4 billion in public housing, to move forward with the provincially approved a deal on a national daycare program that was signed, sealed, and delivered and ready to be executed. That also included the Kelowna Accord, which would have been a massive step forward in the defence and in the promotion of the rights and responsibilities for people with Indigenous and First Nations. But I have a question specific to the member's riding, and that's this. Right now there is a motion in front of the City Council that governs the area of Toronto known as Scarborough. It calls for rooming houses to be licensed and legalized in that community. We know that rooming houses are an extraordinarily important part of the housing continuum, that rooming houses are a human right, that you can't zone against people, and I'm wondering if her party supports licensing and legalizing rooming houses in Scarborough.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his comments and his question on municipal issues that's happening at the City of Toronto. But I want to remind him that my motion is calling for a creation of a national poverty reduction strategy, a poverty elimination strategy that includes investing in affordable housing, and that's ensuring that we're looking into all options of affordable housing. That's not just in Scarborough, not just in Toronto, but looking to and making sure that we're investing in affordable housing across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member from Scarborough Rouge River, for bringing forward this motion and for allowing us to have this debate, though I wish we didn't have to be debating this because this should have been resolved by now. We often hear what the Liberals would have, could have, should have done, even though after 15 years of government they didn't take the steps they would have done during the last few days. But it was the people of Canada who actually sent them to that corner and not anybody in this Parliament. So my question to my colleague is, if we're going to address child poverty, and we know that no child chooses to be born into poverty, if we're going to address child poverty, what are some key issues that we have to address federally in order for it to happen?
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her very clear and direct question, because these were the exact same questions that I asked children, ranging from grades 3 to grade 8, that I visited throughout this last week when I was in the constituency, and the children were very, very intelligent. They had pretty simple answers that would, if we as legislators would actually listen to them, would actually solve the problems. They said, you know, we want to make sure that all children have somewhere to live and have a home, have a roof over their head, which means that they're protected from the environment and that they have a shelter. So that means investing in housing. They said that we need to make sure that all children can eat, that because there were actually I represent Scarborough Rouge River, where there are actually children in the classrooms that I visited who came to school that day without having breakfast. And so there were children who said we need to make sure that we can all focus in class and make sure that we have access to universal education at the primary and secondary level, and in order for children to ensure that they're getting the best out of their education system and that they're learning, that they have food in their bellies. So that means making sure that we have a good nutrition program. And thirdly, they said, well, if I finish school and my baby brother is grade 1 and we have to go home and my parents aren't home, then we have to walk around the community or wait around wherever we can with our neighbors or somebody before we can get home, and they're not feeling safe and secure. And I talked to them about having access to regulated childcare facilities and ensuring that we're investing in childcare, and they said that would make life so much better for them. So the 3 things that children know, and I know that our adults here who value the opinions of our children, is that housing, nutrition, and childcare programs, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand here today and speak to this NDP motion regarding child poverty. This represents a great opportunity to inform this House of the many things our government is doing to reduce child poverty. As everyone knows, our government's top priority is the economy, and this means that we all want Canadians to have long-term prosperity, especially those that currently find themselves in low income. In order for us to achieve this, we must be able to improve the lives of many Canadians who find themselves struggling. I'm pleased that under our Conservative government, we have the lowest rate of child poverty in the history of this great nation. Indeed, our approach to reducing poverty, which emphasizes collaboration with the provinces and territories to invest in targeted programs, reduce taxes, and create opportunities for good-paying jobs, is working. To help make this a reality, the government invests in a wide range of programs and policies that support Canadians on the road to prosperity. This approach includes, for example, funding for student loans and grants so that more people have access to a good education. It includes support for training programs to help people get specific skills they need for the workforce. It includes support for apprenticeship programs so that Canadians can pursue a variety of trades. It includes transfers to the provincial governments to support post-secondary education. It also includes support for Aboriginal communities so that the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit Canadians have a better chance to have a good job and secure their future. It also ensures support to those with disabilities to find greater success in the workforce. It includes support for new Canadians to help them fully participate in the economy. And it includes constantly refining and improving supports for individuals who face particularly difficult barriers to participation in the workforce. To help ensure people are better off working, in 2007, our Conservative government brought the working income tax benefit to supplement the earnings of low-income working families. This benefit gives people in these situations a supplement to their wages so that families on social assistance will always be better off when they are working. The program works very well, Mr. President. In 2009, Mr. Speaker, the government doubled its commitment to $1.1 billion to help people off welfare and into the job market. By 2011, upwards of 1.5 working Canadian families were receiving support through this program, and it is estimated to have lifted some 110,000 parents, children, and single people out of low income. Let's dwell on that number for a moment. The working income tax benefit, just one of our government's measures, has lifted approximately the population of the city of Guelph, Ontario, out of poverty. This is quite remarkable, and it is proof that our plan is working. The federal government works with provincial and territorial governments on the national child benefit and provides direct funding to parents through the universal child care benefit. It also helps to ensure that enhanced benefits and services continue when parents move from welfare to paid employment. This has had a significant impact on reducing the number of children living in poverty. In 2011, the rate of children living in low-income families was 1.8% lower as a direct result of the national child benefit. That translates into approximately 118,000, Mr. President, fewer children living in a low-income families because of this benefit. Hear, hear. Another example is the Canada's social transfer to the provincial and territorial governments. In fiscal year 2013-14, this provided over $12 billion to provincial and territorial governments, an increase of $4 billion since the Liberals were in office. This continues to increase at the rate of 3% per year. This funding supports provincial initiatives in early child development, early learning, childcare, and post-secondary education, as well as social assistance and other social services for families with children in low income. Other initiatives in support of families with children include the universal child care benefit, which we have recently announced will now be about $2,000 per year for each kid under 6, and $700 per year for 6 and over, helping families with costs of whatever form of child care they choose, the families making their own choices. It is credited with lifting some 41,000 children in 1,900,000 families out of low income, and this will dramatically increase with our recent top-ups. The child care expense deduction, which we have just announced will be expanding, is another example. It lets families deduct the cost of child care from their taxable income, and in 2013, it reduced taxes payable by families by about $1 billion. There was also the child tax credit of $2,255 for each child under 18 that reduces the parent's income tax payable by about $340 for each child. The government has also supported the creation of over 8,500 daycare spaces in over 400 First Nations and Inuit communities to encourage more Aboriginal Canadians with children to join the workforce. In total, the government is providing over $15 billion in benefits for families with children through programs and tax measures, just as the Canada Child Tax Benefit, the National Child Benefit Supplement, the Child Disability Benefit, the Universal Child Care Benefit, and finally the Child Tax Credit. The vast majority of this investment goes to low and modest income families with children. One must also consider all the federal investments being made to the housing to make it more affordable, for lower income Canadians. Since 2006, through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, the government has invested more than $16.5 billion in housing. Working with its partners, CMHC has helped nearly 915,000 Canadian households, including low-income families with children, helping them find adequate and affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, the programs I have just mentioned are showing results. As I have mentioned, the incidence of children living in low income has dropped to all-time lows. That translates into about 730,000 fewer children living in poverty. In fact, there has been a decline in the low-income rate for single female parent homes of over 20% since 2002. As well as providing targeted support for those most in need, the government has also cut taxes for Canadian families and individuals by upward of $160 billion. The greatest benefit has been for low and middle-income Canadians. Personal income taxes are now 10% lower, and more than 1 million low-income Canadians have been taken off the tax rolls altogether. Mr. Speaker, that is like taking the entire population of Calgary off the tax rolls completely. The proof that our government's action is in the numbers and our plan is working. That's why I am pleased to support this motion, because it recognizes all of the good work our Conservative government has done to improve the lives of the most vulnerable. Again, I thank the honourable member for a motion, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, that it please the debar the honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to joining this debate and put some comments on the record with regard to the motion before us today. I remain astounded that the government is supporting this and patting itself on the back for the great measures. I'll refer to a number of measurements within the body of my speech here that tell us that we haven't been doing a good job. And certainly, poverty is such a complex issue. It's an incredibly difficult issue to deal with. And I don't think the government does a good job on complex issues. You know, if you can't fit it on a bumper sticker, they don't do a good job. You know, no tax is a good tax. That's the one they like to refer to, and I get some here's from the government bench. Well, that'd be like no hospital is a good hospital, or no highway is a good highway. Just an asinine request. And so what they say about poverty is that the best approach to poverty is to everybody to have a job, and a job is a big part of it. But Mr. Speaker, it's tough having that job if you don't have a roof over your head. It's tough having that job if you don't know where your next meal is coming from, or if you don't know what's going to happen with your children when you go to work at that job. It's tough to have a quality job if you don't have access to post-secondary education, some type of training. If you don't have that security around you, then it's difficult to have the job, and that's all part of trying to address those complex issues, or all sort of weigh in on why it's such a great challenge, and why there has to be a concerted effort and a plan in order to address poverty in this nation and bring those numbers down. And it's unbelievable that it's the 25th anniversary of the unanimous motion that came from this chamber in 1989. But the fact is there are still almost 1 million children that live in poverty in this country. Almost 1 in 7 children continue to live in poverty in Canada. Mr. Speaker, a plan, it's important to have a plan in place and then work the plan. And what the plan will do will give focus to the issue, number one. It will also allow federal agencies to go about their business with being able to view whatever initiatives they might be through a lens of wanting to address the issue of poverty. It would refocus our ability to work with the provinces, who some have had very successful and worthwhile initiatives, but to have the federal government there as a partner and in support, I think it would be of great benefit. I don't think any Canadians take any great deal of pride in the fact that a nation as rich as ours, a nation as rich as Canada, remains 20th in the lowest child poverty rates among the 41st wealthiest countries in the world. I don't think any Canadian thinks that is right, and obviously we believe that we're better as a nation than 20th out of 41 nations. Depending on what measurement you use, relative, absolute poverty, whatever the measurement might be, it ranges from about 8.5% to 12.5% of Canadians were poor, according to statistics from 2011. That's between 3 and 5 million Canadians, including almost 1 million children. Research has shown, Mr. Speaker, children from low-income families score lower than their children from high-income families on various measures of school readiness, cognitive development, and school achievement. And this gap increases over time, with children of low-income families being less likely to attend post-secondary education and gain meaningful employment. we had talked last week in this House on a bill, and they had talked about the unpaid internships and how that is tilted toward wealthier families, children of who have the supports of their parents, who have access to some type of support to take on an internship, but the field is being tilted to those, to the haves and the have-mores, as opposed to those who are struggling to make ends meet, who can't afford to take those internships, so they miss a great training opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Children living in poverty have more problem behaviors later in life, such as drug abuse, early pregnancy, and increased criminal behavior. Economic hardship in childhood has been linked to premature mortality and chronic disease in adulthood. The depth of the problem of poverty is reflected in income, food, and housing insecurity, and addressing these factors will be key to reducing child poverty. If I could make some comments just on income security. Children obviously remain poor, Mr. Speaker, when their parents remain poor. Income does matter. That means that any solution for child poverty must include efforts to increase the income as well as employment opportunities for parents, and in particular, single parents. The current government, the Conservatives, love to boast about the best plan for poverty is jobs, as I had said earlier. However, the jobs that are being created are increasingly low-paying, low-quality jobs that hinder, not help people from escaping that cycle of poverty. 44% of poor households in Canada had at least one member of the family working in 2011. 44% of those living in poverty had jobs. This can partly be attributed to the rise in precarious, low-wage employment. Temporary employment continues to increase, while high-quality, full-time jobs are becoming increasingly scarce. Since this government has taken office, since this government has taken the reins, and I've said this in the House before, there's been an increase of 66% in the number of Canadians working for minimum wage. 66% of Canadians, an increase of 66% of Canadians working in minimum wage jobs. Canada has the third highest proportion of low-paying jobs amongst the world's wealthiest countries, according to a recent Morgan Stanley report. Food Bank Canada's annual hunger count 2014 found that 1 in 6 households are using food banks who are working or have recently just lost their jobs. That's 1 in 6 households that are using the food banks. Affordable childcare that allows parents to be active participants in the workforce is an essential component of child poverty reduction plan. If a parent can't secure it, it's unlikely he or she can sustain sufficient or meaningful employment. Food security, Mr. Speaker, is also essential. Almost 850,000 people used food banks in 2014, a 25% increase since 2008. In the recent study tabled Hunger Count 2014, 37%, almost 300,000 people, 37% of those helped by food banks are children. 45% of households that use food banks are families with children. Nearly half are two-parent families. First Nations, Métis, Inuit account for 4% of the population, but make up 14% of those who use food banks. Mr. Speaker, I see that you're giving me a wrap-up here. 10 minutes flies by. Mr. Speaker, just a reference from the House here, the Human Resources Committee, the study tabled in 2010, Federal Poverty Reduction Plan, Working Partnerships Toward Reducing Poverty in Canada. It was recommended that the federal government immediately commit to a federal action plan to reduce poverty in Canada that would see, during its first phase, the implementation of the recommendations from that report. Mr. Speaker, it's a complex issue, but it's one that, as a nation as wealthy as Canada, we have to work toward. So many components to it, but it's essential that this government, and if not this government, the next government. But we must be seized with this issue so that we can help lift those Canadians that continue to live in poverty, lift them out of poverty, and break that cycle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As official opposition critic for employment and social development, I want to thank the member from Scarborough Rouge River for bringing this important motion forward, especially because this debate falls just days away, I should say a day away, from the 25th anniversary of the all-party motion to eradicate child poverty. Mr. Speaker, at the end of last week, I had the privilege of attending a phenomenal conference in Winnipeg, Manitoba, which addressed a large component of this motion, affordable and accessible childcare. The NDP was the only federal party whose leader was in attendance, and I want to take a moment now to personally thank the leader of the official opposition for making it his priority to be in attendance. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the important announcement made by the leader of the official opposition last month. An NDP government would see no parent in this country paying more than $15 a day for childcare, and we would create 1 million new childcare spaces. Mr. Speaker, that announcement cuts to the very heart of the childcare crisis in Canada right now. It cuts to the very heart of child poverty, and it cuts to the very heart of the eradication of poverty. Mr. Speaker, right now in this country, 2 parents working full-time at minimum wage would struggle to pay for a full-time daycare spot. In Winnipeg last week, the leader of the official opposition said that is not okay. No more than $15 a day for accessible, quality daycare. And, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the NDP has also called for a $15 an hour minimum wage for federally regulated and federal employment. No parent should have to choose between affordability and safety. No parent, Mr. Speaker. In 2014, in a beautiful country, developed country like Canada, one of the top, in the top G7, it's absolutely flabbergasting that we have child poverty. Unfortunately, in this country, eradication of poverty is not a given. Canada ranks 23rd amongst the countries in the OECD. 23rd, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that we like to see ourselves as part of the G20 and the G7. Not only that, but when it comes to public spending on early learning and childcare, Canada ranks dead last amongst comparable countries. We can do better. Simply put, we are not prioritizing our young people, and that will have a significant consequence on the future of this country if we don't turn things around. There are currently 900,000 children in Canada in need of affordable, quality daycare spots. This government promised the creation of 125,000 new spaces in 2006. Where are those spots, Mr. Speaker? Not a single new spot was created. The importance of quality early childhood education in the development of children cannot be understated. It prevents social exclusion and ensures that every child has an opportunity to develop into a contributing member of our society. Studies suggest that growing up in a household that lacks adequate financial resources for basic family needs has long-term negative impacts. According to a research by Pierre Fortin, Quebec's model of childcare had a positive effect on the economy, and we know how much that government likes to believe they're good economic managers. More than 70,000 mothers were able to join the workforce and generate a return of $1.75 for every dollar spent on childcare. Mr. Speaker, in 1989, my friend Ed Broadbent introduced a motion that was passed unanimously in this House. All parliamentarians in this place came together and committed to eradicating child poverty because all of them could agree that one child living in poverty in this country is one child too many. And yet here we are, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 7 children in this country are currently living in poverty. And, Mr. Speaker, when we look at Aboriginal children, the numbers are bleaker. 2 in 5 Aboriginal children in Canada are living in poverty. Mr. Speaker, on these numbers alone, I implore all members of the House to stand up and support my colleague's motion. But words are not enough. We need to take action. Let us all come together again in a renewed commitment for the betterment of all Canadian children. Surely every member in this House still agrees that one child living in poverty is one too many. Surely, with all of the divisions that exist within these walls, we can agree on that, Mr. Speaker. I want to take a moment to thank a mentor of mine, Mr. Speaker, Laurel Rothman, who has dedicated her career to eradicating child poverty in Canada. I have the deepest respect for her tenacity and dedication. In our short time working together, I have learned so much from her, both factually and ethically. She is my hero in countless ways, and I wish her the very best in her retirement. You are an inspiration, Laurel, and I'm a better person and Member of Parliament for having worked with you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government has led the country into such a housing crisis that 1 in 4 Canadian families spends more than 1/3 of its overall income on housing. Housing prices in Vancouver and outskirts like Surrey and Delta are sky high, and yet Canada is still the only country in the G8 without a national housing strategy. I am devastated by that, Mr. Speaker. Housing costs are among the top concerns of my constituents in Surrey, and I am sure the same holds true for the constituents of many members in this House. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, the NDP proposed Bill C-400, an act to ensure secure, accessible and affordable housing for Canadians. Unfortunately, it was rejected by the government. Had it passed, it would have addressed the plight of 300,000 homeless Canadians and approximately 1.5 million households, many with children that cannot access a decent, affordable home. For the NDP, a housing strategy that establishes a structured coordination between the federal and provincial levels of government, as well as with other relevant organisations, is of fundamental importance. Mr. Speaker, the eradication of poverty will only be possible when the national housing crisis is addressed. The Canadian Federation of Municipalities is pleading with the Conservative government to invest in long-term funding for affordable and sustainable housing. Due to cuts from this Conservative government, many low-income renters are in a state of panic. Since the 70s, low-income renters have received federal subsidies, but this government is clawing them back, and people are left without a solution. In First Nations communities, the situation is even more dire. Mr. Speaker, this motion isn't asking for too much. Quite simply, we are asking this Conservative government to make the elimination of child poverty a priority, not just in words, but in real actions, and to develop a poverty reduction plan with timelines and measurable benchmarks that would include components to address children's poverty. That would involve taking action on the crisis of poverty for Indigenous children, making housing more affordable for low and income Canadians, creating a national early childhood education and childcare program, addressing childhood nutrition and improving economic security for families. Mr. Speaker, children are poor because their parents are poor. No child, Mr. Speaker, chooses to be born into poverty. Because of that, it means that addressing poverty in a comprehensive way is essential to addressing childhood poverty and to ensure the future of our country. Poverty affects 3 million Canadians. 3 million. Children, seniors, Indigenous people, persons living with disabilities, single parents and recent immigrants are all more likely to live in poverty. Over 967,000 children live in poverty and 22,000 adults under age 25 are homeless. Canada ranks 15th out of 17th amongst peer countries when it comes to child poverty rates, and BC has the ignominious privilege, if you can call it that, Mr. Speaker, to have the highest child poverty rate in Canada. 38% of children living with single parents live in poverty, and 40% of Indigenous children live in poverty. Mr. Speaker, I said it already and I'll say it again. Collectively, we can do better. We as Members of Parliament can stand together in this House and recommit to eliminating child poverty. What more meaningful way to mark the 25th anniversary of the unanimous motion passed in this House with an objective we've yet to achieve? I ask all my colleagues to support this motion because no one should be left behind, and certainly, foremostly, no child. And, Mr. Speaker, let me remind the House, no child chooses to be born in poverty, and it behooves each and every one of us to address this stigma on our country straight away.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly welcome the opportunity to speak on this debate on the private member's motion 534, of course, which was introduced by the member for Scarborough Rouge River. And actually, I want to thank her for tabling this motion because it really does allow me to speak directly to the important things that the government is doing to reduce child poverty in Canada. And of course, we know that the best way to tackle child poverty is to improve the economic well-being of Canadians, especially those that are in poverty. And, Mr. Speaker, our approach is working. We're collaborating with the provinces and territories, and we know that we're at an all-time low. In fact, 225,000 fewer children are now in poverty than when we took office in 2006. And our universal child care benefit is specifically aimed at supporting families with children. And as the Minister of Finance just recently announced, an enhancement of that plan is going to benefit all the families with children. So, of course, Mr. Speaker, you might be aware we're increasing the universal child care benefit, the UCCB, for children under the age of 6. And as of January 1st, 2015, those parents are going to receive $160 a month for each child up to the age of 6. And that's up from $100 that it currently exists. And that works out to, Mr. Speaker, $1,920 a year, a huge impact for those with low incomes. Mr. Speaker, we're also expanding the UCC benefit to children 6 through 17. Again, as of January 1st, 2015, the expanded UCC benefit is going to see $60 per month for children aged 6 to 17. And, of course, that works out to about $720 a year. So that's actually a brand new addition to a very important program that, again, will help families with low income. Mr. Speaker, we're also increasing the child care expense deduction dollar limits by $1,000 effective for the 2015 tax year. And the maximum amounts that can now be claimed go from $7,000 to $8,000 for children under 7, and from $5,000 from $4,000 for children aged 7 to 16, and of course from $11,000 to $11,000 from $10,000 for children who are eligible for the disability tax credit. I mean, Mr. Speaker, our plan recognizes that there's no one size that fits all for childcare for Canadian families. And so we're delivering real results. Mr. Speaker, I was in the childcare licensing field for a short time, and you know, I certainly recognize in our rural communities, our shift workers, they needed many, many different options in terms of how they responded to their childcare services, and I think we have a plan that's going to deliver. I think another thing that the NDP regularly forget to mention is families with low income in the provinces receive significant subsidies for their child care through provincial programs. So I think that's something that's regularly not spoken about. Is they talk about what it costs, and certainly it's a significant dollars, but what they don't talk about is actually how much the provinces subsidize those costs for the low-income families. Mr. Speaker, our Canada Social Transfer is providing an all-time high of $12.6 billion in 2014-15 to the provinces and territories, and that's up from $8.4 billion under the last year of the Liberals. And of course, we're continuing to increase these transfers by 3% a year. And of course, this is giving the provinces and territories the flexibility to address the elements of this motion that are, of course, in their constitutional jurisdiction. And I've already alluded to the significant, every province has significant support for low-income families for their child care. We're also providing billions of dollars in benefits to families with children through the Canada Disability Benefit, the National Child Benefit Supplement, and the Child Tax Credit. And Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2012, we introduced measures to support the well-being of our most vulnerable children, including supports and services for First Nation schools, students, as well as proposed enhancements to the registered disability savings plans for the families of children with severe disabilities. So, Mr. Speaker, while the opposition is focused on trying to create more bureaucracy, we have actually been reducing child poverty to all-time lows. That said, Mr. Speaker, we agree that the child poverty rate remains too high. But, Mr. Speaker, our policies are working, especially the working income tax benefit. So, again, what we really have here is everyone, I think, in this House wants to tackle the issue, but our government is tackling this issue in a very solid and sensible way, and we're making a real difference, again, rather than creating significant bureaucracies that perhaps the NDP is looking at. There's the working income tax benefit. The example is an incentive for low-income Canadians to get over that welfare wall, encouraging them to work by providing them benefits the more they earn. So the proof is in the numbers, Mr. Speaker. 1.5 million Canadians benefit, which has brought thousands of Canadians out of poverty. So you can see that we're working on many fronts to reduce poverty in this country. I would now like to put some emphasis on the significant investments that we have been making to facilitate access to affordable housing for low-income families. We've been working in cooperation with our partners, the provinces and territories, to improve access to affordable housing. So, for example, since 2006, the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, better known as CMHC, has invested more than $16.5 billion in housing, and it's working with its partners. We've helped 915,000 Canadians and their families, including Canadians with disability, recent immigrants, Aboriginal people, and of course, low-income families with children. And Mr. Speaker, I know in my own riding, over the last few years, there has been sort of facility after project that has been open for families and providing that very important support. So over the next 5 years, we're going to continue to invest another $10.2 billion in housing and to reduce the number of Canadian families who are in need of housing. These investments include $1.25 billion for the 5-year extension of the Investment in Affordable Housing Agreement, for which CMHC is working with provinces and territories. And again, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important. Another area that we significantly differ is our government knows how critical it is to work with the provinces and territories rather than a large federal government perspective. Every province is different, every community is different in terms of what their needs are and what's going to work best for them. And so, again, we work on a partnership strategy and really looking at the local, regionally tailored housing solutions. So, Mr. Speaker, our poverty reduction plan has been recognized throughout the world as one that works. In fact, the recent UNICEF report said that the child poverty decreased during the last recession by 180,000. The president of UNICEF Canada had this to say about Canada's performance. Canada is faring far better than other Western countries. It is due to measurables that are favorable to families like tax credits, fiscal measures and benefits that have been maintained or put in place to counter the effects of the global crisis. Mr. Speaker, we're proud that our plan is working, but we're not done until there are no children in Canada living in poverty. My honourable colleagues know that reducing poverty is not the sole responsibility of the federal government, and it is a shared responsibility that requires the participation of multiple levels. And that's why, I mentioned we're working hand in hand with the significant Canada social transfer. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to support this motion because I've outlined our government has a plan, and a plan that is working. The proof is in the fewer children who are in poverty today than when we took office. Mr. Speaker, our comprehensive approach to addressing poverty works by increasing opportunities for Canadians to get into the labour market and by contributing to strong, healthy Canadian families and communities. Strong economic stewardship is essential to Canada's success and to the welfare of our citizens, including our children. Thank you.
The time provided for the private member's business is now expired. and it is dropped to the bottom of the order paper.
I understand we have a point of privilege, motion privilege from the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. Today I'm rising to ask that you find a prima facie case of privilege that exists with respect to the government's contempt for the House of Commons and its members. Last Wednesday, the Finance Minister delivered the government's official update of economic and fiscal projections, not to this House, as he should have and as is custom, but to a private audience of bankers and finance professionals who paid $800 a table to hear this important information.
As legislators, members of Parliament might have access to this information in order to be able to do their job. In fact, we must be able to analyze the state of the finances of this country. The fact that the minister impeded our access to this information recently and that he flouted the democratic principle, stating that elected officials should have access to this information before bankers and other financiers, shows contempt for this House.
Information for legislators, and a core piece of our ability to do our jobs. We need to understand the state of our country's finances. This obstruction of our access to that information, and frankly the minister's affront to the democratic principle that elected officials should have that information before representatives from banks and investment firms, clearly illustrates contempt of this House. Page 63 of Erskine May's 22nd edition states, quote, "Ministers have a duty to Parliament to account and be held to account for the policies, decisions and actions of their departments. It is of paramount importance that ministers give accurate and truthful information to Parliament," end of quote. I must reiterate, Mr. Speaker, in front of an $800 a table group of Bay Street elites, the Finance Minister is not held to the same standards of truthfulness as he is in this place. For him to choose to deliver such an important economic update when we as parliamentarians cannot ask questions on behalf of those we wish to represent, cannot examine the information in the presence of the Minister and finance officials, and forced to rely on press release and media coverage is simply outrageous. In previous cases of privilege similar to this one, the importance of the information a minister is presenting has come into question. A similar complaint raised to Speaker Jerome on March 18, 1977, found the Speaker unsure how to decide if the documents publicly released, not in the House, were, quote, "major policy statements." I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that a budget update containing a $4.5 billion swing in projected versus actual government surpluses is major, and that other taxation measures he announced were clearly also major policy announcements. But we don't have to look as far back as 1977. As in 1998, on December 3rd, an unhappy member of Parliament raised a question very similar to the one that I am raising today, stating, and I quote, "Ministers seem to take a great pride in avoiding interaction with this House. The House of Commons is the place where the government is most answerable to the people who elected the members of this chamber." End of quote. The member then went on to say that the House's right to be informed of government action and policy decisions has been superseded by default by government to the news releases. It is time for the House to draw a line in this regard. I think everyone in this place would agree. Now, if you'd like to know if the member in question still believes this, you could ask the Minister of Justice, who said these very words in this place when it was a Liberal government making very similar announcements outside of Parliament, not here in Parliament. Il ne fait pas de doute qu'il s'agit.
There is no doubt that this is a matter of contempt. On page 82 of the second edition of House of Commons procedure of O'Brien and Bosk, it has been established that contempt of this House and an affront to the dignity of this Parliament can be considered a breach of privilege as such, and that the House demands the right to act in this regard with regard to any matter of contempt that exists and impedes the House from functioning.
Event to table crucially important annual fiscal document the Finance Minister is charged with was announced first by Press Secretary in a tweet to Canadians is simply adding insult to injury. Therefore, I submit that the actions of the minister are a clear and example of contempt of Parliament, if not a direct breach of all our privileges in this place. A look to the critical nature of the Finance Minister's update is important to this very question of privilege, Mr. Speaker. The fall economic update acknowledges a couple of important things. One is falling world oil prices. As a result, the Finance Department has cut its GDP estimations for 2014 by $3 billion, with a further $16 billion a year downgrade from the year 2015 onwards. The Department also acknowledges that the drop will translate into a $500 million loss in royalties for just 2014-15 alone, and will amount to a $2.5 billion loss per year over the 2015-2019 period. The Minister also announced that the personal income tax as a percentage of GDP is expected to rise to 7.1% next year, up from 6.9% this year, and further increase to 7.3% in 2019-2020. So the percentage that Canadians will be paying into our GDP will rise over these years, and the Minister saw it fit to make this announcement on Bay Street, not in Canada's Parliament. These are important realities facing the Canadian people and the Canadian economy. It is Canadians and the members of Parliament that they elect to this place who are entitled to this information, not those paying $800 for an exclusive lunch on Bay Street. By contrast, just today, the Ontario Finance Minister will update Queen's Park on the state of Ontario's finances. It is a wonder why our Finance Minister here couldn't extend the same courtesy to members of Parliament. I'd like to leave you, Mr. Speaker, with one final quote from Speaker Perron on a similar question raised in the House. And I quote, "This dismissive view of the legislative process, repeated often enough, makes a mockery of our parliamentary conventions and practices, that it is the Department of Finance that is complained of once again has not gone unnoticed." November 6, 1997. The finances of our country are of the utmost importance for our abilities to understand and perform our functions as members of Parliament. And so that is why I present this clear case of contempt to you today, Mr. Speaker. And of course, should you rule that a prima facie case of privilege exists, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Government House Leader on the same point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I did not have notice of this motion, so I will provide some preliminary comments and reserve the opportunity, I trust, to come back. I would state, first of all, that the fall economic fiscal update is not a budget. The budget, of course, is contemplated by the standing orders and is provided for in the standing orders, and there is, of course, a debate that takes place pursuant to those standing orders in the House on the question of the budget, and the House votes on it. Economic fiscal update does not at all fit that measure. In fact, it is very often, in fact, going back, I think, to the very start, not been something that has necessarily been tabled in the House. Sometimes it has occurred before a finance committee. Sometimes it has been done by news release. Sometimes it has been done out across Canada where Canadians are, to bring the message to them in their various communities, places as diverse as Mississauga, Calgary, Fredericton, Edmonton, Victoria. This has been a long-standing practice for quite some time, and of course there has never been a question of the privileges of this House being offended, and that's because it is not a budget. It is not a Ways and Means motion. In fact, there are no Ways and Means motions, as I understand it, flowing out of this fall economic and fiscal update. It is not appropriations. It's not a matter of supply for this House, which is normally matters dealt with by the House. That is not part of the fall economic fiscal update. I would, of course, note that it has been the subject of many, many rulings by speakers over time in this House, a long-standing practice that the government does have the ability to make announcements outside of this chamber. Announcements can be made about all ranges of policy issues, status of the government outside of this chamber. And in fact, when it comes to matters of finance, the Department of Finance issues information every month on a wide range of issues that update Canadians on the status of our economic circumstances, of the fiscal circumstances. Every month there's new information provided to Canadians, not through this House, not through a fall fiscal update, not through a budget, but just simply an ongoing basis, for example, of the status of the deficit, government revenues, government spending. This kind of information is updated and provided on a regular basis, as, of course, are all kinds of other related announcements out of finance. So I would simply put to you, Mr. Speaker, that that is not the question of whether or not there is any impropriety of having a fiscal economic update presented outside of the House is quite settled, quite clear, a long-standing practice that it certainly can be done outside of this House. So that as a result, there really is no prima facie question of privilege. This government continues to be present every day in question period to answer any questions that arise. The Finance Minister is here on a regular basis, or the Minister of State for Finance or Parliamentary Secretary, to answer questions on the state of the finances, the state of the government's fiscal position. I know we don't get that many questions about the fiscal position because it's very good under this government. We know that if it were a question of what the New Democrats were doing, it would be higher spending, higher deficits, and they don't want to shine a light on the fact that we've had very good fiscal management. But, and that's also perhaps why they don't want it to happen outside of Ottawa. They would like it only to be communicated here. They don't want it communicated to Canadians outside of Ottawa how strong the government's fiscal position is and the fact that we are on the way to balancing the budget in 2015. So, Mr. Speaker, I do reserve the right to come back to you and provide some more formal submissions after I've had an opportunity to prepare some research. But those are, off the top of my head, some preliminary reasons why there is really no basis for any argument of privilege in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition is rising on the same point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to reinforce in rebuttal to my colleague, the Government House Leader. Much of what he said actually was irrelevant to the point that was raised by the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. One point that the Government House Leader didn't actually raise, that he should have, though it's not relevant perhaps to this particular issue, is the fact that the Ministry of Finance over the last 20 years has said consistently that the administrations that govern the use of money most effectively in this country are NDP governments, and that's something that the Ministry of Finance has been saying for 20 years. But on the points raised by the Government House Leader, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Speaker, to pay particular attention to the interpretation of Speaker Jerome and Speaker Parent, raised by my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. This economic and fiscal update is simply not in the same category as much of what the Government House Leader has raised as examples of how this government tries to update Canadians on finances. And the arguments raised by the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley are absolutely legitimate and relevant, and we hope that you will take them under due consideration.
Well said.
We obviously will, the Chair will take this under advisement and get back to the House as soon as possible. I'd ask the Government House Leader to advise us whether he's going to make further representations at as early possible date as possible. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Débat à l'étape du rapport du projet de loi C-18.
Report stage of Agricultural Growth Act.
There is a ruling on Bill C-18, projet de loi C-18. Loi modifiant.
An act to amend certain acts relating to agriculture and agri-food.
Motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-18. Motions numbered 1 to 56 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 56 to the House.
Motion number 2, Mr. Allen, Welland, seconded by Madame Brassot, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 2. Motion 3.
Motion number 3, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brousseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 3.
Motion number 4, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brousseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 14. Mr. Allen, appuyé par Madame Brousseau.
Mr. Allen, seconded by Ms. Brousseau, moves that Bill C-18.
Motion numéro 5. Madame.
Motion number 5. Mr. Allen, seconded by Ms. Brousseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 5.
Motion number 6, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau moves that Bill C-18 in Clause 5 be amended by replacing line 4 on page 7 with the following. The right referred to in paragraph 5(1)G cannot be modified by regulation and do. Motion numero 7.
Motion number 7. Mr. Allen, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 6.
Motion number 8. Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Mr. Allen Welland.
Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended. Motion number 9. Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 8.
Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 9. Motion numero 11.
Motion number 11, Mr. Allen Welland moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 10.
And number 12, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 11. Motion numero 13.
Motion number 13, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 12.
Motion number 14, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 13.
Motion number 15, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 14.
Motion number 16, Mr. Allen, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 15.
Motion number 17, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 16.
Motion number 18, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 17.
Motion number 19, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 18.
Motion number 20, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 19.
Motion number 21, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 20.
Motion number 22, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 21.
Motion number 23, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 22.
Motion number 24, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 23.
Motion number 25, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 24.
Motion number 26, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 25. Motion numero 20.
Motion number 27, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 26.
Motion number 28, Mr. Allen Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 27. Motion numero
Motion number 29, Mr. Alan Wellen, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 28.
Motion number 30, Mr. Alan Wellen, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 29.
Motion number 31, Mr. Alan Wellen, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 30.
Motion number 32, Mr. Alan Wellen, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 31.
Motion number 33, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 32.
Motion number 34, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 33. Motion numero 35.
Motion number 35, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 34.
Motion number 36, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 35. Motion
number 37, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 36.
Motion number 38, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 37. Motion
number 39, Mr. Alan Welland, moves, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 38.
Motion number 40, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 39.
Motion number 41, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 40.
Motion number 42, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 41.
Motion number 43, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 42.
Motion number 44, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 43. Motion
number 45, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 44.
Motion number 46, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 45.
Motion number 47, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 46.
Motion number 48, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 47.
Motion number 49, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 48.
Motion number 50, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 49.
Motion number 51, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 50.
Motion number 52, Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Brosseau, moves that Bill C-18 be amended by deleting Clause 51. Débat. The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker. And I recognized I should have done this ahead of time and told you I might do this to you, but taking a risk of perhaps embarrassing you and you then coming to me and saying, "Why did you do that to me?" I'm going to take the risk anyways. I did see that you were awarded the Charlie Brooks Award last week in your home of Windsor, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate you in this House on behalf of all of us in your party and, of course, for all members here. For those who don't know Charlie Brooks, he's been gone now for a number of years, but he was a great trade unionist in the city of Windsor and clearly set a standard that's extremely high. And for one to be awarded such a distinguished award is a credit to you, sir, for the hard work that you've done on behalf of your constituents, on behalf of Ontarians, and indeed on behalf of Canadians across this land. So to you, I'd say congratulations and thanks for your hard work. But now to the matter at hand, Mr. Speaker, the amendments on C-18 and C-18 clearly it's an agricultural bill that this government brought forward that we had great hope for initially. We thought, even though we saw some of the things in it that we didn't actually like or believe needed to be done differently, we entered into a spirit of cooperation in the sense that we voted at second reading to get it into committee because we wanted to actually talk about it. And to be fair, Mr. Speaker, the chair of the Agricultural Committee did a great job in making sure we had a real balanced approach to witnesses. And that's to be commendable. I think every chair should try to do that, and he did an excellent job of doing that. But what we did hear from a preponderance of witnesses, in fact the majority, is they needed amendments to C-18. And many of those amendments were not identical to what we proposed, but certainly were very close to what we proposed, and primarily they fell under the one class, for the most part, the majority, under what is deemed in the Act to be what's once called a farmer's privilege. Now, we know in this place that words are very meaningful because we write legislation with words. And they have a great deal of meaning and they carry a great deal of weight because actually they enact laws. And so from the get-go, the idea of a farmer's privilege to save his own or her own saved seed struck us as the wrong terminology. That what it should have been is a farmer's right to save seed, not a privilege. Because as a privilege, one can earn it and one can lose it. And what we see inside this Act is, through Government and Council, indeed they can lose what the government has now decided to do and call their privilege, and which we find to be unfortunate. And so as we looked through the Act and we discussed things with witnesses and we gleaned from them opportunities to make amendments to this, we made a number of them. And so the one part was, and I have to admit, the minister did come to the committee and he recognized that, whoops, under the farmer's privilege, we really didn't give them much of a privilege. We needed to give them a little bit more because we had clearly said to them, as many stakeholders across the country had said to them, especially farmers, had said, well, you've given us a privilege that says you can save the seed. Problem was, you can't clean it and you can't store it, and you certainly can't resell it. So they did make some minor tweaking, even though the minister had said they were going to come back with real substantive changes and amendments to the bill. Well, there was one hugely substantive piece, and that was near the end, and it had to do with how you pay back what's called the advance payment program. And I think, if I remember correctly, and I'm sure my good friend remembers how many pages. I think it was like 6 pages long, the amendment that the government had to bring forward. But it really was about how do you decide to get that money back if a farmer was to go bankrupt, and how do you actually get the advance payment piece back. And they had to clarify it out. It was a very technical piece, and the good folks from the Agriculture Department actually, when they went through that, explained it all. And it turned out that they said, if you don't quite understand it that way, just think of student debt and how to repay back student debt. Because it was taken actually from the student debt handbook on how you replace student debt if you actually really can't pay back your student debt, which had these really awful, sort of vivid flashes in my mind of all these students who've got horrendous amounts of debt. Is that what we've now done to farmers? We've now actually given them the same options that students have, which is basically you're almost bankrupt. But in any case, that was their major amendment. But what we saw in this, Mr. Speaker, was it is under what we call UPOV 91, which is really about intellectual property of seeds, where a company that does a great deal of research and development of a new variety of a seed, whether it be in wheat or whether it be in canola or whether it be in some other particular seed, it can then reap a reward or basically a dividend from its investment. So fundamentally, we don't disagree with that. If a private corporation goes into the business of producing that variety, They've taken the time and effort to go through the process, put all that money in, and then they've decided that they will charge whatever it happens to be for that seat. So UPOV 91 speaks to that. We are a signatory to UPOV 91. The 91 just signifies that it was in 1991 that that particular agreement came about. This House has been challenged by UPOV 91 on a number of occasions because it started with the previous government, Conservative government, became part of a Liberal government issue, and now it's back to the Conservatives again. And so clearly they have an opportunity here, and had an opportunity, at least in our view, because many countries who have signed on to UPOV 91, the great thing about it, in my view, Mr. Speaker, is you can actually amend it to suit the needs of your country and still fall within the framework. You don't have to accept carte blanche everything in UPOV 91. You can take pieces of it. You can say, I fundamentally accept this piece, but I'm moving this piece out here so that I can do that. And a number of countries have actually done that who have accepted UPOV 91. Now, many countries have stayed at UPOV 1978, which is, in the eyes of those investors who actually develop seeds, they say, well, that's more onerous for us to actually make a profit. So the whole idea was we'll lose out on research and development if we don't get UPOV 91. And so we understand the pieces of that. But the dilemma is, how do we balance it? How do we balance the interests of those who want to go into the research and development, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, is a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. These are expensive researches to do. They're not cheap, which means the money that's invested in those deserves some sort of return, unless, of course, we're doing it at the public sphere. But what we've seen with this government is they've actually taken money from the public sphere and public research. And so the competitors for the big industries on the block are less and less all the time. And in fact, in this legislation, one of the recommendations from one of the stakeholders was, how do you balance it for us so that small seed producers will not get swallowed up or just disappear? Well, we made an amendment to that, Mr. Speaker, but unfortunately my friends across the way at the committee decided that they didn't like the amendment. And so they ended up that was defeated. So that balance hasn't been attained. What we see is literally that UPOV 91 is, we've decided, or the government's decided at this point, they're going to take it carte blanche, really make no changes to it at all of any significance, and we're going to end up just simply taking it as is instead of having a farmer's solution, Canadian farmer's solution to UPOV 91 that they were all asking for. Right across this entire country, folks were saying to us, farmers were saying, and those in the industry were saying, look, there's a way to balance this out. Because one of the things that we tried to explain to them, and the department was in agreement with it, the agriculture department, I remember making the argument with them, is if you have a variety of seed that right now is compulsory licensed, and it's on the market, farmers like it, but the company that actually has the license for it decides to go to CFIA and say, we want to withdraw the license. There's a process. You can't just withdraw it. There is a process, as the agricultural department and CFIA department talked about, to deregister that. Once it's deregistered, it's gone from the marketplace. Now, normally it happens when farmers no longer want the product, and it gets deregistered because literally no one wants it anymore, it's not really available, and they deregister it. But if this company that owns this particular registration develops a new one where they can actually exact a greater amount of money and a greater royalty from it because it's new under UPOV 91, there's nothing to stop them from asking the other one to be deregistered. In fact, the department said, you're absolutely right, there is nothing to stop them. They can apply. And if the process is followed correctly, it could disappear. But even more than that is the legislation allows those companies to then appeal to CFIA when they develop a new seed and ask it not to have a compulsory license, which means they can just simply take it off the market if it doesn't make any money for them, even though farmers might actually like the seed. And so ultimately what can happen is, if we see the lack of competition, we will be stuck with markets that simply are driven by a handful of large companies rather than a multiples of choice across the country that farmers now have today. That would not be helpful for farmers, nor for the marketplace in general, if we were simply stuck in a place because of intellectual property that we were able to get rid of those who indeed might compete against them, which are small seed producers and indeed the government, which used to actually do public research for the public good that farmers could then utilize down the road. So, Mr. Speaker, we feel really unfortunate that the government didn't hear us on the amendments and chose not to do that. Hopefully they've got a second chance through you, Mr. Speaker, that you put amendments to. I read them out earlier. They have a second opportunity now to actually correct the thing that they did wrong the first time, which is vote for the amendments this time, not against them. Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable Ministre d'État.
The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of difficulty understanding why my colleague does not want to support this bill. He's talking about recent amendments that he's moved before the House, but he has to realize that at least 60% of the amendments they've proposed that are dealing with the French translation of the bill, and they are technical amendments, but the body of the bill is very good as it is, and we're not taking that into account. So on behalf of my government, I'd like to take a few moments to talk about the benefits of this bill. We believe that we are responding to the requests of farmers. They've asked us to ensure that this bill, C-18, supports growth, agricultural and economic growth here in Canada, and it's the why that's important in supporting this bill. So I still don't understand why the opposition is always against it.
Welland.
Well, I'm not sure I can explain to my honourable colleague across the way why we're against it, but I'll do my best. I mean, the reality is it's not what farmers asked for. They simply said, no thanks, we'd like to see some amendments to it. So we didn't make them out of the sky. We took what folks gave to us and said, how do we craft amendments to legislation? Well, you get some good help from folks who know how to craft legislation and how to craft the amendments based on what farmers told us. So we did that and then presented it back. And even the minister, your own minister, actually, Mr. Speaker, their own minister said, oh, we got it wrong. We're going to have to make amendments. I think they made 5 or 6 because they rushed an omnibus bill. Instead of simply working on UPOV 91, they jammed a bunch of other stuff into it. They simply said, well, whoops, we made a few mistakes here. We're going to have to make some changes. So even with farmers' privilege, the minister said, we didn't quite get it right. The problem was the government didn't quite listen to what exactly farmers were saying, because they said more than just what the minister finally came back with his amendment. So that's why we were against it. If you're not going to listen to the folks you're writing the legislation for, why on earth would we support it? Why would we support legislation when you've got a tone-deaf ear when it comes to folks listening to what they have to say? If you're not going to listen to them, then I guess we've got to actually tell you again in this House of Commons, this is what they said, you're getting it wrong, and vote against it. There's no other way to do it.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always enjoy the member for Welland's passion, because I do know that he probably certainly did speak with a lot of people in the farm community to lay out the position that he laid out. He did say in his remarks that markets driven by a handful of large corporations, and he also talked about intellectual property and the rights over that intellectual property. And my question is fairly a simple one. I might say to the member, I don't think he needs to expect that the government is going to listen any more to amendments in here than they do at committee, because this is a government that does their own thing, regardless of whether the amendments make sense or not. But that's just a side point. My question really is, what does this bill, especially the comments the member made with respect to intellectual property in large companies, what does this really do to the power relationship, if I could call it that, between the large corporate multinational sector that operates on a global basis with respect to those more smaller family farm, even if they're not small, some fairly large family farms in the country now. But what does it do in the terms of the power relationship between the farmers and the multinational sector?
The honourable member for Welland, you have about 45 seconds.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Malpeque. It's a really interesting question, because I think what happens really is the power relationship tips because of the size of the R and the amounts of money that actually go into research. There's some pieces in it that allow for, you can take up to a certain level, you can take intellectual property, you can use it and work on it. The problem is, When the public dollars go out, that becomes one of the competitors gone. When the small seed producers leave, that becomes the next piece. And then what you're left with is just a few, just a handful. One of the things that farmers said was, and one of the things that's in the bill is, where is the royalty? Is it for when I buy a bag of seed? Is it at the end? Is it both? Where is it? The bill doesn't say that. Now, some farmers will say, well, an endpoint royalty is okay because if I buy seed and it's lousy and I get a lousy crop, I'll pay a lousy price for it. But the problem is, if you actually pay a decent price for a lousy bag of seed and then an endpoint royalty, you've just simply played a whole bunch for a whole bunch of stuff that was lousy in the first place. So that's what the bill doesn't do, is it doesn't actually allow folks to fight that off, and it puts too much, in our view, it unbalances what we thought could be a balance between those large corporations that are going to come in with intellectual property and have rights, and those who do not, who are literally a smaller, and they would be able to succeed in the marketplace. That's the intent of the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of State for Small Business and Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor today to speak to Bill C-18, and I'd like to say to my NDP colleague, when he says that this bill does not have the support of farmers and the agri-food industry, that's completely false. I'm going to begin my speech by quoting from Mr. William Van Tassel, who's the first Vice President of the Federation of Quebec Farmers, appearing before the Agriculture Committee. His position is clear. He fully agrees with this bill, and I quote, he says, although Bill C-18, he says, the Federation supports those changes which would make the PBRA consistent with the 1991 Convention on the International Union for the Protection of New Varieties of Plants, the UPOV, which governs breeders' rights and protects the intellectual property resulting from research into the development of new crop varieties. This harmonization is necessary in an environment where research collaboration is increasingly global and no longer restricted by geographical borders. Furthermore, he goes on to say, our position is also evident in our commitment to Partners in Innovation, which brings together 20 groups and represents most of the agricultural producers in Canada. Moreover, all partners welcome the update to the regulatory environment to bring Canadian laws into compliance with UPOV 1991. I'll repeat for my NDP colleagues' benefit. Moreover, all partners welcome the update to the regulatory environment to bring Canadian laws into compliance with UPOV 1991. The Federation believes that protecting intellectual property can only encourage investment in research by various stakeholders in the grain industry, which will offset the reduction in public efforts in scientific agricultural research. It is also an incentive for researchers from different UPOV countries to make their research findings available to Canada, thereby promoting the diversity of genetic resources and the availability of varieties for Canadian and Quebec grain growers. With a diverse range of genetic resources, the industry can be more responsive to market needs and maintain farm competitiveness. Unquote, Mr. Speaker. I think that's clear enough. Farmers in Quebec and Canada approve these changes to the legislation. And I'd also like to add, Mr. Speaker, that this is why it's so disappointing to see opposition parties who put forward the amendments that you read out earlier. They've put forward a whole host of amendments to try to hinder the passage of this bill and prevent us from meeting the expectations of farmers. Before going into detail on the bill, Mr. Speaker, and how it will make it possible to modernize various aspects of Canada's regulatory regime, I'd like to remind the House what agriculture means to the country. If you look at a map of the world, you can see quite quickly that the size of Canada is impressive. In total, 75 million acres of land in Canada are cultivated, are farmed. On average, Canada exports about half of the food we grow. We are a first-class exporter of wheat, coarse grains, oilseeds, pork, and beef, of course. Canada regularly ranks among the top 3 agricultural exporters in the world. Mr. Speaker, we heard the testimony of Mr. William Van Tessel. I just read the quote to you a little bit earlier, the first Vice President of the Quebec Federation of Crop Grain Growers. So it was a bit disappointing to hear the opposition say or claim that farmers do not support this bill. One major feature of this bill is that it protects plant varieties. The most important thing is that this bill will boost Canada's competitive advantage in the world. If we want to continue to be players internationally, we have to work within increasingly modernized frameworks of trade agreements, standards, and conventions. And that's the whole reason for this bill. This bill will harmonize Canadian legislation with trade agreements, standards, and conventions. Bill C-18 will strengthen and protect our agricultural industry and boost our exporting potential. This bill will also enable us to continue to succeed on international markets, to remain at the cutting edge of food science, and to contribute to solutions to new problems affecting agriculture. Mr. Speaker, it's hardly surprising that global demand for food, for world-class food grown by our farmers, is increasing. The population of the world should reach 9.3 billion people by 2050. And in order to meet this growing future demand, we need productive farmers, skilled farmers, and organizations like the Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, say that world food production will have to increase by 60% to meet that need. This is a huge challenge for farmers the world over, and that's why improvements in food safety, efficiency, and productivity under Bill C-18 are so important to farmers. C-18 would modernize 9 acts, and 7 of those acts are used by the Canada Food Inspection Agency, and 2 are enforced by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. One example of an improvement that this bill would create has to do with the fertilizer and feed industries. Under the current system, fertilizer and feed are registered by product. Bill C-18 would enable the CFIA to issue licenses to operators and to approve fertilizer and feed production companies that import or sell products beyond provincial or international borders. Licensing of businesses and approval of these businesses will make it possible to more efficiently and quickly check these products, check that they meet rigorous food safety standards. And this way of proceeding will not only increase food safety in Canada, it will also make it possible to better harmonize our regulatory practices with those of our trading partners. We will continue to work, for example, with the United States and the European Union to implement regulatory systems for feed, and those systems will include more exhaustive risk analysis, preventive control measures, licensing, and international standards enforcement. We will continue to work in close cooperation with all of our trading partners. Mr. Speaker, I didn't have time to discuss all the advantages of this bill, but I certainly hope to have the opportunity to elaborate on those advantages in the question and answer period. And I hope that the opposition will join with us in supporting this bill, which farmers have called for themselves, and meet the general approval of the farming industry in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his comments. It's always interesting to say, well, why can't you help us support the bill? Well, if you'd actually done it as one bill at a time instead of an omnibus bill, we probably would have supported a vast majority of it, because as many folks know in the committee during the hearing stages, there was pretty well agreement around certain sections of it, whether it be the fertilizer piece or whether it be some of the other pieces. So if they hadn't lumped it all together, and where we have problems with one side and we don't get to vote on it separately, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that's allowable. I don't think you would actually allow us to do that. We end up with it. And so clearly, I guess for me, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, is this whole idea about the sense of what they call farmers' privilege, and how the government itself recognized that it got it wrong, suggested that it needed to come back with substantive changes to it, and then simply come back with a minor tweak. If the government recognized itself that this wasn't the correct way to go, that farmers were not going to be placed in a position of equality with the intellectual property holders, that they would be in a lesser position when it came to the sense of saving seed. Why is it the Minister for Small Business thinks that it's all right for the big business to simply swamp out what ostensibly is, for some folks, a small business, a farm? I mean, some are large, for sure, but most of them are small. So why is it the Minister doesn't say that, we need a sense of balance in this so that small farmers who may be developing their own seeds don't end up being wiped out by large multinationals who come in, who have the power to take them to court, and farmers won't have the power or resources to defend themselves?
The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that major farmers, big firms, before they can become big firms, they started off as small farmers, small-size operations, and they grew, and they gained in productivity, and they developed into large-scale operations. So it's the same thing for currently small-sized farmers. If they want to gain market access, well, this bill will make it possible for them to gain greater market share and grow their businesses and become larger scale operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Speaker, and I thank you for recognizing me today. And this is a very important bill. It's a bill that is needed for agriculture right across Canada and food production. But there's a lot of problems with it, and I see the member from Quebec there. I know he wasn't at the committee, but I'm sure he got briefed. But there was a lot of different farmers, and Mr. Van Tassel was very right in saying that this bill is good for Quebec in many ways, because of especially when he talked about the seeds and certified seeds and how that helped. But there was a lot of other farmers from Quebec during committee doing presentations. Small farmers, organic farmers, farmers that have certain niche products that are very concerned about this bill, and there's not enough in this bill that helps these small farmers. So I'd like to ask him, what does he see in this bill that will help small farmers in Quebec and others across this country? Because that's where they start. They start in small farms, and they sometimes part-time. But there's not a lot in this bill, and so I'd like for him to state what's in this bill for the small startup farmers with a niche or an organic farm, because there wasn't a lot in this bill, which they made it a big bill, but they could have had a lot more in it to help these farmers.
The Honourable Minister of State, you have about 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. in 1 minute. It's hard to answer my colleague in detail, but more importantly, I can tell him that I come from a rural region, the Beauce, and in that region there are a number of farmers, and they support this bill for the most part because it provides a certain future and definite opportunities, clear opportunities. Under this bill, our exports will bear the seal of Canada and the international recognition for our high standards of food safety, and this will pave the way for future opportunities for our products in other countries. They will be welcomed. There will be no tariff or non-tariff barriers to our exports, and that's why farmers in the Beauce are very happy to support this bill, and I can say that as their representative. And those business people will become major players in farming one day. Thanks to the changes we are making with this bill, it will enable them to grow. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise here today to talk about this bill. And I think it's very important, whatever we do in this House, that we listen to farmers and food groups. People are out there trying to produce food for us, and not only dealing with it in the House or in committee, but also get out there and listen to farmers. Recently, I've had the great pleasure with being with the member from Papineau, and we went to an international ploughing match, and yes, he did a great job of turning over the soil, but I think more importantly that day was we had a roundtable with farmers and from all across Ontario, and they had concerns. They had concerns of what this government is doing or not doing, and they it's great sometimes to sit down with farmers, whether it's out there or whether it's in committee, and listen to them, because sometimes we get, our bureaucratic system sometimes puts things forward that they think that's good for people who are producing our food, but not always there. So, but I think this is overall, it's not a bad bill. I got a kind of a love-hate relationship with this bill. There's parts of it that I think farmers need. And there's parts of it that I think that could have been changed. And during committee, we put many amendments forward, and they didn't get much recognition from the government side. But that being said, it's one of those bills that has so much in it, and our party will be voting for this bill because we cannot deny the good stuff in it to the farmers that need it. So let's talk a bit about this bill, because it has quite a bit in it, as mentioned before. And one of the most contentious parts of this, of course, was the UPROF 91, and there's no doubt it's an international code that's being used out there, and many other countries in Europe and elsewhere are using this system, and it's worked well for them. But just because it's worked well for these other countries and it might have been set up years ago, doesn't mean we could have had more of a made in Canada approach to this. We could have put some stuff in there that would have helped small farmers and made them sure that they were going to, whether it's store their seed or reproduce their seed. I mean, the whole point was, and I don't think any of the smaller growers that came forward had any intention of reselling the seed. It wasn't their intention, but they just don't want somebody to come in, big government come in, or anybody coming in and taking their seed that they're going to redo on their farm. And that's where it all came down to. And Minister Rich has stated at committee that, and I think the government knew they were wrong there a bit, and they didn't have clarification there, and they put an amendment there. I don't think it went as far as the Liberal Party or even the NDP. I think we had a little more stronger language in there. But that being said, that was one of the biggest issues that were brought up, quite a bit throughout committee. And so when you look at the bill, there's so much in this bill, and I guess it's going to be a wait and see. Wait and see how these farmers are going to deal with, especially smaller farmers on the grain. But there were so many other people coming forward and recommending UPROF 91. I mean, there was, many people who produce seed. They were saying, it could give Canada a big advantage. We could be having varieties, developing more varieties here and in Canada, and we could be selling them to the United States with this new legislation. So there is good side of it, and I think, but we could have both here. I mean, you imagine some of these varieties in Canada over the years that we developed with spring wheat, canola, that all came from research in Canada. But you know, the researchers or whoever was producing that product had to be protected, and I think that's what part of this bill is there for. Now, as we go forward, there's, you know, as climate change and various consumer taste change, we're going to have to be on the leading edge to make sure we have the right varieties and the right products out there. And I think it's important, but I think also, you know, the government should be stepping up to the plate and having more research there. I mean, you can say, okay, you're going to be protected, and we're going to be producing more better varieties out there for small growers, large growers alike. But I think the problem is that the government sometimes doesn't have the money for research to kind of go with that as you move forward. So we had some amendments and we have some problems, and I just you know, all we can do is hope that the smaller producer is not going to be penalized and have to go to lawyers to protect themselves when they have that bit of, you know, seed in their bin, and so we have been reassured of that. But I think we still could have had a little stronger language because when the time comes. Now, there's another part of this growth bill that we listen to, and from different groups coming forward. Now, Mr. Speaker, what's happening in agriculture? Farms are getting bigger. And not only they're getting bigger, some are not getting bigger, but they're becoming more intense. There's more costs. You know, the costs have doubled for fertilizer, seed, whatever you're using. So at the end of the day, of course, you're dealing with more money. And many times now you see, you know, what a couple $100,000 will get a farmer through. It's just not enough anymore. When you have a couple thousand acres, you need a minimum of $500,000 to get you through. So one of the big parts of this bill was the advance payments, and here's where the government could have stepped up to the plate. I mean, it was a nice gesture for them to increase the advance payments to $400,000. But after many witnesses came forward and told us the size of their farms and what they're dealing with, and the amount of cash they need to get through, that wasn't enough. I mean, we had the Canadian canola growers, for instance. They came forward and they said here that the proposed amendment. They said there should be an amendment to Bill C-18 aiming to streamline the program, and it's important that they consider an increase to the maximum advance limit. Farmers have indicated that an increase to the current limit would better reflect the financing requirements and make the program more valuable to farming operation. We believe doubling the limit. They even went as far as to say double the limit. And so I think the government missed the mark a bit on this, where they could have did a little more consultation. But also I think they had the opportunity at committee to sit down and listen to the farmers and listen to the numbers. And you know, this is not free money here, Mr. Speaker. We're not talking about giving farmers money. This is an advance payment. This is a loan. So when you're putting in your canola crop, which is or soybean, whatever you're putting in it, these are expensive crops and all the inputs. And by the time you see your return, it could be a year down the road. You could be seeding in May, and you might not get a check for that crop until the following May. So you're dealing with a lot of money, and so that it was shown, you know, very clearly at committee that this $400,000 was not enough. And I think you know, and it's, you know, it's I think sometimes you know, as a government, you got to step back and say, well, not that we did wrong here. I mean, the Conservatives didn't do wrong by having $400,000. They just hit the mark. They didn't get the right mark. So I think they had an opportunity to increase that because, like I said, it wasn't money given to farmers. This is an advance payment that the farmers pay back. It's just so it's money in, money out. So here was another opportunity. I believe that the government could have made some amendments and could have reflected today's size of the farms that are really out there and the amount of acreage that farmers have. And I think when you look at the amounts that were brought forward, the defaults on these advance payments, I mean, Canadian farmers are really good at producing food, and they're really good at managing their finances. And so the default was a very low percentage. If there's any defaults, it could have been something catastrophe happening on the farm or doing with the weather. So I think as far as we as the Canadian taxpayer they weren't going to be on the hook here because farmers have such a good track record of paying back those advance payments. So I think this was a no-brainer, and I think they should have upped it up. And I think they're going to find out down the road that they're going to have to do this because, you know, they're looking at history, but the reality is the amounts of money that are dealing with agriculture now. Mr. Speaker, I just, and I see my colleague here from Manitoba, we went out and visited some farms. 1 minute left, Mr. Speaker. Well, we went and visited some farms, and it's unbelievable what they put into the size of the tractors. We were all through Manitoba. But my last point on this one is the penalties. And the Canadian cattlemen were really concerned about these penalties also. There's this penalty that's going to be in there for first, you know, for instance, if you have somebody that's packing carrots on your farm and they didn't have a hairnet. I know it's not right, but they could get a $5,000 fine. Like, these penalties were just, I don't know where they came up with these penalties. And the Canadian cattlemen said, you know, what we need from government is for them to be like a coach, not a referee. They got to be able to help us, you know, produce better food, safer food. Come in and help us. Show us how to do it. Don't come in with just a hammer and say, okay, you didn't have a hairnet on or you didn't this, you're going to get a $5,000 fine.
Like
and
Neil Cox.
Exactly. So, Mr. Speaker, that's a big problem with the bill, and I think those penalties are, I don't know where they came up with these big penalties, but they do not really. The money should be spent on helping farmers and helping operations produce better quality food instead of just coming in with the hammer. And I think and the Canadian cattlemen stated that in their presentation. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm open for any questions from
Questions and comments. Question come on side. The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to respond to the member from Sydney, Victoria, and I know that he works very hard on our Agriculture Committee. I guess one of the things that he had spoken about had to do with the advance payments and the maximums that were given, and of course, as he is aware, such a small number of people actually reached the 400,000. And this was even during a time when they were being encouraged to do so when they realized that perhaps selling into some depressed markets was going to hurt their bottom line. So there is a small number, and again, I think sometimes when we make these statements about the cost there is in agriculture, if you were to take a look at the size of farm that you would have to be in order to reach the 400,000 maximum, I think you'd be quite surprised. And if we're looking at the groups of people, the smaller farmers, that even at that might not even reach more than the $100,000 that you have that is interest-free in this particular program. So, and again, anybody that is in that type of a framework is already going to have their financing available. So I'm just wondering if he really thinks that in a situation where there's such a small amount that have reached it, that you'd have to put it into legislation when you have the opportunity to deal with this as far as regulations are concerned.
Honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his statement, his question. He's such a great contributor to our committee. I think one of the great things about our committee is we have farmers on that committee that know what it's all about and know what expenses or the challenges of growing are. And so I commend him for his contribution and his question. Mr. Speaker, when my wife and I, we bored for a vegetable farm 30 years ago. It was the maximum at that time for Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board was $150,000. $150,000. Like, we can't buy a tractor for $150,000 now. So, and that's my whole point. I mean, if we're going to go through all this work and put legislation in place, we have to have numbers that are going to be realistic down the road. The same farm, if my children bored for it now, would maybe be $1 million, $500,000. It wouldn't even touch it, right? So I think when we go down there and you can say, well, this is the history and this is where we're at now, and we're not saying farmers are going to all get bigger. It's inevitable that the cost or inputs and the cost of what they're going to get is going to increase. So that's why I couldn't figure out why the government would give that more flexibility. I mean, you would have certain criteria attached to it. I mean, how much acreage you have or whatever. But I think it's just a visionary thing, and I think they got to see that it is what it is. It's going to be a more expensive business. There's going to be more money involved, and I think the presenter stated that, and they should have that money available for them.
Questions and comments. Question come on side. The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Sydney. One of the issues is we know there was a number of changes made that that talked about CFAA would have to become the regulatory body in the sense that they would oversee it. But one of the things we do know is we look at the, the line items of the budget, at least the ones they announced here, not the ones they announced to bankers at $800 a pop for a table. We can see there's been a decline overall in the budget if you look at their budget forecasting. They've added additional things that the CFAA is actually going to do. My friend have any concerns that if the resources continue to contract, and if CFAA doesn't have the ability to actually do the things that they're talking about that under the legislation they'll have to do, we'll not just simply back everything up, we'll not actually throw a wrench into situations where approvals won't come forward, things will slow down, and the so-called red tape reduction team will have simply gummed the works up, not with red tape, but with inaction.
Member for Sydney Victoria, you have about 50 seconds.
Well, I think it's a good question, and that issue wasn't brought up a lot in our committee, but it's a very important issue of dealing with the violations. I mean, if you look at it in layman's, think about how this is. Let's say you have a 100-mile stretch, 100-kilometer stretch, and you have 2 RCMP on that 100-kilometer, and they're dealing with safety, they're dealing with various issues. So all of a sudden you say, well, let's only have 1 RCMP officer for 500 kilometers. Well, you know what? We're going to have these big fines. So if he catches just one person once in a while, we'll just whack them. There's no such thing as helping with communities. And I just see this in this legislation. It's just let's cut all our resources, and when we just do a drive-through, and if we see somebody doing something wrong, we'll whack them. We're not going to go in and help them. We're not going to have resources available to help them with their operations or whatever. We're just going to go in there and we're going to hit them with the big fine. Oh, and that's all going to make it better. Well, what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker? People will go out of business because some of these firms do not have $5,000 to pay for a penalty. And what you should be doing is, like I say, coming in, the CFIA people should have the resources to come in and help these farmers move forward or help these food processors, and that's not what's in place. And I think it's just a cop-out from all the cuts they made to doing the big fines, and they figure that's going to solve the problem.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I'm glad to have this opportunity to explain why I support the Agricultural Growth Act, Bill C-18. We've heard a lot of excellent, positive feedback at the Standing Committee of Agriculture and Agri-Foods about this bill, and the further amendments that we already put forward have made it even stronger and more necessary. The key factor in my decision to endorse the proposed legislation has more to do with the financial realities of many Canadian producers. The legislation proposes to make it easier for farmers to finance their operations and to make the most of existing and emerging opportunities in domestic and foreign markets. To fully appreciate the potential impact of Bill C-18 on farm finances, one must first understand the dramatic changes that have occurred in recent years. Today, Canadian farms must operate like big businesses. While many farmers see their career as a calling, they love to be out on the land and produce food for people around the world. If they hope to succeed, they must also be savvy entrepreneurs. They must constantly keep an eye on the bottom line to make sure that today's expenses don't exceed tomorrow's revenues. This can be quite a challenge because most expenses are incurred long before revenues start to flow. It costs quite a bit of money to plant and to grow and harvest a crop and then get it to market. In most cases, however, farmers don't receive any revenue until they sell that crop. And the prices farmers get aren't guaranteed. They usually vary from year to year. To meet these challenges, many producers take out loans that they repay when they sell their crops. This means that along with other expenses, such as the cost of seed, of feed, fertilizer, and fuel, producers must also consider the cost of borrowing money. They must try to get the best terms possible, including the most favorable interest rates. Given that the ability to feed Canadians is in the national interest, the Government of Canada has long administered programs that help farmers gain access to the capital they need to operate successfully. And one of these programs is the Advanced Payment Program, or the APP. The APP enables eligible producers to borrow the cash they need to grow agricultural products at a reasonable interest rate. Once their crops sell, they repay these loans. Each year, more than 23,000 Canadian producers access approximately $2 billion worth of cash advances under the program to help them finance their operations, and this number continues to grow. The Advance Payments Program is a critical risk management tool to help bridge farmers through high cash flow periods like planting and harvesting until they market their products. Third-party organizations, usually producer groups, play a central role in the APP. These groups essentially administer the program. They distribute capital and collect loan repayments through agreements involving financial institutions, farmers, and Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. The Government of Canada guarantees the loans. The guarantee promotes the lowest possible interest rates, which helps keep costs down for everyone. As a result, all Canadians benefit because they gain steady access to Canadian food at reasonable prices. The APP helps crop and livestock producers meet their short-term financial obligations by providing them with cash advances to a preset maximum. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Rick Bergman, Vice Chair of the Canadian Pork Council, said at SCAF at our meetings, and I quote, "Canadian hog producers see value in the Advance Payment Program and view the changes to the Agricultural Marketing Act as an improvement, steps that can reduce the administrative burden and cutting costs for participation can make a difference, and we encourage that to continue on. The availability of the program assisted many producers with their cash flow during a very difficult period in history." End quote. Mr. Bergman also said that his organization encourages a review on the loan limits. The maximum amount is $400,000. The first $100,000 is interest-free for eligible producers, and those amounts remain. But, Mr. Speaker, if in future the amounts ever needed to be raised, this can be done by the Governor and Council through the regulations. The legislation now before us proposes to improve the APP and make it even more effective. Many of the improvements came to light in November 2012 when a review of the program was tabled in this House. Under the terms of the legislation that governs the APP, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada, in consultation with the Minister of Finance, must review the program every 5 years. The last review covered the 5-year period of 2006 to 2011. The review found that the APP did help producers access low-cost financing, particularly producers who did not qualify for conventional financing at affordable rates. In fact, about 2/3 of Canadian producers under the age of 35 participated in the program during the period studied. Further, loans obtained through the APP typically had more favourable terms and conditions than those offered through the private sector, which contributed to the program's objectives. The review also found that the APP helped participating producers negotiate better prices. In fact, 74% of those surveyed as part of the review process agreed that the program helped them market their products. In some cases, this is because the loans enabled farmers to hold off on selling their products until prices improved. But the review also identified several specific weaknesses in the APP, weaknesses that Bill C-18 proposes to address. Overall, the proposed improvements would reduce red tape and make the program more flexible and accessible. One of the key improvements proposed in the legislation before us would foster multi-year advance guarantees and repayment agreements with administrators. What this really means is reduced administrative burden on producers, making the application process simpler and less time-consuming. Another proposed change would provide additional ways for producers to secure the loans, which would give producers much more flexibility. They would be better able to access the capital they needed to take advantage of current market conditions. Bill C-18 also proposes to adjust the rules related to repayment of advances, producers in default, default payment penalties, and stays of default. The proposed legislation would also streamline the process between the APP and the Farm Debt Mediation Act and help farmers reach agreements with their creditors and resolve their financial difficulties. Mr. Speaker, the changes proposed in Bill C-18 are the result of extensive consultation with producers and industry representatives across Canada. The changes would help our agricultural entrepreneurs harness innovation, add value, and create jobs and growth right across Canada. Canadian producers operate in an increasingly complex and competitive global industry. To continue to grow and succeed, they must have access to the modern tools and methods that many other businesses already use. Canada must continue to support the strong, stable agricultural sector. The Agricultural Growth Act proposes to help producers manage their business risks proactively. There is no doubt that all Canadians stand to benefit. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me address the amendments that are proposed by the opposition at report stage. As I indicated earlier, our committee did a very thorough job making well-reasoned amendments to C-18. I'm afraid that what the opposition is doing here is trying to undo all of that great work. Certainly the discussions on UPOV 91. Earlier, the Minister of State had indicated the situation as far as Quebec farmers were concerned and the great support that they had given. And I believe it's significant to recognize that there is great support for UPOV 91. There's also great support for issues such as the Advance Payments Program. So I'm hoping that we will be able to move forward, recognize the situation that is in front of us, and that all parliamentarians can support Bill C-18 as it stands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Red Deer who gave a great recount of the advanced payment program inside of C-18. And to be perfectly blunt, I don't think there's much I could quibble with on that particular aspect of it. In fact, I think in committee, and the member did a great job in helping us understand, for those of us who've never taken an advanced payment because maybe we don't own a farm, how it actually works, and he's done that again today in the House, and I want to thank him for that, because I think it's important, because that is a piece of that omnibus bill that, as it stood, with a little tweaking that they had to do, well, a little tweaking, it was like a 6-page long amendment, Mr. Speaker, but it was a technical piece, and I get that piece, the fact that they needed 6 pieces to, the department needed 6 pages to actually tell us how to technically amend it, but at least they got it right. But we could have voted for that, I think, if they had separated it out, but they didn't do that. So, for me, really, the question then becomes, as we get back to this issue about, because it is about UPOV 91, which is really about intellectual property. And one of the things we try to do as the opposition is we try to actually suggest to them, Mr. Speaker, that the amendment should be about making sure that when you go to a court of law, and I know there's lawyers in this place, Mr. Speaker, I'm not one of them, but I know there's lawyers in this place, where it said that literally it had to be an infringement. In other words, you couldn't have the chill effect, as they call it in class action lawsuits or in lawsuits, where a farmer inadvertently ended up with material in his field and he became on the end result was he ends up at the end of a lawsuit. And so we were trying to actually stiffen that so that that wouldn't happen to farmers. So I wonder if my friend from Red Deer could actually comment to that in the sense of why we didn't want to strengthen that, why we've left that alone. Because if someone actually tries to take somebody else's property, that's wrong. Full stop. That's not the issue. The issue is what happens if there's a chill effect goes out there, because we've seen that in other instances.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member from Welland for his question, and certainly some of the things that we had heard in committee as producers would come and talk to us, and they say, the most expensive seed is the one that is picked up first. And after that's gone, then people start looking at the seed that is a little bit cheaper. What they're looking for is the best varieties possible. And of course, we do have great plant breeders here in Canada that are doing an exceptional job. I think the key component is to try and bring in more of that type of industry into Canada. And I think some of the discussions that we heard, certainly when we talked to producers from Quebec, they were saying that this is great opportunities for us. But we're also looking at some of the plant breeders that were saying these are opportunities for us to be able to move our technology into other places as well. And even the organic producers, whom, again, when they first came, said, well, I don't know, we're a little concerned about the wording that is here. But when they were challenged with, well, what can you do and how can you take what you have as your skills and move it outside of Canada, and many of them looked at that as a positive, as something that they would be able to handle, and certainly something that they were excited about. And I think that's what we started to see. And of course, the suggestion that anything having to do with staying back with the UPOV, the UPOV 78 that we're working on, that certainly wasn't the case. That there was actually more protection that we have now with UPOV 91.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, and it was really great to hear the member from Red Deer expanding on the advance payments program, which I'm sure he would know, which was a good Liberal program started when Eugene Whalen was minister. Part of the problem, though, with advance payments currently, Mr. Speaker, when it was originally started, it was there as a marketing tool to provide farmers with some income so that they didn't dump their harvest on the market quickly in order to be able to pay their operating costs for harvest. Problem is now it's to a great extent become another loan program. Good loan program, but it has. But my question really relates more to the, and I just raised that as a concern. My question really relates more to the bill in total, and that is on the plant breeders' rights aspect. And I agree with the member when he said there is opportunity here for Canadian plant breeders. But there's also a danger, Mr. Speaker. We've seen this in other industries, in intellectual property and the telecommunications field, etc. Is there not a danger that we actually lose control over seed supply and farmers, and some of those plant breeders are brought out, farmers end up paying the price? Has the member got any idea how we can control that, ensure there's proper balance between the power of those global seed companies that will buy out those farmers, buy out those plant breeders, and charge those farmers too much royalties? How do we affect that?
The honourable member for Red Deer. We're actually out of time, so a short answer, please.
Well, thank you very much, and just to address the point on the advance payments as a marketing tool, I certainly agree, and that was something that we saw definitely last fall and in the winter when people were encouraged to not dump their grain when they were unable to move it. Of course, that was why the margins were so large and the difficulties that existed, and so I think that's important. And of course, there was discussions about how much people were losing because of the fact that the markets were down. They only lose when they're selling into it, and if you have contracts and you're not selling until that particular point in time, then certainly there's an advantage. And I do appreciate the questions at the end.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The subject of my speech today will be the Omnibus Bill C-18. Like all of the other government bills, they have aspects that I like, but others that deeply concern me. Our committee worked very hard on studying this very complex bill. In order to do so, many stakeholders came and testified. And however, it makes me very unhappy to realize that the changes made do not take into consideration the majority of the requests of these stakeholders. Basically, Mr. Speaker, my position is clear. The changes made to Bill C-18 simply do not reflect what those witnesses asked for. We find ourselves back at square one. As much as our agricultural partners could see, this bill has raised several problems, and I'm going to deal with that during my speech. I'll begin by explaining the implications of this bill. Secondly, I would like to talk about the requests made by the witnesses and the work that my party did to counter the negative effects of this bill. And I will conclude by setting out the many problems that persist and that make me very worried and bitter in the face of its being passed. You have to recall, Mr. Speaker, that this bill makes changes to 9 different federal acts. The Plant Breeders Protections Act, the Feeds Act, the Fertilizers Act, the Seeds Act, the Health of Animals Act, the Plant Protection Act, the Agri-Food Administrative Monetary Penalties Act, which reports to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, the Agricultural Marketing Products Act, and the Farm Debt Mediation Act. That comes under Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. Since our country has existed, I think this bill has made the most major changes in terms of agriculture and agri-food by changing several existing bills or acts. This bill touches or affects almost everyone in the agricultural sector and the relationships that exist between them. We have to be very careful not to create confusion here. This bill also deserves to protect, or should protect, intellectual property, encourage innovation, and possibly promote foreign investment. These are all elements that my colleagues in the NDP and I support. However, we have to really make sure that all of this is not done to the detriment of our Canadian agricultural legacy. You know, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP has nothing against innovation insofar as it does not abuse the rights of anyone. In brief, this bill involves submits the agricultural sector to changes which, as I mentioned earlier, are worrisome. The witnesses that we heard were clear. The bill is good overall, but it requires several clarifications and many amendments. Just to give you a few examples, the stakeholders ask that the farmers' rights be better clarified and protected in terms of the rights given to plant breeders, that the powers of the minister to unconditionally exempt the rights and privileges of farmers through regulations be defined, or better still, withdrawn, that the moment where breeders can start charging fees to producers be defined and clarified, and that the seed plant operators be explicitly protected. My colleagues in the NDP and I were very present during this testimony. We did our homework because we moved at least 16 amendments to this bill. These amendments that were just common sense, which unfortunately were all rejected by the government. The proposed amendments adopted a balanced approach between the protection given to plant breeders and to agricultural producers. It was intended to ensure that all stakeholders fully be able to benefit from these ambitious changes. For example, one of our amendments included what we call the farmers' privileges, the rights to exchange, sell, and clean seeds. This was a request that was made by the stakeholders, and yet this amendment was rejected. Several of our amendments proposed that the minister's power to unconditionally exempt the rights and privileges of farmers be subject to an assessment by Parliament. Through this amendment, we were hoping to avoid the agricultural sector becoming politicized. Those amendments were also rejected. Another of our amendments was intended to clarify and set out the limits for plant breeders to charge fees at any point during the process. Many stakeholders were very concerned that these fees that would be paid could be required at any time and would not take into consideration the quality of their harvests. Our amendment was voted down. Several examples, Mr. Speaker. One of our amendments asked that farmers not be taken to court when it was not their intention to break the law. It seems to me that it's just common sense that one should not be the subject of a lawsuit when the offense was not intentional and that it didn't flow from negligence. Despite this common sense amendment, it was also turned down by the government. In other words, all of the NDP's work to try and make this bill an acceptable product were rejected out of hand by our Conservative colleagues. When we talk about it in this way, Bill C-18 risks causing more problems. Mr. Speaker, I said earlier that we were back at square one, and it's true. The many problems mentioned regarding Bill C-18 are still present. Just to give you 3 examples. First of all, the approach of the bill is not at all balanced and only acts in favor of one group to the detriment of another. We feel that a balanced approach is essential when we're talking about protecting plant breeders' rights, and this bill does not respect that. Secondly, the privileges of farmers are not well enough protected. In fact, the jargon of the agricultural sector, we call that privileges there, but the stakeholders have experienced this as their rights, and rights, Mr. Speaker, are not taken away in this way. It should be banned that anyone have such a power, and if there is a need for such a power to exist, there should be some kind of system of checks and balances. Thirdly, in the same vein, it appears unacceptable to me that the minister have such broad powers. This concentration of power in the hands of the minister is justified by the Conservatives as being necessary to allow the minister to be able to get this bill passed as quickly as possible in the face of any complications. It's not a bad idea, but we forget what the effects are of this kind of a practice. Government decisions in terms of agriculture could rapidly become political. The House of Commons should at least have the right to review these exemptions. I'm very concerned, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not the only one who is so. In conclusion, I am under the clear impression that we seem to be right back at square one. The concerns that I share with you today resemble those that I expressed during my first speech on C-18. I feel that's unfortunate because many stakeholders came and testified, and none of their requests were considered in the amendments tabled by the Conservatives. And even worse, during his testimony, the Minister of Agriculture said that he was going to listen to farmers. But rather than doing this as a result of listening to the witnesses, he made a flashy amendment that definitely did not go far enough. The party in power is not listening, and they don't want to cooperate to avoid complications. On top of that, this bill favors some stakeholders over others. I am deeply disappointed, Mr. Speaker. At least I tell myself that we have warned them. So I'm proud of the work that we did, but I am not supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I commend my colleague from the NDP for her presentation. And she does a lot of work on our committee and does great input, and she speaks quite a bit, especially for the farmers in Quebec. But my question to her, because the leader of the Quebec farmers, Mr. Van Tassel, was quite in favor of this bill. In his presentation said, you know, one of the successes for Quebec farming is that they have the proper seed, certified seed, and the best seed available. So they seen a great merit in this. So there was a bit of a conflict there sometimes when you've seen some of the smaller growers and the commercial growers. But at the end of the day, they represent a big part of Quebec farmers, and they were very in favor of this bill. Can she comment on his comments and what part of this bill could suit both bigger farmers and smaller farmers with the amendments she put forward?
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
I'd like to thank my colleague for all the work he does also on committee. It's a pleasure to work with him. And yes, there are some groups in Quebec that do support this bill, but there are also other groups that don't. And when I talk to farmers in my riding, and I talk about an Agricultural Growth Act, C-18, first of all, most of them have never heard of it. And when they have and they kind of look into it, they don't see exactly how this strikes an appropriate balance. And in my riding, I do have a lot of smaller farmers, but I also have an aging population. And we have to look at farm transfers, and we know more and more people are getting involved in organic farming, and we've had people and groups, witnesses coming to say that, for organic farming, this might not be the best. This is a kind of a one-size-fits-all. So, what we asked for and what we looked for with our amendments is kind of support and an openness from this government, which we did not see at all. And, because in some parts we do like this bill, but this is kind of a one-size-fits-all, and I think you summed it up very well for making it, with your comments, have a made-in-Canada kind of approach when it comes to UPOV 91. We could have made it better, and we did try. So, there is another chance. We will have a vote on these amendments, so we'll see what happens. I got to rest optimistic that, we can make this better.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The theme of my colleague from the Liberal Party, I think it's an important question. This particular MP is from the province of Quebec. Quebec farmers want to be competitive. Quebec farmers want access to technology, plant technology, to make them more competitive, both to sell products within Canada and to sell products abroad. And I'm just wondering how this member is going to explain to her farmers and to the farmers of Quebec that she is letting them down, and that she is basically saying to them, Mr. Speaker, you do not deserve access to the latest seed technology to help you to be more competitive. How will she answer to her farmers, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that wonderful question. And actually, I could answer by saying that I have actually a petition against C18 that elaborates more on a lot of the concerns I brought up in my speech. These are people from my riding, and I know that a lot of the members in the House here have actually submitted petitions because the farmers in their ridings, or even Canadians in cities, had some grave concerns when it came to C18. And all that we were asking for with our amendments, and they were balanced, and they made a lot of sense, and they weren't partisan. They were based on witnesses that came to committee. They were based on consultations that we had, because this bill has been around since December last year, if I'm not wrong. So, there is a lot of concern, and yes, there are groups that support it, but then there are a lot that don't, and we still have grave concerns when it comes to striking a balance in C18.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you. It's my pleasure to speak to Bill C-18 at this stage in the legislative process. In its current form, it has been amended, and those amendments make the bill clearer and stronger. I'm pleased to report that we've had very useful dialogue during presentations at the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. The committee heard from over 50 witnesses representing many areas of Canadian agriculture. I'd like to thank those who shared their expertise, experiences, and recommendations with the committee. I'd first like to talk about the most critical portion of the bill, plant breeders' rights. After listening to stakeholders, we as a government proposed an amendment to the Plant Breeders' Rights Act to stimulate investment and innovation in the development of new crop varieties. Ms. Patty Townsend, CEO of Canadian Seed Trade Association, said at committee, quote, "If farmers are going to save grain to use as seed on their farms, they need to store it." So we were really happy to hear the minister say they're going to propose an amendment to clarify that.
What we've done in this amendment is strike an excellent balance between seed variety developers on the one hand and farmers on the other. This amendment ensures that seed variety breeders will see a return on their investment. C-18 modifies the right of plant breeders under the Act, including their duration, scope, and conditions for protection. However, in addition, it also clarifies
that the right to store seed is specifically included in the farmer's privilege. The amendment allows a farmer to reserve harvested grain to use as seed for planting in subsequent seasons. Mr. Régent Bouchard, Assistant Director for Policy and Dairy Production, Dairy Farmers of Canada, made this point at the Agriculture Committee when he said, quote, "The legislation strikes a good balance between plant breeders' investment in the development of new varieties and the farmers' ability to save, store, and condition seed for their own use." Le projet de loi
Bill C-18, as amended, also brings plant breeders' rights in line with those of our international partners and competitors, and prepares the way for the adoption of UPOV 91. Almost every witness this committee heard from was interested in the UPOV 91 section of the bill.
Increased investment in plant breeding in Canada. It will also encourage foreign breeders to sell their varieties here in Canada. Over the years, there have been several updates to the UPOV requirements for plant breeders' rights protection. Canada's current legislation meets the requirements of UPOV 1978. However, most UPOV members are already meeting UPOV 91 requirements, including many of our key trading partners such as Australia, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, and the United States. But as it stands right now, Canada is not. Mr. Dave Silverson, President of the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, spoke at committee on our amendment and on UPOV 91. Quote, "The changes to the Plant Breeders' Rights Act are positive. Canadian cattle producers depend on innovation and improvements in feed grain and forages. We believe the updated UPOV 91 will assist in seeing investment in seed development in Canada. The protections this Act confers are not just for companies, but also for institutions like universities and governments that develop new varieties. Two of our major competitors, the United States and Australia, have adopted UPOV 91, and we hope to keep pace with them." Unquote. With Bill C-18, we are taking the necessary steps to align the Plant Breeders' Rights Act with UPOV 91. Mr. Speaker, I also want to discuss some of the other amendments our government put forward to strengthen C-18. Based on discussions the Minister of Agriculture had with stakeholders, we've amended the Agricultural Marketing Programs Act to provide additional clarity. Mr. Jay Atkins, CEO, Agricultural Credit Corporation, said at the committee, quote, "I believe the Act certainly allows us better clarification of some of the things that in administering the program today we find very difficult. Things like better and clear definitions around attribution rules, and trying to ensure that the benefit of the first $100,000 interest-free money is not abused," end quote. Mr. Speaker, one of the many strengths of our Conservative government is that we work closely with agricultural stakeholders. And Mr. Speaker, our stakeholders, like us on this side of the House, fully support C-18 and they fully support innovation and progress. Finalement, Monsieur le Président.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, it's important that a key purpose of committees It's important to recognize that a key purpose of committees is to have meaningful discussion and debate on the important bills that affect Canadians. Unfortunately, we currently have on the order paper more than 50 amendments in the forms of motions from the opposition. This is not only an attempt to undermine the work of the committee, it's also an attempt to disregard the testimony of the many witnesses who are in favor of this bill.
Me, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition did not do their job thoroughly at committee. In fact, the number of motions on the order paper is close to twice the number of amendments submitted by opposition members at the committee. How can this be? It would seem to me that the opposition is actually undermining the work of the committee. Much of the content of these motions has already been dealt with at committee, and those that are not should have been. The NDP, Liberals, and Green parties are attempting to delay and obstruct the proper passage of this important agricultural bill, and they do so to the detriment of farmers and our agricultural sector. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of the opposition to stop playing political games at the expense of farmers. They know from testimony at committee and from stakeholders that C-18 is a great bill for farmers. I strongly encourage them to support it, just as farmers would want us to do.
Mr. Speaker, just before I finish, let me just highlight some of my last remarks again in English. The NDP are finally stating openly that they're going to vote against the Agricultural Growth Act. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, they are failing farmers. Almost every witness in front of committee supported Bill C-18 and the positive benefits that this bill will deliver to farmers and to the agricultural sector. I exclude, of course, Mr. Speaker, the National Farmers Union, one of the very few organizations that opposed Bill C-18. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that the NDP has to explain to farmers how it is that they let a single agricultural organization like the NFU influence their NDP agricultural policy to this extent. And, Mr. Speaker, I did ask a question to my former colleague that spoke just before me from the NDP about how can she possibly explain her opposition to Bill C-18 and to the increased access that Bill C-18 will give her farmers to current and meaningful and important seed technology, because, Mr. Speaker, Quebec farmers want to be competitive too. They look across the border into Ontario and they'll see an MP like myself supporting farmer access to seed technology. They will look at home at their NDP MPs, Mr. Speaker, and they will wonder, why are we being failed by our NDP MPs? And, Mr. Speaker, the NDP are going to have to answer for that, because I know that farmers will not tolerate these political games that they're playing at the expense of farmers, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a joy to listen to the parliamentary secretary. It's like Aesop fables, actually, most of the time. But to be clear, I mean, if he's actually asking, we failed farmers, we actually were listening to farmers. It was that government over there, Mr. Speaker, through you, that didn't listen to farmers. Because what farmers were saying over and over and over again was, you need to make amendments to this. In fact, nearly all of them said you need to make amendments to it. And what did the government do, Mr. Speaker? Come back with a couple little tiny lines in the very area that farmers wanted changes under what they have now termed farmers' privilege. They came back with this little tiny clarification that didn't actually meet the needs of what farmers had been asking for. So if anybody's failed farmers, it's that government. That's who's failed farmers. Because ultimately what's going to happen, and what could happen, and I think will probably happen, is when it comes to royalties, the royalty system is going to change in this country as soon as this becomes the law. When those particular seed companies move in, they'll decide that they're going to have endpoint, they're going to have graduated ones, they're going to have cascading ones, they're going to be at the beginning, and farmers are going to be the poorer for it at the end of the day, because this government, oddly enough, Mr. Speaker, a conservative government that believes and preaches competition is more than likely going to take competition out of the system, and the only ones that actually get affected by the lack of competition, Mr. Speaker, farmers. Farmers are affected by competition and the lack thereof. And when there's lack of competition in the seed business, it's farmers that will pay. And this government has been failed those farmers, and they ought to hang their head in shame is what they ought to do, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, where to start? This member clearly does not represent farmers from across Canada. Like I said, he's allowed a single institution, agricultural organization, to influence NDP agricultural policy to this extent, and this is very sad. Mr. Speaker, farmers want to be competitive. To be competitive in today's world, they must have access to technology. I don't know what this member and his party have against technology, particularly seed technology that will benefit farmers, that will allow them to grow, to have higher yields, Mr. Speaker, and allow them to have lower losses and allow them to be more competitive on the international market. We did hear from witnesses, Mr. Speaker, close to 50 of them on committee. By far, almost every single witness fully supported the measures that we are taking and putting into place in Bill C-18, and I think that this particular member and his party must start listening to farmers, or it will be at their peril, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's always comical to watch the NDP and Conservatives fighting over what's happening in this House, but I think at the end of the day, the NDP has some merit here. They came forward with some half decent amendments, and at the end of the day, the Minister of Agriculture said that they were going to listen to the amendments. They didn't. They didn't do any amendments from the opposition. Some good amendments. And we are going to vote for this bill because there's too much good in it for farmers to not have. But it should have been split off. And, Mr. Speaker, my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, there's not a lot in it for small farmers in this bill. There's a lot of good stuff in there for commercial farmers, big farmers, but there's not a lot in it for the small farmers, the organic farmers, and the farmers who are starting forward. So I think, I think we missed the mark here. We could have had a better bill. But I think that we should be pushing the government to come forward with better legislation. It's going to help the small farmers, the new farmers, the young farmers that are up and starting. There's just not enough there for them, and they've really have done a disservice to the parliamentary system by not putting some of our amendments in there, because this could have been a better bill. And but anyway, Mr. Speaker, my question is Parliamentary Secretary: how come there's nothing in here for small farmers, and why didn't they do what the minister said that they were going to do and put some of our amendments in here to make this a better bill, a Made in Canada bill?
Good man. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Just regarding amendments, this was a discussion we had on committee. This member feels that the government must adopt an opposition amendment just because it's their turn to adopt an opposition amendment, like they should have one passed just because. And, Mr. Speaker, of course, it doesn't work that way. Every single amendment that was proposed in committee was studied. There was reasoned debate on every amendment, and then there was a vote. Every amendment, Mr. Speaker, from the government or from the opposition was given its due course of process in terms of being fully considered by committee and then voted upon. And it's not for the committee to just decide, well, we're going to pass his particular amendment just because it's him that's putting it forward. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to small farmers versus big farmers, I don't know why he is distinguishing between the two. We're talking about farmers, Mr. Speaker, big and small. Small farmers will benefit from seed technology, as will organic farmers, and the organic sector made this very clear during committee, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes the opposition likes to gravitate seed technology immediately means GMO, and it does not. There is lots of seed technology that is not related to GMO at all, and organic farmers would benefit from seed technology within the organic sector. And, Mr. Speaker, they themselves admitted this during committee, and this member was present, so I really don't understand the nature of his question.
That brings to an end, for the time being, debate on C-18. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. Honorable député de Mont.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, whereas all of Quebec is rallying to denounce policies of austerity, the federal government is continuing its harmful program of systematically dismantling the components of the state. The Harper government, for purely ideological reasons, is cutting self-funding programs and withdrawing services that save money for the public treasury. Even more angering is that these reckless savings serve Canadians poorly. An example, the Suncor Oil Company receives millions of dollars in grants, even though Ottawa excluded it from its bids because it had been found guilty of fixing gas prices. The citizens of Montcalm, Quebec, and Canada do not want to help the Harper government's oil patch cronies. They want programs that stimulate growth. They want a government that looks after their priorities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary West.
Mr. Speaker, over the past weeks, we have heard many personal accounts of sexual abuse involving Gian Gomeshi and his stories right here on Parliament Hill. In light of these high-profile allegations of sexual violence in the headlines, a national discussion has finally stirred. We must not let this conversation stop. It is clear now, more so than ever, that changes must be made to Canada's sexual assault laws. My private member's bill, C-570, proposes to make these necessary changes by introducing a mandatory minimum for rape. If we want to stop violence against women, we must put sexual predators behind bars. Victims must feel comfortable going to court, knowing that their perpetrators will face consequences and not reoffend. Only then will more survivors be empowered to come forward like the brave women who have already done so these past weeks.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, The Gérard Bossé Foundation, an organization in Granby that cares about young people, ages 18 to 25, respects environmental and sustainable development, and has set up a project called Les Écolos in cooperation with the city of Granby. This bill has allowed them to recycle tons of used objects by reintegrating 20 young people. With their help, the administrators of the organization organized a gala, Vers la Relève, which was held on November 13th to underscore the perseverance and commitment of two young school dropouts who have helped this foundation. This foundation helps out our young people and our environment. Congratulations to the recipients of this award and to the directors of this organization for their devotion to the just next generation.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, around the world we are seeing increasing violations of religious freedom and belief. This is not acceptable. Religious freedom is a basic human right that should exist everywhere in the world. It's a freedom that speaks to human dignity, to rights of free speech, and of the right to association. Just over a week ago, I participated in an international meeting of parliamentarians from 18 countries from around the world. We gathered at the Nobel Peace Center in Oslo to create the International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief and to jointly sign its charter. Our goal? To work together to give all people the right to believe as they choose, to change that belief if they choose, and the right to practice those beliefs. It's incumbent on all of us to do everything we can to ensure these vital freedoms are accurately understood and adequately protected. We're inviting parliamentarians from all parties, all regions, and all religions to join with us in this fight for a basic human right.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the Liberal caucus to congratulate my friend Robert Giz on 8 successful years as Premier of Prince Edward Island and 12 years as leader of the Liberal Party of Prince Edward Island. Elected Liberal leader at the age of 29, Robert took the party from having 1 seat in the Legislative Assembly to forming a forceful opposition and then winning 2 straight majority governments.
Wow.
Robert has served the people of Prince Edward Island with distinction and has made a tremendous impact on the lives of islanders, including major improvements to education with the introduction of kindergarten as a full-day program, something I know he's incredibly proud of. On behalf of the Liberal caucus, I want to thank Robert Giz for his years of dedication and service and wish his wife Kate, children Julia, Emma and Jack all the best for whatever the future holds for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. The honourable member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, since 1969, the Chermush Ukrainian dance company, founded by Chester and Lubakuk, has enthralled thousands in Canada and around the world, featuring traditional dance and song from a kaleidoscope of colourful folkloric costumed youth. The creatively choreographed productions of Chermush have toured to great international delight and acclaim. A fantastic 16-foot portrait of historical Ukrainian regional dance costumes was displayed in a place of great honour in the Alberta Legislature in 2010. Chermos this year also celebrates 30 years of hosting the annual Chermos Festival, in which my daughters participated in their youth. Today, my granddaughters are beginning their own tour of cultural dance fantasia as part of the Chermos School of Dance. Congratulations, Chermos. May your delightful extravaganza of colourful folkloric dance continue to challenge our youth to great pride of accomplishment in artistic presentations of today, tomorrow, and always. Mana Halita.
The honourable member for Gatineau.
Last week, the 2 legions of the Gatineau riding, L'Abbé and Norris, celebrated Remembrance Day at the 2 cenotaphs on Graber and Maloney Boulevards. We will never forget those who gave their lives to protect our values and our beliefs. This day was also underscored by young students from Greater Gatineau School who, during this difficult global period, are still very optimistic and sent out a message of peace. I had the honor of participating in these events, and I'm proud of the values of people from Gatineau who embody them fully both here and in conflict zones abroad. The values of the people of Gatineau are also those of compassion and generosity. Soon we will be heading into the Christmas period, and there are still too many people living in difficult families who cannot celebrate as they wish. I therefore invite Anthony, Joanne, and many people from Gatineau to join me and to give of their time, make a donation, or be there for their fellow citizens in need so that everyone can spend a happy and dignified Christmas. I know that those from Gatineau will answer my call and will once again respond this year. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Yukon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm pleased to recognize a delegation representing the Canadian Diabetes Association who are here on Parliament Hill. They're here to mark November as Diabetes Awareness Month. Mr. Speaker, more than 9 million Canadians live with diabetes or pre-diabetes. That's 1 in every 4 Canadians. Diabetes will cost Canada's economy and healthcare system an estimated $14 billion, rising to $16 billion by 2020. The impact of untreated or improperly managed diabetes is astounding. It causes 30% of strokes, 40% of heart attacks, 50% of kidney failure requiring dialysis, 70% of all non-traumatic amputations, and is a major cause of blindness and eye disease. But there is good news, Mr. Speaker. Diabetes can be prevented, and with proper diabetes management, people living with it can lead healthy lives. The CDA invites all Canadians to take the Diabetes Can Risk test, which through a few questions can help you find out if you're at greater risk of having pre-diabetes or type 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for McLeod. Mr. Speaker, thanks to our new family tax credit and the enhanced universal child care benefit, 100% of Canadian families with children in McLeod and across Canada will be better off. This includes working, stay-at-home and single parents, 1-earner and 2-earner families, and indeed all families with children will have more money in their pockets. Every parent will now receive almost $2,000 per child. But the Liberal leader committed to reversing our tax relief so he could spend the hard-earned money of Canadian families the way he wants. Mr. Speaker, despite a Liberal leader who has positioned himself against middle-class families, I am proud our government is giving money back to each family with children in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge that this week is Anti-Bullying Week. Anti-Bullying Week was started by Bill Belsey, a teacher in Alberta. Thank you, Bill, for your advocacy, and to all teachers for doing your part to make our schools inclusive and safe places for all children to learn and thrive. 1 in 3 Canadian kids report being bullied. In a study looking at 35 countries, Canada had the 9th worst rate of bullying amongst 13-year-olds. Amongst adults in the workplace, the numbers are remarkably similar. We are not doing enough, and government inaction on a national bullying prevention strategy only exasperates the situation. We can't be bystanders. As adults and parliamentarians, we owe our youth more and we owe each other more. We as parliamentarians are not exempt. We too must examine our behaviour and pledge again this week and all weeks our continued commitment to do better, to be better, and to expect better.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Prime Minister made headlines around the world on Saturday when he told Mr. Putin that he had to get out of Ukraine. Yes, he did. I was incredibly proud of the moral clarity our Prime Minister showed that day. But no one should have been surprised by it, least of all Putin himself. Our government has been a leader in the global response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine and has been one of Ukraine's strongest supporters. Canada's position on the Ukraine crisis has been clear from the very beginning. We will never, ever recognize the illegal Russian occupation of any Ukrainian territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, on November the 3rd, a tragic fire broke out in an apartment building in my riding of London Fanshawe. 1 resident died. This building was an unregulated, unlicensed, and illegal home for people with mental illnesses. Many of the people who live in places like this are discharged hospital patients with nowhere to go. They cannot afford most housing and are unable to access accommodation run by the Canadian Mental Health Association because the wait lists are up to 3 years long. As a result, vulnerable people are forced to choose between homelessness and unregulated, potentially dangerous homes. Mr. Speaker, this is the direct result of a lack of adequate resources to treat people suffering with mental health challenges. We need to work together with all levels of government, organizations such as the CMHA and community treatment initiatives to provide real support for people with mental illness. We can and we must prevent suffering and the tragic deaths like that of my constituent.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is giving more money to parents. Good. But the Liberals and the NDP want to use that money to create more bureaucracy. We're cutting taxes, but the Liberal leader wants to raise taxes. Our plan helps 100% of families with kids, but the NDP plan would help only 10% of families. The average benefit of our family tax cut is over $1,100, and every family will now receive nearly $2,000 per child. Mr. Speaker, the mums and dads should have that money because they know what's best for their children. They don't need their government telling them how to spend it.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today in recognition of Diabetes Awareness Month, which takes place in November. Diabetes is a debilitating disease and it affects millions of Canadians. At the current rate, it is estimated that 3.9 million Canadians will be living with diabetes by 2019. I encourage all Canadians to see their doctor, have a risk assessment done, because if caught early enough, there are ways to reverse it. I ask my colleagues today to join me in extending our thanks to all those people who work hard as volunteers to bring awareness to diabetes and to help raise money to fight this terrible disease in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 100% of Canadian families with children under 18 in Essex, across Canada, will have more money in their pockets because of our family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit. That includes 2-income families, 1-income families, and single parents. The vast majority of benefits will go to low and middle-income families. And Mr. Speaker, tax professionals agree. Of our family prosperity plan, H&R Block's Carolyn Batista says, and I quote, "It's a great thing for families," end quote. Parents don't want the Liberal leaders spending their hard-earned dollars on risky Liberal spending sprees, and we side with parents. Parents work hard, and we want parents to prosper. Parents know best how to spend their money for their kids, and we are proud to be standing up for those parents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
On May 2nd, 2013, Brian Mulrooney was the headliner at her fundraiser to pay Dean Del Maestro's legal fees.
Wow.
With a setup like that, Conservatives should have known that something bad was going on. The Minister of Employment and Social Development was there. The cost was a mere $600 a plate and was conveniently located just a few blocks from Bay Street. We now learned that this entire fundraiser was conducted by Del Maestro's Riding Association, meaning that rather than have to pay out the full price, the guest list of senators, developers, executives, and Conservative caucus members actually got a taxpayer refund for their contributions to the Free Dean campaign. The Conservatives should now have to explain why, of the $39,000 raised, almost $24,000 will be reimbursed by taxpayers.
Well.
When it comes to sticking it to the little guy, there's no one better than these Bay Street Conservatives and their old friend, Brian Mulrooney.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to strongly condemn Russia's illegal occupation of Ukraine and its ongoing aggressive military provocation. Together with our NATO allies, we recognize the need to enhance security and stability in Central and Eastern Europe. This is why Canada is contributing to Operation Reassurance. The Royal Canadian Air Force has deployed CF-18 fighter jets to take part in both training missions and Baltic air policing. Last week, 2 CF-18 Hornets based in Lithuania were conducting a routine training mission when they were retasked to respond to a non-NATO aircraft off the Baltic coast. Our fighter jets intercepted and visually identified a Russian Federation Air Force plane being used as an electronic warfare and surveillance platform near Lithuanian airspace. This interception demonstrates the capability of our armed forces to contribute to NATO's missions. I would like to thank our pilots and crews for their efforts. Finally, I believe our Prime Minister said it best when he told Vladimir Putin, "You need to get out of Ukraine."
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the final communique from the G20 meetings this weekend calls for strong and effective action to address climate change. That, of course, was not the message carried by our Prime Minister, even in the face of a historic U.S.-China deal to tackle emissions. Impatience is growing with this government's inaction. On Friday, the Calgary Herald said the federal government should begin to create realistic framework and targets for its own emissions. Will the Conservatives now finally take real action to reduce emissions?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we always have said that for any international agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, all major economies and emitters must do their part, with the United States and China accounting for 39% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. We are very encouraged to see they are taking action, as Canada only emits less than 2% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. We will continue to play our part by reducing emissions at home and work with our partners across the globe to establish an international agreement that includes all emitters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. This is the government that has stalled real action on climate change for years, arguing that we need to harmonize our oil and gas emissions reduction with the U.S. And now that the U.S. is acting, this government isn't willing to lift a finger to make meaningful changes to reduce emissions in Canada. This is not leadership. When will the Conservatives stop stalling and start taking real, effective action to cut emissions?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, we are committed to protecting the environment while growing Canada's economy. We are a founding member and major financial contributor of an international coalition taking real action on black carbon and methane. We have contributed $1.2 billion to developing countries so that they can reduce emissions, and this supports over 100 projects in over 60 developing countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. That's real action, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. With the Canada-US agreement, the Conservatives are more and more isolated on the issue of climate change. In fact, their main excuse for not acting has just gone up in smoke, whereas the two biggest emitters are committing to do their part now. Both the Liberals and the Conservatives have betrayed the interests of Canadians by refusing to take action. This must stop. When will the government table a real climate change plan? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of our record. We are, again, a founding member of an international organization on climate and clean air coalition. We have made significant investments to help support green energy and infrastructure. We have one of the cleanest systems in the world. We have already regulated the transportation electricity sector, and we are planning to reduce HFCs, one of the fastest growing greenhouse gas emissions in the world. And thanks to these actions, carbon emissions will go down close to 130 megatons from what they would have been under the Liberals and without introducing a carbon tax from the NDPs.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. With the economic update that was tabled before the bankers of Toronto last week is nothing but a sham. If the minister wants to balance his budget, it's not because he is a good manager. If he manages to, rather, he is taking money from the unemployed and cutting health transfers to the provinces. Will the Minister of Finance finally admit that this tax decrease for the wealthiest is funded with money intended for the unemployed and the sick? Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the NDP does not want to recognize the facts. Our plan will be beneficial for all families with children, which is most of the 4 million families in Canada. The great majority of benefits target families who are low-income and middle-income families, whereas 25% of families earn less than $30,000 a year. That's our plan. The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. What we know, Mr. Speaker, is that the unemployed and those who are ill are paying for the Conservatives' bad budget choices. Our veterans have fewer and fewer services. And we are seeing Canadian safety threatened by cuts to food inspection and transport safety. And we still haven't seen all of the daycare spots that were promised. Does the minister understand that his so-called surplus is only what he has because of these cuts in services? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the bureaucratic plan of the NDP is planning extra daycare spots for a small percentage of families at a great cost.
Will benefit every one of the 4 million Canadian families with children. It will benefit them all and disproportionately benefit those in the lower and middle income plan. This is a good plan for Canadians, and we're proud of it.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, to claim a surplus in 2015, the late Jim Flaherty raised taxes in each of the past 4 years. Payroll taxes, tariff taxes, taxes on small business owners, credit unions, billions of dollars per year. And he chopped services for returning veterans, forensic labs, immigration offices, national parks, the environment, food safety, the list goes on. Why did the government inflict all that pain on ordinary Canadians for a deeply flawed income splitting scheme that discriminates against 85% of Canadian households?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government have increased transfers to the provinces by 50% to $65 billion this year. Every single province has benefited. Social transfers, health transfers, equalization. We're proud of our program because our program is going to benefit 4 million Canadians. The Liberal Party would rather spend money on bureaucracy. We trust Mum and Dad, the people who care most about their children.
The honourable member for Wascana.
And all those transfers were in the budget of 2005. Mr. Flaherty warned that income splitting would be too costly and unfair. He also...
Order. 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 The honourable member for Wascana still has the floor.
My goodness, they're testy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Flaherty warned that income splitting was too costly and unfair. He also worried about weak economic growth. On page 43 of the government's fiscal update, the Conservatives confirmed that the rate of Canadian economic growth will actually drop every single year through 2019. Investments in public infrastructure could help turn that around. So says the Chamber of Commerce, the Premiers, the Bank of Canada, the IMF, and the G20. So will the government shift $2 billion from flawed income splitting to incremental infrastructure investment for greater growth?
The honourable member, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we now have more confirmation that the Liberal leader favours giving money to bureaucrats over middle-class families. Let me read a quote from this weekend. Quote, "It's very clear now that the Liberal Party prioritizes money in the hands of Ottawa bureaucrats, not Canadian families with children. Do you know who went out of her way to reconfirm that? None other than the Liberal Party candidate for Ottawa Centre." Mr. Speaker, is this candour or a gaffe? With the Liberals, it's hard to know.
Honourable member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, government figures show that economic growth in this country will drop every year until 2019. Investments in our roads, our bridges, and public transport would help economic growth, but the Conservatives have cut this funding by 90% for infrastructure. Instead, their income splitting will create no jobs and will only help 15% of the wealthiest households. How will cutting infrastructure in order to help the 15% of the wealthiest help our economy today? The Honourable Minister. It's sad to hear the Liberals attacking families with children. 100% of which, those 4 million families, will benefit from the changes we've put in place, Mr. Speaker. But we mustn't forget that it was the Liberal Party that was against cutting the GST that benefited, and that benefited 100% of Canadians. All Canadians had a cut in their taxes, and it's because of this government. We've seen a decrease of the federal tax level, and it's at its lowest level in 60 years.
The Finance Minister wants to claim to help out ordinary Canadians, but you only got to hear about his plans if you could fork out $800 for lunch on Bay Street. Now, Bay Street executives are the ones who qualify as ordinary Canadians for this minister. It's no wonder he came up with his multi-billion-dollar income-splitting scheme that helps so few Canadians. Now we learn that he actually plans to borrow the money to pay for a plan that does absolutely nothing for 85% of Canadians. Is this the new Conservative math? Borrow from everybody just to help out the wealthiest few?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Only the NDP could say that every Canadian parent with children is amongst the wealthiest few. 4 million parents with kids. 100% of Canadian families with children, including single moms and dads, all of them will receive a significant benefit from the family tax cut, including, Mr. Speaker, an average benefit of $1,200 a year. Now, maybe for the NDP, that's just walking around money, but for Canadian families, that means they'll be able to do more to take care of their kids and do the most important work in the country.
So suddenly, being a single parent is going to be helpful if you get income splitting from this government. An outright and falsified mistruth of the facts. Governing is about serious choices. On this side, we believe in universal and affordable childcare. On that side, they believe in schemes that only help out 15% of all Canadians. Right. Conservatives chose to shut down Veterans Affairs offices, slash food inspection, cuts to rail safety, but it's Canadians who are the ones who are paying for it. When are the Conservatives going to finally abandon their multi-billion-dollar scheme that does nothing for 85% of all Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, the NDP union-run government knows best daycare scheme is anything but universal. In their own plan, it says they would only benefit 360,000 Canadian households, less than 10% of families with kids. Compare that to this conservative family tax cut plan that provides a net benefit to 100% of families with children under the age of 18, an average benefit of $1,200 a year. And Mr. Speaker, the NDP plan does nothing for rural parents. It does nothing for parents who are on late-night shift work. It does nothing for parents who choose to give up some income to work at home with their kids. Mr. Speaker, we're supporting all of those parents.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, the economic and fiscal update just doesn't get the job done. Instead of investing in people and job creation, the Conservatives are handing out tax cuts to the wealthiest Canadians and leaving the majority of Canadians falling further and further behind, like the families who are paying more for their monthly childcare than for their mortgages. Why has this government, yet again, failed to deliver the 125,000 childcare spaces it promised?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, through our record transfers to the provinces through the Canada Social Transfer, we've helped to lead to the creation of even more daycare spaces. The family tax cut plan involves an increase of $1,000 in the child care tax credit. But, Mr. Speaker, the NDP plan on childcare is this. They want to tax 100% of families with kids in order to provide a subsidy through union-run daycare for 10% of families. Our approach is to recognize the choices made by all parents, all families, all 4 million of them, not just 10%.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Childcare isn't the only broken promise from this government. Instead of fixing the Social Security Tribunal, the Conservatives have made it worse. The backlogs have increased and there are now more than 14,500 Canadians waiting to have their case heard. Now the tribunal is hiring more members to deal with the backlog. But why did this government put a cap on the number of tribunal members in the first place?
Honourable Minister of Employment. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll take that as an indication of the NDP support for the Budget Implementation Act, which proposes that we do hire additional Social Security Tribunal members so that we can more speedily render decisions. I'm pleased to inform the House, Mr. Speaker, that as a result of the process of reconsideration of employment insurance refusals being done by officials in my department, we have decreased by approximately 90% the number of those refusals that are going for a adjudication at the tribunal, Mr. Speaker. A faster process, meaning better results for Canadians. That's what this government is delivering.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, we already knew that the Social Security Tribunal was unfair, partisan, and completely overwhelmed by the job. Now we've learned that of the 58 new full-time members appointed by the Conservative government, only five, Mr. Speaker, are Francophones. And that there's not a single Francophone included in the appeal division. So this bungling by the Conservatives abuses the rights of Francophones and limits their access to justice. Will the Minister finally ensure that the rights of Francophones be respected by this tribunal? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is quite wrong. 1/3 of the members of the tribunal, and that's more than the speak French, and that's more than the percentage of the population that does. We are making sure that we provide a sufficient number to provide languages and services in both official languages.
Speaker, Canada's response to the crisis in Syria has been completely embarrassing. With millions of Syrian refugees displaced, Canada agreed to take in a mere 1,300. And now we're learning that in June, the minister knew full well there was no way Canada would meet this goal. The minister fudged the numbers and reached all the way back to 2011 to make his numbers seem bigger and pretend that Canada was on track. Mr. Speaker, why did the minister mislead Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, that question is completely fact-free. 1,782 Syrians have come to Canada as refugees. They are in this country. We have overfulfilled our commitment to bring 200 government-assisted refugees to this country. The number of applications from private sponsors is growing. There is no backlog. What is embarrassing, Mr. Speaker, is that the NDP, who claim to want to help refugees in Syria, would have us do nothing on terrorism. They would have us do nothing in Iraq. They voted against our Combating Terrorism Act. They're against the revocation of passports. They're against the revocation of citizenship, Mr. Speaker. They have no credibility on the Syrian issue.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, the question was about refugees. This minister took away health care from refugees. He's taking away social assistance, and Conservatives are doing everything that they can to make it more and more difficult for Canada to help the vulnerable refugees, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced by the tragic conflict in Syria. Helping them is a core Canadian value. This government promised to help 1,300. So why did the Conservatives only accept and help 200 government-assisted refugees?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we committed to assisting 200 with government assistance. We have gone far beyond that, and 1,782 Syrian refugees are here. What is outrageous, Mr. Speaker, is that that member isn't even listening to her own colleagues, who acknowledge that health care for refugees has never stopped being delivered under this government. She should be ashamed of suggesting otherwise, Mr. Speaker, and she should stand up for the real interests of refugees. Canada is at the forefront of response in Syria and elsewhere.
The Honourable Member for St. Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. In a joint report from the Norwegian Council for Refugees and the International Rescue Committee is clear. Developed countries are not doing enough. Lebanon, Jordan, Turkey, and Iraq are at the end of their rope. And what is Canada doing? Not much. I remember a Canada that welcomed refugees with open arms. Will this government finally agree to help those in need? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, there is a refusal on the part of the NDP to face the facts. 1,782 refugees are already in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to confirm in this House today that Canada has gone beyond its commitment to welcome. There are 20,000 refugees have already arrived in this country. That's more than any other country has done. The other countries have a partnership with us to help refugees, and they take Canada as an example. We are once again welcoming 1 out of 10 refugees out of the entire world, and that's a record Canadians are proud of. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the real figures. Canada promised to resettle 1,300 Syrians. That's already too few when we know that millions of people are in need. But we've now learned that the minister has known since last June that he could not even respect this weak engagement, this weak commitment. We have asked dozens of questions on the subject, and the minister claims that he's met the goal, whereas he knew that that was not true. Why did the minister mislead the House, and why is he not fulfilling his promise to the Syrian people? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, our commitment to the Syrian people was very clear. 1,782 are already here. Canada is one of the biggest donators to humanitarian efforts to deal with this vast crisis. But having asked dozens of questions on Syria, is there anyone on the NDP side who has the courage to mention the name of the country, Iraq? Canada has resettled 20,000 Iraqi refugees. There's no country in the world that has done better. So we should be proud of that record, and the NDP should be ashamed that they don't even mention that.
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, uncovered government documents have revealed that Conservatives have been secretly shifting over $500 million allocated for the already underfunded infrastructure needs like water and housing to the chronically underfunded social programs, while still refusing to close the gaps in areas like education on First Nations. Will the minister stop hiding the underfunding and mismanagement with dishonest shell games and finally work in good faith with Aboriginal communities to properly fund these programs?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows or should know that we have made unprecedented investment in First Nations infrastructure above and beyond the core infrastructure funding, from investment in over 130 major projects and funded maintenance of over 1,200 water and wastewater treatment projects, to more than 263 school infrastructure projects, including 33 new schools, and we continue to work in partnership with First Nations toward our shared goal, stronger, self-sufficient Aboriginal communities.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, these documents also show that the minister's own department is telling him that more money is needed to provide First Nations children's education equivalent to other kids in Canada. It's unconscionable that he is playing politics with the future of First Nations children by holding essential education funding hostage to their flawed First Nations education bill. Will the minister commit to delivering this badly needed education funding immediately?
That's right.
Honourable Minister.
Unconscionable is that member and her party and the opposition voting last year against a $1.9 billion increase in funding for education. Mr. Speaker, I mean, above the rhetoric of the opposition, this government provided in Budget 2012 $175 million over 3 years to build and renovate schools on reserve. In addition to Budget 2012 investments, our government continues to make major investment in the order of $200 million annually to support school infrastructure in First Nation communities.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, Renelle Harper is a survivor. She is a 16-year-old First Nations girl who was sexually assaulted, beaten, and thrown into the Assiniboine River. She pulled herself out of the river, where she was again beaten and left for dead. Grand Chief David Harper stated, and I quote, "Today, moving forward as a family and as a community, we ask that this is a time. The wind has to change. It is in each and every one of us, our responsibility to make that change. We have to put an end to violence." My question to the Prime Minister is, when is this government going to call for the public inquiry on the murdered and missing Aboriginal women and girls?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an appalling and horrific crime. Our thoughts and prayers are with Renelle Harper, who has shown tremendous courage and determination, and with her family. We understand that police have arrested 2 suspects in this case, thanks to her family's brave decision to go public with her story and the close work they did with the police. Canadians can count on our government to take violent crime, including crimes against women and children, seriously. Since we came to office, we have toughened sentences for murder, sexual assault, kidnapping, and imposed mandatory prison sentences for the most serious crimes. The opposition consistently votes against them. Thank you.
Honourable member for Gatineau.
Le processus de nomination.
The process for appointing federal court judges is too partisan. The delays in appointing new judges to the bench is a denial of a delayed justice, and delayed justice is justice denied. Will the government stop stalling until it can find Conservatives to appoint Conservative lawyers and get on with the job of filling the vacancies at the Federal Court of Appeal?
It's factually incorrect. We make these appointments based on wide consultations, inclusive consultations with all provinces, with all individuals involved in the judicial process, Mr. Speaker. And, of course, the overriding, most important criteria is one of merit and legal excellence.
Right on.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Instead of delaying and politicizing the judicial appointment process, the Conservatives should be restoring Canadians, particularly sexually assault victims, confidence in the justice system. A Department of Justice study shows 2/3 of women who've been sexually assaulted lack confidence in the court system. And that's what kept many of them from reporting the assault to the police. How does the government intend to go about restoring confidence in our justice system? The Honourable Justice Minister.
La réponse directe.
The straight answer, Mr. Speaker, is the Charter of Victims.
I believe, with the member opposite when it comes to addressing these very important issues of confidence within the justice system, particularly as they pertain to victims of sexual assault. Sexual violence, Mr. Speaker, remains a very serious concern for all Canadians, which is why we have brought forward legislation which increases penalties, brings mandatory minimum penalties to bear, Mr. Speaker, but most importantly, the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights will place victims at the very epicenter of our justice system, restoring a greater sense of confidence in the system overall.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Just over a week ago, Renelle Harper, a young Indigenous woman from northern Manitoba, was brutally attacked and left to die by the river in Winnipeg. Because of her incredible strength and the support of her family and her friends, she is getting better. But until Canadians as a whole address violence against Indigenous women, the violence will not stop. So the question is, when will this government take leadership to put an end to violence against women, come up with an action plan, support the families so that what Renelle went through and what thousands of Indigenous women go through will never happen again?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, this was a horrific crime, and I commend the Harper family for their courage and determination throughout this ordeal. And we understand, again, that the police have arrested 2 suspects in this case, thanks to the family's brave decision to go public with their story and work closely with the police. But, Mr. Speaker, there's been more than 40 studies into the plight of missing and murdered Aboriginal women, and now is not the time for more studies. Now is the time for action. And she mentioned that there was no action plan, and there is an action plan, and we are supporting women and girls and Aboriginal women and girls across Canada. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The minister's so-called action plan isn't working. The number of women continues to pile up, and the Ronelle Harper tragedy is the latest in a litany of horrors experienced by Aboriginal women. Approximately 1,200 women and girls have gone missing or been murdered. Aboriginal communities are calling for a national inquiry so that finally the issue of violence against women is taken seriously. Enough stonewalling. Why are the Conservatives blocking an inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know why they think everybody wants a national action plan, because I sat on that committee and not everybody wants a national action plan or a national inquiry. But what I will give you is a quote. For example, here, Mr. Speaker, here's a quote I'd like to share from Bernadette Smith, the sister of Claudette Osborne, who had been missing since July 2008. She said that the action plan is something that our families have been waiting for. I would like to thank the government for their commitment to addressing this issue. We've had numerous studies on the issue, and now is the time for action. We can't stand idly by and talk about this without taking significant action. Action is what they want. This action plan will have a direct impact on families, and it will help keep our women and girls safe.
Honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, our government remains deeply concerned with the ongoing violence in eastern Ukraine and reports of additional Russian troops and weapons crossing into Ukraine. Last Wednesday, NATO confirmed that additional Russian tanks and artillery made its way into Ukraine. This is another troubling example of Russia's belligerence, violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territory. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs to please update this House on this very, very serious matter.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I want to thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for his leadership on this regard. Canada and our Prime Minister have taken a strong stand in support of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in this crisis. When the Russian President tried to adopt a friendly, go-along to get-along approach at the G20 summit in Brisbane, our Prime Minister would have none of it. Yeah. You need to get out of Ukraine was the message that he delivered, and all Canadians can be tremendously proud of that leadership. Yeah.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, even the Ebola crisis isn't enough to stop Conservative secrecy. They're still refusing to reveal the details of their deal with New Link Genetics. And yet the deal is posted on the website in the U.S. While Ebola is taking thousands of lives, the Conservatives are more concerned about protecting the company's bottom line than the public good. Why doesn't the government make the vaccine available on humanitarian grounds as provided for in the Act? The Honourable Minister of Health.
All of us here in Parliament and across Canada can be very proud that it was Canadian researchers and scientists at the Public Health Agency that developed this groundbreaking Ebola vaccine. And in fact, we did donate our stockpile from the Public Health Agency, close to 1,000 vials, for humanitarian purposes. We gave it to the WHO. How that is used is up to the WHO.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, we're proud of our researchers, but we're not proud of the government for giving away the store, Mr. Speaker. The government has refused to even release details of its licensing agreement with New Link Genetics, even though the government is able to, or Canadians can get the access to the information on a U.S. government website. Very bizarre, Mr. Speaker. It appears that the government is trying to hide the fact that the agreement seeks to, quote, maximize commercial return from the vaccine instead of maximize public health. It's a very simple question. Why won't the government do the responsible thing, take back the rights to the vaccine, and focus on saving lives?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, that is in no way the advice that's been given to us by the Chief Public Health Officer or anyone in the public health community. Canadians should be very proud that not only was it Canadians that developed this vaccine, but that we gave our stockpile to the World Health Organizations. And of course, as the member knows, there are now phase 1 clinical trials happening all over the world for this Ebola vaccine. We hope that they are We hope we are able to move to phase 2 clinical trials and that the vaccine will be in the hands of healthcare workers soon.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the administrative functions of government is ensuring adequate oversight by the Canada Revenue Agency of the generous tax incentives that are given to civically minded Canadians who want to contribute to political parties. We now learn that the former member for Peterborough used this incentive to get people to pick up his legal bills. So my question for the Minister of Canada Revenue is, does she think this is okay? Will she look at the issue to determine whether the tax code was misused to give a Conservative insider and felon an enormous legal advantage?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, as you know, all political contributions are submitted to Elections Canada, and the member can look at electionscanada.ca to review the expenses and donations to all political parties.
Now, a member for La Pointe de l'Île. The Conservatives have found a new way to fleece taxpayers by issuing tax receipts to Dean Del Mastro's cronies who are trying to keep him out of jail. Ultimately, it's taxpayers who will be footing the lawyers' bills for the Prime Minister's former parliamentary secretary. Will the Revenue Minister see to it that this money is recovered and see to it that honest citizens don't end up footing the bill? Mr. Speaker, I've already answered that question.
Of course, it's the NDP who have been found guilty of misusing over $1 million worth of taxpayer funds. Mr. Speaker, those funds were, of course, meant to be used for nonpartisan purposes. We know that the NDP, of course, redirected those funds into paying for partisan political offices in parts of the country where they actually have no members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the NDP will do the right thing and repay taxpayers the over $1.5 million that they owe.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, Canadians who marched yesterday for CBC have every reason to feel betrayed by the Conservatives. On May 3rd, 2011, the Heritage Minister made the following statement. We have said that we will maintain or increase support for the CBC. That's in our platform, and we have said that before, and we will commit to that. Unquote. But in 2012, the government slashed the CBC's budget by $115 million. Why did the Conservatives break their promise yet again? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. He's the one who cut when he was minister. What happened this weekend? This is what the CEO of CBC said. He said all staff are currently involved in a transformation process which will enable us to meet the challenges of the new media universe. No broadcaster can avoid that. Mr. Speaker, CBC is attracting fewer audiences than before, even though it still gets over $1 billion in direct subsidies from taxpayers. The changes to CBC are related to that decline, and it's up to CBC to make the appropriate adjustments.
Quote from today's media report on Syrian refugees is as follows. Only 219 had actually been resettled from overseas, of which 93 had arrived in 2014 and would count toward the commitment to take 1,300. The big 1,700 number he uses includes Syrians already traveling in Canada and other permanent residents. So would he stop playing with numbers, which is what he always does, get serious with Canada's long-standing generosity and admit at least 10,000 Syrian refugees as government-assisted refugees?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
We've just heard once again why Canadians understand, and certainly Syrian refugees understand, the one member of Parliament they can't count on to get the facts straight is the member from Markham Unionville. There are no permanent residents, Mr. Speaker, who came as part of that 1,782. They are protected persons. They are refugees. We went over our commitment for government-assisted refugees, and there are hundreds of private sponsors who have put in their applications and who will take those numbers even higher. Mr. Speaker, what is embarrassing with both the NDP and the Liberals is their refusal to recognize Canadian humanitarian achievements when when we work hard to achieve them. And, Mr. Speaker, we have resettled 20,000 Iraqi refugees.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was out in the streets of Montreal with tens of thousands of people showing their attachment to the CBC. Demonstrations took place from Montreal to the Gaspé in Sherbrooke, Moncton, and Ottawa. A mega demonstration that owes its existence to an ordinary citizen, Nicolas Bédard, who was upset about the dismantling of our public broadcaster. We all chanted our support for and belief in the CBC. Will the minister finally get the message? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. As I've always said, Mr. Speaker, I do understand the important role played by CBC, but the audience numbers have dropped, even though they get over $1 billion in taxpayer subsidies. The changes are due to that decline, and it's up to the CBC to take responsibility for its own activities, so I leave it up to them. But once again, Mr. Speaker, I do fully understand the important role the CBC plays. The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, $28 per Canadian. Canada is one of the lowest financiers of their public broadcaster. That's the fact. The CBC can't operate properly without government fundings, and I repeat this because apparently neither the Liberals nor the Conservatives get it. Even Hubert Lacroix, in a letter published Friday, admits he doesn't have the resources to fulfill the mandate of the CBC. 25,000 people concerned out in the streets. Will the minister finally see the light and stop gutting the CBC?
As I just said in French, Mr. Speaker, I understand perfectly well the important role they play. That is why we provide them with over $1.1 billion every single year. And I want to repeat the quote from the president of the CBC with regards to this issue. Our employees are currently engaged in a transformation process aimed at helping us meet the challenges of a rapidly changing media environment to which no mainstream broadcaster is immune. And that is the point, Mr. Speaker. CBC is not the only one faced with this changing demographic in this television industry, in the broadcasting industry, and we must all adapt, but they are getting $1.1 billion.
Honourable member for Red Deer. Mr. Speaker, last week on November the 11th, we all took time to reflect on the service and sacrifice that our veterans and serving members had for their courageous dedication to our country. We were also reminded that the fight against oppression and tyranny is not limited to the past century and that it continues on different battlefields today. We now have confirmed reports that ISIL has murdered Peter Kassig, a former U.S. Army Ranger who was an aid worker in the region. Can the Minister of National Defence please provide an update on Operation Impact and how the Canadian Armed Forces are contributing in the fight against ISIL?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Week, a series of coalition missions were conducted where ISIL was known to operate in the area north of Baghdad. An RCAF CF-18 struck an ISIL artillery piece by using laser-guided ammunition in support of Iraqi security forces' ground operations in the area. This denied ISIL the military means to attack either the Iraqi security forces or the coalition assets. Now, this strike demonstrates Canada's resolve to tackle the threat of terrorism and to stand with our allies against ISIL's atrocities against innocent women, children and men. We condemn these barbaric actions and will continue supporting the security forces in Iraq in their fight against these terrorists.
The honourable member for Ottawa.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian consumers believe in and benefit from a fair and open competitive marketplace. A few days ago, Club Coffee filed a complaint with the Competition Bureau seeking an investigation in the behaviour of the largest foreign corporation operating in Canada in the field of single-serve coffee pods. 5 other companies support the complaint, including Granville Island Coffee Company and St. John's-based Jumping Bean Coffee. Can the government assure the House that an investigation will be promptly undertaken?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, first, we don't direct the Competition Bureau in their investigations or the timeliness of their investigations, but, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very good moment because, if the biggest concern that we have in this country right now, according to the questions from the opposition, is a lack of choice in coffee, I think we're doing pretty good as a country, Mr. Speaker. So that's a good sign. But add to that, Mr. Speaker, we have given the Competition Bureau extra powers, and in fact, as has been reported in by the Competition Bureau in their annual report, the estimated dollar savings per annum to consumers by the Bureau because of the new powers we've given them is $572 million in the pockets of consumers because of the powers we've given to the Competition Bureau. We're standing up for consumers in every way, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, on the weekend, CN ran an ad in Quebec media. They clearly have no intention of repainting the bridge. They're even willing to give away the bridge to get rid of the problem. Once again, CN is showing it is not a responsible corporate citizen. It remains to be seen whether the Conservatives will keep their promise to the people of Quebec City. Will the minister finally do her duty and see to it that the Quebec City bridge repair job gets done? Mr. Speaker, there's no discussion of, there's no option of transferring the bridge. CN owns the bridge. They have to paint it.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces have acted with professionalism, bravery, and selfless courage in the face of danger. While stationed in Antalya, Turkey, several members of HMCS...
Well, I'm being told that the microphone may not be working. Is it working now? Still? It is working now? Is it working now? Okay, all right. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East can restart his question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces have acted with professionalism, bravery, and selfless courage in the face of danger. While stationed in Antalya, Turkey, several members of HMCS Toronto responded to a fire on the second floor of the restaurant where they were having a meal ashore. Without hesitation, our Armed Forces members acted not only to put out the fire, but to assist those in need. Can the Minister of National Defence please provide further details on this incident and the brave actions taken by our crew on HMCS Toronto?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, all members of our Royal Canadian Navy ships companies are trained in first response firefighting techniques. Clearly, these officers and crew were in the right place at the right time. I would like to personally commend the efforts of Lieutenant Samuel Gaudreau and Lieutenant Daniel Willis, who first detected the fire and rushed to assist. Leading seaman Jean-François Martineau and able seaman James Richards then hurried to provide further support. Corporal Shirley Jardine and Corporal Jody Boivin from the ship's air attachment also provided first aid assistance. This courageous actions of our members who helped put out this fire once again demonstrate that the Canadian Armed Forces are ready for any challenge. Ready, ready, Mr.
Speaker. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. The President of the Treasury Board recently launched the second version of his open government plan. What hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. Access to information complaints are up 30% over last year. Swamped by complaints, the Information Commissioner no longer has the resources to help access to information requesters. Does the Minister intend to keep his commitment to transparency and give the Commissioner the resources to do her job? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Pleased to report that the federal government has, in fact, increased its reaction and its data and its information to access to information requests by 27%, Mr. Speaker, 27%. Over 6 million more pages were released last year. That's 2 million more pages than the year before, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, as a result of our new open data and open government action plan, we're going to put more information online, more data available for citizens, for researchers, for entrepreneurs, and for the public. We're proud of our record.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, the disaster in Lac-Mégantic showed that the public have to assume all risks, including financial risks, from the transport of oil. Local officials in Montreal are rebelling against this. They're calling on the federal government to require oil companies to set up a mitigation and compensation fund. Instead of trying to make us believe, like the NDP and the Liberals, that the solution is to build new pipelines, will the minister listen to local officials and force oil companies to set up a mitigation and compensation fund?
Mr. Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, quite the opposite. The Minister of Transport has been doing everything in her power to ensure that we are responding appropriately with respect to rail safety, including the transportation of oil by rail, Mr. Speaker. We've taken a number of important actions in that particular regard as well. The Canadian Transportation Authority has been tasked with looking into the questions of liability, and we'll be reporting back in that matter.
The member for Edmonton, St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, unlike other members of the opposition, I actually support the government's intention to introduce income splitting, because I support income tax relief generally. However, I do agree with the opposition that income splitting will benefit far fewer Canadians than would generalized broad-based tax relief. So why does the government prefer boutique tax credits and a complicated tax code rather than just simply lowering the income tax rates for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker,
you ran on it there,
I think the question was criticizing the platform that he was elected on in the last election. The electors of St. Albert sent him here to fight for income splitting, not to argue against it. And in terms of broad-based tax relief, that's exactly what this government has done. Over $200 billion of tax relief, saving the average family of $3,400 a year. That's before this most recent tax cut, bringing the total federal tax burden down to its lowest level as a share of our economy since the 1950s, Mr. Speaker. We are expanding the horizons of human freedom by reducing taxes, and we're proud of it.
Oh, my goodness. You got to support that.
The honourable member for Montcalm.
Order. The
honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to boast about open federalism when the provinces are paying the price for unilateral federal decisions. For example, cuts to EI, increased pressure on social assistance services all across the country. So it's irresponsible now to pick on health care. When setting transfer levels, the government has to make sure that access to community-based health services remains available to all. What's the government doing to make sure that the next cuts will not affect health care services for the public? The Honourable Minister of Health.
I'm very proud of our government's record because since forming government, health transfers have actually increased by almost 60%. Wow. This now is record funding, which will reach $40 billion annually by the end of the decade. We are obviously committed to increasing health transfers year after year after year.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Jackie Jacobson, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Point of order at a matter arising out of question period. Mr. Speaker, I've served in this place for almost 9 years. I have great respect for the member for Wascana. I know him to be an honourable man. On the very day The member for Oscana is free to criticize this government, free to criticize ministers, free to criticize policies and the record of this government. But on the very day that the late Jim Flaherty's friends, neighbours, constituents and community are going to the polls to elect a successor, I think, Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better than the cheap shots we saw from the member of Oscana. He should be ashamed of himself.
Sounds like a point of debate, not necessarily a point of order, but I do see the honourable member for Wascana rising. I'll give them the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I must note that I truly admired the way Mr. Flaherty had the courage to stand up against a whole variety of issues, including when he conscientiously believed his government had erred.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 66 petitions.
This guy working hard. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegation.
Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the fourth report from the Standing Committee on the Status of Women entitled Eating Disorders Amongst Girls and Women. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is requesting that the government table a response.
And the Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the chair of our committee for presenting the report. I would also like to, on behalf of the NDP official opposition members, I would like to thank every single witness that came forward, particularly the survivors of eating disorders, those that came with such courage and told us what we need to do. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, we find that this report is wanting. Our recommendations in our part of the report indicate that there needs to be strong leadership for this from this government, that we are at a crisis point in the way in which particularly women and men that are living with eating disorders are not being supported. This is across the board in every region across the country, and there is a deep, deep need for federal leadership when it comes to data collection, when it comes to supporting health care, and when it comes to finding solutions for families that are trying to support their loved ones. And we hope that the recommendations that we have put forward will be duly implemented as soon as possible. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North is rising.
Mr. Speaker, was to comment on the fourth report that was just brought forward by the New Democratic Party. I, too, would like to
In order to respond or add his comments, the member would need the unanimous consent of the House to do so, because it's just the official opposition that's able to table dissenting reports. So does the member have the consent of the House to speak? No? There doesn't seem to be consent. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again I ask if the House will give its consent. I move that the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented to the House way back on September 30th, be concurred in.
Good. Honourable Member, have you guys consent to the House to propose this motion? And there's no consent. Motions, motion. Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
This report of the Standing Committee on Finance, presented on Thursday, June 12, 2014, be concurred in. Is there debate? L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Boldua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to speak today to the Standing Committee report. Standing Committee report from the Committee of Finance. I worked with my colleague from Victoria, my colleague from Davenport, my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, and my colleague from Rimouski concerning unremunerated internships. This was a study that lasted some 10 meetings, which is quite long, and this is also an issue that is very important because it brings forward the question of unemployment among youth. And it is a matter that is very complex, and I must say at the outset that I was very pleased to observe that even though sometimes there's a certain amount of disagreement as to the solutions that should be used, there was a certain amount of openness on the Conservative side to tackle this problem. But now we have to look at the recommendations, and even before we talk about these recommendations, we have to perhaps provide an overview of the situation and try to demystify a certain number of points that were addressed by the government when it comes to youth unemployment. Now, often we'd like to remind the government that youth unemployment rates are twice the national average, and that is something that is quite concerning, quite troubling for people from my generation. We're talking about people aged between 15 and 35. That is quite a large demographic, and many of these people, young people, are still at school. But others, young people who have just completed university or college, any kind of post-secondary studies, and who are looking for quality jobs, this is quite discouraging. But first and foremost, we need to point out that the government should remark that the government likes to say that this youth unemployment rate that is twice the national average is normal. But it's not, because they're trying to make it seem unacceptable. They're trying to make it seem acceptable. But it is not normal to have a rate like this that is twice the national average. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the youth unemployment rate, is the comparison that is also often made up by the government, and it is even on the first page of the government's response to the Standing Committee on Finance's report, which goes as follows. There are the youth unemployment rate here is lower than in other countries, in other developed countries. But, Mr. Speaker, they forget to mention that we're talking about countries like Italy, Greece, where the unemployment rate is even higher than here. I believe in Greece, the youth unemployment rate stands at some 50%, which is absolutely crazy. And so that is not a very good reference point for comparison to be used by the government. It is not something that we should use as a very, very low standard. It's not as an excuse to say that the youth unemployment rate is pretty good here, Mr. Speaker.
Here's when we talk about the quality of the jobs, and we look here, and I said I'd come back to that point, and it's something that's come up several times, and it came up in committee. It's this phenomenon called wage scarring. And there's one Conservative member on the committee that even disputed the use of the term wage scarring. I suppose it was because it was a union witness that brought it up. So maybe we can look at other folks who've talked about wage scarring in the recent weeks. And one of those is the Governor of the Bank of Canada, who talked about wage scarring recently. Now, notwithstanding the fact that his comments in terms of young people taking volunteer work, which is, of course, important. If I'm here in this House, Mr. Speaker, it's in large part due to some volunteer work that I did in my youth that got me involved in my community. But I think the disrespect, the question of encouraging young people to take unpaid internships and to look at to volunteer work for their experience is something that's problematic, and I'll explain why, Mr. Speaker, because he made a link with the question of wage scarring. And the question of wage scarring is something that was brought up a couple of years ago in a TD Bank report, where the TD Bank said that wage scarring would have a long-term impact on young people and their future job prospects. So a young person who, someone in their 20s who just finished their post-secondary education and is working a job for which they are overqualified, might seem like something that will only be temporary. But the problem then, Mr. Speaker, is that that's something that they're going to feel the effects of for the rest of their lives and later on into adulthood, where it becomes difficult to translate that work experience into a quality job. And that's something that the government fails to mention all too often. Et Monsieur le Président, quand on parle de la question...
When we talk about the issue of job quality, it's interesting because this whole phenomenon was illustrated when we were at committee. During one of our meetings, there was a report from Statistics Canada that came out saying that there were historic increases in the last year alone, 2013, of young people who are educated, who have post-secondary education, whether it's through a university or a 3-year cégep program or community colleges that we've seen in other provinces. The cégep is the Quebec example, but these are people who are in jobs for which they are overqualified. So we see this phenomenon that's more and more widespread. And it makes it difficult to make comparisons with other countries that are dubious because it's problematic. Unfortunately, it shows the lack of rigorousness in the kind of work that we're doing, and the kind of issue that my colleague from North Delta likes to talk about, because we're not really adequately measuring what's happening on the job market. The figures are not reliable, and that's why we were happy to deal with these issues at committee, and that's why it's important to discuss it today. Mr. Speaker, beyond the issue of this situation, we have to look at the recommendations. I was happy to hear that several of the witnesses that testified before the committee from both sides, from the union side and the employer side, there are some solutions proposed, and one proposed by the NDP is the one about universal daycare. That was a solution that was put forward by 8 witnesses out of 10, and even if it wasn't in the presentation, it would have a real impact on young workers and their reality, especially young women.
Nearly every single meeting, in a very positive way, witness after witness said that even if it wasn't something that they were going to be lobbying for and that they were going to be pushing for, none of them was able to deny the positive impact that a universal child care program would have on the plight of young workers, and obviously specifically young female workers, and able to have an easier time getting that experience necessary to move on with quality employment opportunities throughout their life and into adulthood, and obviously hopefully one day be able to secure a proper retirement, which is a whole other issue that young people are facing, Mr. Speaker, but perhaps for the moment beyond the scope of this particular study. And if we're talking about the child care question, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important, and I said it in French, but I think it's important to repeat it again with respect to our hardworking interpreters, is the fact that the government might have an argument saying it was only union members or only union representatives on committee that were fighting, or not fighting, but rather defending this point and talking about the positive impact it can have. It wasn't, Mr. Speaker. It was representatives from student representatives, it was union representatives, yes, but also representatives from business. Because after all, if you go see small and medium business owners and you ask them what's the best way they can get more and more young workers in their system, that they can have long-term experiences that'll lead to quality jobs, that'll lead to them having quality businesses, and just get that economic wheel turning, one of those solutions is obviously childcare, making sure that childcare is affordable, making sure that workers from my generation are able to have the tools necessary to be able to start a family, which is obviously important for the economy because it's what leads to the opening of businesses, it's what leads to the opening of schools and all the strengths of our communities based on the families that decide to live in our communities. But obviously in order to have that phenomenon take place, you need to give young people the tools that they need to be able to work in high-paying quality jobs. And one of those tools, as I said, Mr. Speaker, is the Universal Child Care Program as proposed by the NDP. And we saw that meeting after meeting, and it's really important for me today, despite the fact that unfortunately it's not in the main committee recommendations. It's something that's important to bring up because it was definitely, as far as we're concerned on this side of the House, a focal point of the study. And I'm sure my colleagues who are at those meetings with me would agree as well. L'autre question, Monsieur le Président.
The other issue, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to see it in the recommendations this time, is the recommendation number 16. Number 16 is that the federal government explore ways to promote youth hiring in Canada, which is a laudable thing, such as tax credits for businesses that hire Canadians aged 18 to 30. I'm very pleased to speak to that recommendation because that's exactly what I had the pleasure of proposing last fall in a press conference with my colleague from Parkdale Hyde Park. It's an NDP motion, and it's something that we can talk about today. It's inspired from the small business hiring tax credit, and what we could do, it's not just for young people, is to offer this tax credit, but also offer it for training. And that has a link to the reality that I was talking about earlier, the quality of jobs And what we've heard described many times during the hearings, that young people, if you allow me the Anglicism, they have to match up their skills, of course, with a job, but also there's an issue of training. I explained what our proposal was, and I mean, this recommendation is almost exactly the same, and that's why I want to expand on it here. It's not an issue of replacing workers who have seniority and allowing, for example, a McDonald's, without wanting to criticize that company, but to fire somebody who's worked there for 30 years in order to hire a young person. And that's what we're saying in our proposal on the hiring credit for young people in small and medium-sized businesses. It's particularly an issue of expansion. So a company that's expanding, that is creating new long-term jobs in their businesses, would be offered this tax credit for the hiring and training of a young person in that job to ensure over the long term that an employee who is there for a long time, because they're young after all, would be well trained, and that person would have a quality job that's well paid in their community. That's of course very important. We'd also like to see that tax credit doubled in certain regions of the country where youth unemployment and unemployment in general is very high compared to the national average, and I think that's a nice way of creating new jobs for young people, because after all, if youth unemployment is double what the national average is, obviously we know that it's going to be even worse in the regions where the national, or where the average is higher than the national average. We can think perhaps about the Maritimes, for example, where there's significant unemployment.
To speak about, Mr. Speaker, is recommendation number 9, which discusses this whole question of unpaid internships. And we had the pleasure of having my colleague, the member from Davenport, join us for those meetings, which I thought was important because he's been a great ally with some of the folks who've had the courage to take their stories to the media and talk about the way that they were treated and some of the high-profile cases we've seen in the last couple of years, particularly with regards to, in even one case, tragically, a death due to the fact that we don't have the proper measures in place with regards to how the Canadian Labour Code applies and how young workers in positions of unpaid internships are treated. And we had several witnesses, of course the witnesses who were in committee to speak to this particular issue, of course it goes without saying, support the bill that my colleague from Rivière-des-Mille has proposed, seconded of course by the same member from Davenport, which seeks to not only improve protection for unpaid interns, but also to move away from this model and create more and more proper opportunities as opposed to having simply copy and photocopy runners in companies that are under federal jurisdiction, telecommunications companies, banks, etc. And once again, not only does this protect young workers who are in some cases very desperate to find very good experiences in the workplace, it also goes a long way to the point I've been making throughout my speech so far, Mr. Speaker, that question of high-quality jobs. One way we can encourage that is by making sure that companies are offering high-quality internship experiences, which of course will have the domino effect of leading young people to take on these jobs and in these sectors as they move forward in their careers. And, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to mention that when it comes to unpaid internships, if you read the government response to this committee report, one of the points that was mentioned, it was very light on concrete action. It obviously said that they would continue to monitor the situation. It sort of left this wishy-washy element of the Canadian Labour Code that says that employers are obliged to discuss with employees the risks of their jobs without mentioning how they actually are treated in their jobs. And also talks about working with, continuing to consult with provincial and territorial authorities. And I'm concerned about that particular line, Mr. Speaker, because, of course, we don't want to see this as a situation where we're passing the buck. I think that as with our proposal to speak to another NDP proposal for the federal minimum wage, I think unpaid internships is a great example of where we can show federal leadership on an issue, where we can, by adopting the bill that my colleague from Rivière-des-Mille has proposed, we can, by adopting that bill, set the example, not only protect unpaid interns who are working in companies under federal jurisdiction, but also show the lead for a lot of provinces. Unfortunately, up until this point, or I shouldn't say unfortunately, because we're pleased to see this action, but from what we've seen so far, it's definitely been provinces that have taken the lead where they're in their jurisdiction. But of course, as in all issues that affect our country, of course, a lot of times we require both actors to take care of where they are what is under their jurisdiction. That's something that we hope we'll see happen. There's been some pretty tragic examples, Mr. Speaker. I, of course, spoke of the death that happened after one individual, and like I said, my colleague from Davenport has been a leader on this issue. I know that the witnesses in committee were very happy to see him there and congratulated him on the work that he's done. Mr. Speaker, of course, we definitely hope that the government, given the recommendation from the Finance Committee on this particular measure, or rather on this particular need to properly support internships in our country, I hope that we will see them support my colleague's bill from Rivière-des-Mille. It's something that's very important for young people now, but also in the future, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to come back, Mr. Speaker, to a few other points that were raised, of course, during the committee meetings, and they're the two most important recommendations, in my opinion, because we in the NDP have tangible solutions to propose. The tax credit for hiring youth, that's one of them. That's the first proposal that would help to create quality jobs for young people, but also, of course, my colleague from Rivière-des-Mille's bill on internships. And so they're both in the report, of course, and we hope the government will support us in our efforts, given that this, after all, is the Finance Committee that's recommending them. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, there are a few other recommendations that might not strike people so quickly, but one, of course, is the issue that talks about mobility for training and between the different provinces. The government announced its intention to facilitate this travel of workers, and we talked about this. We don't want it to hurt the regions too much, but we also have to understand and accept what the realities of the job market are. Unfortunately, as it is formulated, the recommendation doesn't mention the importance of having close cooperation with the provinces and territories. I think that's extremely important, because when you're talking about the labor market and training, we have to make sure that we have close cooperation between the federal government and the provinces and the territories, of course. The reason why I mention this, Mr. Speaker, is as much as we heard about the goodwill and good intentions from the part of the minister and the Conservative members at committee through the questions that they asked of the witnesses, I think, unfortunately, the government's record as far as cooperation and working together with the other members of the Federation has not been the best. And I think that here this is not an issue that's solved. There's work that remains to be done. And I think it's important that they respect the will of the various jurisdictions. And I think that when we're talking about federal leadership, that's very important. I can see that my time is almost up, but as I said, I think it's important to listen to the Finance Committee and listen to their recommendations as far as providing internships for young people and also this tax credit for hiring of youth. These are extremely important issues because, after all, the federal government can boast about its record, but this is a problem that's not solved. For me, it's unacceptable that the rate be twice that of the national level for young people. And we can't just create any old kind of jobs. We have to create quality jobs. My generation's depending on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments made by the member, and I think it's important that we note that this particular committee, in looking at the study that we have before us, actually met from March 6 to March 8 of 2014. It had 7 hearings in relation to the study. 38 groups or individuals made presentations to the committee, and an additional 26 written briefs were provided. As a result of the committee's work, Mr. Speaker, we have before us in this committee, and the member made reference in his comments to a couple of the recommendations. In total, there is 23 recommendations that have been brought forward. Would the member not agree that in many of these recommendations, not only is it important that we act on them where we can, but also that there could be a need to see committees and emphasize the importance of the good work that committees can do if they're prepared to get down to business and work.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua.
I appreciate my colleague's question, and yes, we do have plenty of recommendations here, and several of them, in fact, which is why, as the NDP critic for youth, I felt so important to talk about the committee's fantastic work today here in the House and the reason for this concurrence motion. And I think it's also important to return, as I said several times in my remarks, to recommendation number 9 and number 16, which deal directly with NDP proposals, both for a tax credit for youth hirings by businesses in Canada, and also the question of unpaid internships, which came up several times during the different committee meetings. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I think the length of the government's response, the amount of recommendations that we have in the report, and the length of the report itself, and even the number of hearings that were held are all proof of how seriously all parliamentarians take this issue. Now, I hope that the government will follow the Finance Committee's lead and follow our lead and continue to take this issue seriously. Unfortunately, from the government's response, we see a lot of proof that they seem to be falling back on a lot of these talking points of saying how good we are compared to some other countries in the developed world. And unfortunately, when you look at some of the comparatives, it's not always very comparisons that I think are acceptable for Canada. I think we need to have the highest possible standard for ourselves, and looking to countries like Greece, where there's a 50% youth unemployment rate. I think when the bar is that low, it's not very hard to jump over it, and I think that we owe it to ourselves to hold the bar that much higher. It's what we did in committee. It's what we will continue to do in our proposals.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from Chambly-Bordua for provoking this debate. And I notice in the report, Table 4, talks about the unemployment rate for young people. Starting off, the first side of the table, Mr. Speaker, is what it was when the Conservatives came to power. And then we see, as the member mentioned, what it is now, a staggering increase in unemployment among young people. From 15.7% when the Conservatives took power to over 20% unemployment now. And that has been reflected in staggering increases in many in youth unemployment rates in many provinces, including my province of British Columbia, which has seen a 66% increase in the number of unemployed young Canadians. Staggering increases. We often talk about this Conservative government doing so little for young Canadians, but the figures are right there, black and white, Mr. Speaker, that we have seen a staggering increase in unemployment among young people, and yet recommendations that are not put into effect. I'd just like the member from Chambly-Bordua to comment on how the Conservatives can oversee that staggering increase in youth unemployment and yet do nothing about it.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And indeed, what's even more troubling is that Statistics Canada explained to us during their presentation that at the end of a recession it would be normal to see an unemployment rate that's higher among young people. However, I don't find it normal. And even if historically that has been the trend, it's still not acceptable. It's unacceptable when we consider that the future of our economy is our young people. And we can't just abandon the quest to do better. I mean, the government hasn't done much to help youth unemployment. Most of the time when they've done anything, it's for low-quality jobs. as far as training is concerned, or part-time jobs. We know that this is the tendency, and we haven't seen that just among young people. It affects the entire record of this government in terms of what they've done on employment.
And that said, to come back to my colleague's point, we're talking about a forgotten generation here. And that's important when you're talking about the raising of the age for OAS eligibility and stuff. That maybe doesn't affect people today, but in a few years it will affect people, and that's a concern. It appears that we're forgetting about younger people, and that's what we hope to correct with these recommendations. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Chambly-Bordua for his presentation and explanation of what's happening to young people currently. He's one of the young people that's part of our party that was elected in 2011, and here you can see what they're doing here in the House, and I'd like to thank him. He does a great job of representing youth. I'd like to come back to the situation of young people in his riding and others. I see this in my riding too, in Hull-Aylmer. Young students who are a bit disillusioned, in fact, pretty darn disillusioned when they go out looking for jobs, part-time jobs, while they're studying. So I'd like him to elaborate a bit more on the situation in his riding. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her compliments. And I'd like to say that I'm very happy to be part of a caucus that has a nice mix of youth and experience. And we're very proud of the fact that we bring down the average age in the House of Commons. I'm very happy to be a part of that trend. But my colleague makes a good point when she talks about disaffected youth or disillusioned youth. I paid a visit in my riding to a shopping center to discuss this issue with young people, and one of the things they raised was the issue of young people who've simply given up looking for work. When you talk about unemployment rates among youth, a lot of witnesses mentioned that there are young people who are no longer even actively looking for work because they're so discouraged. They're so cynical about the situation, and they're not even captured in the statistics. So we like statistics, we like numbers, but there's part of the reality that's hidden from the statistics. The statistics don't fully reflect the full situation. And that's why, ultimately, I'm glad to speak for youth in Parliament, but we have to do more than that. We have to take action, and we have a number of recommendations before us. I referred specifically to two of them, two recommendations for concrete action that could be taken to help young people. We'd like the government to support us on that. It would send a clear message to young people that they have not been forgotten. We haven't forgotten them. They are the future for the economy here in Canada. Resuming debate. Pardon me, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 teenagers at home, and they're wondering if they're going to be able to find jobs and pay off their debts. We see that young people don't have the optimism anymore that we may have had. They may have a master's, but they still can't find work. So does that also discourage people from, for example, having children? Does it lead to a lower birth rate? Because if people don't think they can get a decent job, maybe they're not going to have children. How are they going to be able to afford children? So there's an intergenerational issue here. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. That's an excellent question, and it allows me to talk about student debt. That's an important part of the picture, which I didn't have time to address. But the committee looked at this, and there were a number of polls and surveys and studies done. Once again, the timing was good because a number of these came out while the study was being done by the committee. And what we found was that it's a matter not only of reality but also of perception. So perception influences people's behavior. So if you have a strong economy, people are confident, they're optimistic, they might think that they can get a job and make other decisions that flow from that. But when young people are discouraged, they don't think they'll be able to get a job, when they see that their chances of success in life are somehow less, when they see that things are not as rosy as they used to be, well, that's going to have consequences.
For Prince Albert.
Speaker, I want to begin by thanking and congratulating members of the Finance Committee for their excellent report on the challenges facing young Canadians in the labour market. Thanks also to the Minister of Employment and Social Development for the government's response that has just been tabled. The fact that some young people face special challenges getting into the workplace is not a new revelation, nor is it a situation that is unique to Canada. It is a global issue. Every country faces it, and every country must respond in some way to the challenge. In Canada, as we know, the average unemployment rate for young people between 15 and 24 is slightly more than twice the people in the 25 and older group. Last year, the youth unemployment rate was 13.7%, compared to just 5.9% for those 25 and older. This, in comparison with the United States, where the youth unemployment rate in 2013 was 15.5%, and in the United Kingdom was over 20%. In fact, over the past decade or so, the youth unemployment rate in Canada has been well below the average of the OECD countries. While it is certainly good to know that we are doing better in regards to many of our major trading partners, it is still an issue that demands constant attention from the federal government. Ours is a multifaceted approach that starts quite reasonably at the beginning when young people are still in school. Since 2006, our government has helped over 6 million youth obtain skills, trainings, and jobs, and there is still more to do. The federal government transfers large amounts of money to the provinces to support post-secondary education, but it has also developed specific initiatives to ensure that young people are aware of all the career options that are available to them. The more a young person knows about the labour market and what is required in it, the more likely they are to pursue an education or a career path that will see them working in a field related to their training. For example, the government is investing $8 million per year in both job vacancy surveys that will provide better information on in-demand occupations, job openings, length of job vacancies, education and skill requirements, and other relevant facts. It will greatly expand the scope of our knowledge by increasing the data collection for employers. Similarly, at a new national wage survey, it will also collect more information from more employers and provide a much clearer picture of the real situation on the ground by province and by territory. We are also improving the job bank, which currently gets more than 60 million visits per year. The job bank allows job seekers to search by occupation, industry, skill required, and location, and has up-to-date labour market information. After launching the Jobs Alert system, we currently have over 380,000 subscribers that receive daily emails about the jobs listed in the job bank, as well as up-to-date information on the job market. A new job matching service allows Canadians to apply directly through the Canada Job Bank for jobs that match their skills and experience. Another refinement will be the Career Choice tool that will tell students, parents, and other influencers, such as guidance counselors, whether or not graduates of a particular program found jobs, what kind of jobs they found, how much money they made, and what jobs in that field are available right now. All these initiatives are giving students an eyes-wide-open approach to planning their studies. The goal is to see them enter the labour market much better prepared and better able to take advantage of the opportunities available now and in the future. There are a number of other government actions worth mentioning. For example, the Sectorial Initiatives Program fund national partnership-based projects that support the development and distribution of labour market information aimed at helping Canadians make more informed career and training decisions. The government is also developing new kinds of outreach to promote careers in high-demand areas such as science and technology, engineering and mathematics, and skilled trades. Instead of just telling young people to stay in school and get a degree, the government has shifted emphasis to encourage young people to consider a career in the skilled trades. That is not to say that people should not get a university degree. We still need lots of them, and that with the right kind of higher education, like STEM fields, as well as the drive to make our economy prosper. But the point is, we need both. We need young people to know that having a skilled trade can be just as rewarding, and in several cases, even better paying jobs than a required degree. Promoting the skills trades as a career option also helps us develop a more qualified and more mobile workforce and opens opportunities across the country for young people. To help students make choices, we also have the Registered Apprenticeship Information System, which provides data on a number of apprentices taking in-class and on-job training in trades, as well as how many provincial and interprovincial certificates are granted to apprentices. At the same time, the government continues to create a new and better way to help students and their families plan and save for education. With the Registered Education Savings Plan, for example, families can put away tax-sheltered money for use for their child's education. There is also the Canada Education Savings Grant and the Canada Learning Bond. The CESG could provide up to $7,200 toward a child's RESP. Parents receiving a National Child Benefit Supplement might be eligible for Canada's Learning Bond, which may provide $2,000 towards RESP. The government has created tax-free savings accounts, which young people and their families can use to save money for education. Today, about 30% of the assets of a Canadian under 35 are held in tax-free savings accounts. And we shouldn't forget the Canada Student Loan and Canada Student Grants programs that have put post-secondary education within reach of every Canadian student. Last fiscal year, about $2.6 billion in loans went out to some 477,000 students, and nearly $700 million went out in grants to some 350,000 students. These programs have also been updated to make them work better for students. For example, the money one can earn without affecting the amount of their loan while still studying was increased to $100 per week from $50. Also, the accumulation of interest on loans during the study period by part-time students has been eliminated, and the value of student-owned vehicles is no longer taken into account. And that's not all. The Canada Student Loans Program has been expanded to include a new Canada Apprentice Loan, which will help apprentices registered in the Red Seal trades cover the cost of their technical training. It will provide over $100 million a year in interest-free loans to more than 26,000 eligible apprentices. As one can see, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of programs now in place that are helping more and more students make the right learning and training choices for their jobs into the future. The government will continue to work to improve these initiatives, and I hope my honourable colleagues will support this effort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his comments, but he seems to underplay what has been a dramatic and tragic rise in youth unemployment. I mean, he sees Table 4 in the report, like we all do, which shows from when the Conservatives took office, 15.7%, or just after they took office, and now rising in 2013 to 20.1% unemployment. The increase is being dramatic in provinces like my own province of British Columbia, over 66%. These are tragedies. When we talk about, as the member from Chambly-Bourgeois spoke about just a few minutes ago, the scarring that takes place permanently with that degree of youth unemployment. We already have record levels of student debt across the country. So young people are now mortgaged in many ways. They have record levels of student debt. And now, under this Conservative government, we're seeing record levels of youth unemployment. How are they going to pay down their student debt? How are they going to actually move to a career when you have unemployment rates that are skyrocketing under this Conservative government? And why have the Conservatives not undertaken the suggestions that have been put forward by the opposition, including by the NDP, that would actually serve to reduce the high levels of youth unemployment we're seeing in this country?
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, I thank the member for his question. I will remind him that the unemployment rate was 13.7%, youth unemployment rate in 2013, compared to in the U.S., 15.5%, United Kingdom over 20%. I also remind him that in some provinces the youth unemployment rate is drastically lower than other provinces. It is a regional aspect. But, that's where we can come in as a government and help out, giving the students the ability to see what fields and what occupations are in demand, to give them the knowledge as to know where those jobs are located, to make them part of the jobs banks so they can go online and see what jobs are available on a daily basis, get the email on a daily basis. Those are initiatives that we can do to help bring the employer and the employee together and hopefully tackle the youth unemployment rate that's going on here in Canada. It's never perfect. 1% is probably too high of a number for youth unemployment. We'd like to see full employment. In fact, in my province of Saskatchewan, we're sitting at a roughly 3.9% unemployment rate right across the board. We need more employees. We want more skilled trades. We want more skilled employment and more students going through the skills and trainings programs so that they can fill these jobs that are sitting there in Saskatchewan. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very optimistic for youth as they come into the job market. There is lots of opportunities, and we're giving them the tools to help them identify what those opportunities are, where they're located, and what they can do to secure jobs in fields that actually have a bright future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I'd like to go directly to recommendation 23 and quote right from it that the federal government and the appropriate parliamentary committees consider further study of the following 3 topics. And then it lists student enrollment in post-secondary institutions and the effectiveness in job preparation, student tuition fees, debt, and the domestic and international youth employment rates, as well as factors contributing to those rates. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide comment in terms of how important it is when we look at these recommendations, in particular recommendation 23, which is calling on parliamentary committees to actually meet and have discussions on these very topics. Would you provide comment in regards to the importance of those meetings happening?
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, again, I appreciate my colleague's questions and I appreciate his comments. But I think what students want and what young people want is actually action. They want to see us move forward on things that they already know that are tangible issues that need to be identified. So the jobs banks is just one example where we're doing that just as we speak. You know, basically 380,000 subscribers that receive daily emails about what jobs are available. That's action. That's what this government's doing. You know, we can look at the job matching services where we're taking basically people that are on the job bank and matching them to skills and experiences with the employers that actually need those skilled and experienced people. We can look at the new career choice tools. We can look at other initiatives that give an eyes wide open approach to these students so they can actually go and see what jobs and what skills are required for those jobs and actually match up and get that job. And that's very rewarding for a student to know that all that hard work and effort, study and training will actually result in a job that they want to do and a career that they can actually have for the rest of their lives.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Speaker from our side on this particular concurrence motion. I also want to thank the Finance Committee for looking at this issue. At my own household, Mr. Speaker, I have 2 young women one has just graduated and one is in her final year. And my own personal experience in my own household and her peer group is that some of them are having some difficulty finding work and others are not having any difficulty finding work. And it just depends which field they have chosen and where they're looking and whether they're willing to be mobile and so on. So it is an issue that I'm quite familiar with based on the challenges that my own family and her peer group are finding. Fortunately for us, my daughter seems to be on the lucky side, able to find employment that's in her field, and she is a University of Ottawa grad. The one thing that I've been doing, Mr. Speaker, is I've been putting in my newsletter that it goes out 3 times a year, a column on industries that need people. I don't expect youth to be reading my newsletter, Mr. Speaker, but I am gearing that to parents of young people who will be able to better inform the young people where the opportunities might be. Does the member have any comment about the role of parents in the futures of their young people, whether they choose a university path or a skills trade path? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, that's a great question, and actually I compliment my colleague on actually having the initiative to actually be forward-thinking to say, you know what, if I put those in my household 4 times a year, at least the parents will read it and maybe give some hope to their kids. But, I think that's what's very important here. It is almost like a team approach, a family approach when you're looking and graduating from high school and you're going to go into the workforce and what you want to see your kids do and what your kids want to accomplish. One thing when I was younger and graduating, everything was go to university. I'm not sure what you're going to take, but go to university. Everybody wanted to go to university. Well, now when kids graduate, they have so many options that pay so well depending on what field they want to go to. If they want to be a welder, they can make $100,000 plus a year. If they want to be a pipe fitter, they make $100,000 a year. If they want to do a variety of different types of occupations that are skilled and apprenticeship and journeymanships required, they can go through the process starting in high school in some cases and getting very, very well-paid jobs in those fields because there's such a high demand for those skills. So as a parent now, you can sit down with your kids and you can say, you know, you've got some opportunities here, you've got opportunities there. Where would you like to actually have a career in? And as you sit down with your kids and talk about that, they can talk about whether they like working outdoors or indoors, whether they want to be in an office or outside. They can look at a variety of different aspects and actually find something that actually has huge demand here in Canada and actually try to fill that demand. So again, now you've got a lot more options, and I think parents are taking a lot more responsible approach, and responsible may not be the right word, maybe a more broadened approach and looking at the big picture, saying, you know what, it's not just a university degree anymore. Maybe a plumber might be a good career path for my son, or electrician might be a good career path for my daughter. You know, those types of things are options now that I think parents are sitting down and talking to their kids about, and I think at the end, everybody will be a winner for sure.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this report. However, one of the things that this government actually put in a budget 2 years ago would have done a lot to help youth unemployment, particularly in my riding of York South Weston. We have the Central Ontario Building Trades in our riding, and they run a program called Hammerheads, which gives youth that are otherwise not employed an opportunity to have a leg up on apprenticeship programs. But it requires that at the end of a 12-week training program that there be an apprentice job for them. And 2 years ago, the Finance Minister, Mr. Flaherty, said that the government would encourage, as it spends infrastructure money, that the contractors that it hires actually create apprenticeships to fulfill the need for the jobs at the end of the line for these students in these programs. And to this date, that was in 2013's budget, and to this date the government has not introduced any such motion or any such provision in any of the budget implementation bills. There is no indication. We've been asking the Government of Ontario, which is spending billions on infrastructure, to do the same thing, and thus far they have failed to provide a link between the infrastructure spending and apprenticeships. Would the member like to comment on why this government has failed to introduce such legislation?
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert, a short answer, please.
Well, I can't comment on the Government of Ontario. Of course, I'm from Saskatchewan, but I understand that the Government of Ontario has failed in many different aspects in their reign here in Ontario, and I think the results are showing up in the power bills and everything else that's happening here. You know, it's also important that the business community take ownership as that role model or as that person or that group to take on these students and bring them into their organizations, into their jobs that are available, that they encourage students to look at fields that they're hiring in. It's not just government's role to try to encourage people to do that. The business community also has to step forward and say, you know what, there's opportunities in welding, there's opportunities to be an electrician, we need more lawyers, we need more doctors, we need more pharmacists. Those type of sectors can actually do the same thing, if not better. Well, I say much better than what government could ever do. So I think it's important that those sectors take on that role and actually do what they can to encourage students to come forward and enter those fields of occupation so that they receive the benefit of having employees to hire in the future.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's with pleasure that I rise to speak on what I believe is a very important issue, that of youth unemployment. And I listened to my New Democrat friends talk in particular about Recommendation 16. And I want to provide comment, first read the recommendation, but then following the NDP talking about Recommendation 16, the government then went about saying, in a question that I posed, well, people want action. They want to see results, not necessarily more studies, which somewhat contradicts at least the latter part of my comment in terms of not more studies or committees not doing more work, which somewhat contradicts in terms of what Recommendation 23 states. So at the start, Mr. Speaker, and I hope to get through a number of the recommendations, I'd like to address both 16 and 23, so if those members that do have the report with them can take them out. Let me start off by reading verbatim what Recommendation 16 is. That the federal government explore ways to promote youth hiring in Canada, such as a tax credits for business that hire Canadians aged 18 to 30. Well, Mr. Speaker, the first thing that came to my mind when I read that particular recommendation and how that recommendation was so emphasized from the New Democratic Party, and then the Conservative government saying, yes, we need to take action. Well, the question that I would put to both the NDP and the Conservatives is, the leader of the Liberal Party actually introduced a wonderful idea that would have dealt with Recommendation 16. Members will remember the EI premium exemption that was being suggested by the Liberal Party was brought into the House for an actual vote on the issue. Well, what did that EI premium exemption do, Mr. Speaker? It provided a tax exemption for every worker hired to fill a new job in 2015-2016. Who do you believe would be the biggest benefactor if, in fact, the government and the New Democratic Party recognized what a good idea that was? I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the biggest benefactor would have been the young people of Canada. And it doesn't matter where they live in Canada. From coast to coast to coast, had the government acted on that policy, young people around all over our country would have benefited, would have been receiving employment, Mr. Speaker, as a direct result of that particular policy announcement. Now, I was surprised to a certain degree in terms of the total rejection that the government gave from the Prime Minister's office to all of the ministers in rejecting the idea. Not completely surprised, but there was a bit of an element of surprise, because I would like to think that if you bring forward a good idea, that the government wanting to serve the people of Canada would jump on it if, in fact, it's something that would make a difference in a positive way. But, Mr. Speaker, they had their own tax plan in regards to it, the small business tax credit, in essence drawing upon the same fund. Exceptionally more costly. And if you compare the two ideas, you would find that the Liberal plan actually would have generated tens of thousands of jobs, going well over 100,000 jobs across this country. On the other hand, the Conservative plan, even in a bizarre situation, might have led to some businesses actually laying off people, Mr. Speaker. And it might have generated 20,000 possible jobs, Mr. Speaker, as a high. Well, so I was a bit disappointed that the Prime Minister did not acknowledge and see what benefit he could have had for all Canadians by accepting that particular proposal. Well, Mr. Speaker, what I was not prepared to see, or quite surprised to see, was how the New Democratic Party voted against it. Think about it. Today they talk about it in the form of a recommendation, and the recommendation says that the federal government explore ways to promote youth hiring in Canada, such as tax credits for businesses that hire Canadians aged 18 to 30. Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest, if not the biggest benefactor under that Liberal plan was those youth which are being referred to in this recommendation. So on the one hand, Mr. Speaker, you have New Democrats saying, we love this recommendation, and they espoused about how much they liked the recommendation. But when it came right down to time to vote, what did the New Democrats do, Mr. Speaker? Well, some ask what? You voted against it. Well, Mr. Speaker, I somewhat expected it from the Conservatives, but I did not expect that the New Democrats would have turned down an idea that would have gotten more young people employed from coast to coast to coast here in Canada. So let's go on to the other recommendation that I made reference to in the form of a question, Mr. Speaker. And I'll, again, for the benefit of all members, I will read the recommendation verbatim from the report. It states that the federal government and the appropriate and I want to underline this part here, Mr. Speaker, because I know the NDP House Leader loves this one, and the appropriate parliamentary committees consider further study of the following 3 topics: student enrollment in post-secondary institutions and the effectiveness in job preparation, student tuition fees and debt, and domestic and international youth employment rates, as well as the factors contributing to those rates. In essence, Mr. Speaker, what this recommendation is saying is that there is a very important role for our parliamentary committees to conduct studies. Now, there are some within this chamber that do not recognize the value of having our standing committees actually meet, Mr. Speaker. And I would suggest to those members, Mr. Speaker, that they recognize what Recommendation 23 is talking about.
The honourable member for Burnaby Westminster, rising on point of order.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, just before the break, the member from Winnipeg North was basically ruled out of order 5 days in a row. He was doing better now, but he's starting to get off into his own private world. And, Mr. Speaker, as you know, he has to be relevant to the committee report and should stay focused on that. And so I did want to raise that. He seems to be going off on tangents again, Mr. Speaker.
The member raises the point of relevance, but I think it's only fair to the member from Winnipeg. The member from Winnipeg North has been speaking to the matter. As all members know, that members are given latitude to bring other matters to bear on the conversation. And in this case, the chair would be pleased to give the floor back to the honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate that. And the point that I'm trying to get across, Mr. Speaker, as it has been stated in Recommendation 23, in which I read, that the federal government and the appropriate parliamentary committees consider further study of the following 3 topics, and then it lists off the topics. Mr. Speaker, we in the Liberal Party believe that the committees do need to meet to have following dialogue to ensure that there's the work that's important gets done. And this is something, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue to push for. Now, having said that, Mr. Speaker, and listening to many of the different comments, let's go back to recommendation number 1, which states that the federal government work with provinces and territories to improve education and labour market information for secondary and post-secondary students so that they can make informed career choices. As well, efforts should be directed to promoting apprenticeships. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of things that really come to my mind that I believe is very important to be able to emphasize here. And that is the national government does have a role to play. We within the Liberal Party would ultimately argue that the national government has been found wanting in terms of being able to meet the needs of fulfilling that role. That there is so much more that the national government can do. You know, we know that we have a Canada social transfer. And that social transfer is in excess of $10 billion, Mr. Speaker. I suspect it's probably closer to that $12 billion, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the hard number, but I know it's definitely well above $10 billion. What is that social transfer for? Well, Mr. Speaker, I can bring to the chamber a perspective that goes beyond just the House of Commons, because I also served inside the Manitoba legislature. And I can reflect on many of the debates that occurred there and how important it was that we have that Canada social transfer and the role that the federal government can in fact play in terms of not only providing money, but even going beyond the issue of just money, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the best example that I can think of right offhand is something in which many apprentices throughout Canada would be very much aware of. In this recommendation, it talks about promoting apprenticeships. There's apprenticeships programs in every province, primarily administered through provinces, but the federal government does have a role to play in terms of working with the different provinces. More and more, Mr. Speaker, Labour is very mobile. Labour wants to ensure that, as much as possible, that they're able to benefit with the education and the training that they're often receiving, Mr. Speaker, at a fairly expensive cost in terms of going to a college or going to a university. So they want to ensure that there is mobility. And when I say mobility, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking more than just you become, you know, a specialty cook or a chef, and you get your certificate from, let's say, Red River College in Manitoba, that they would like to be able to enter into employment opportunities potentially into the future that goes beyond the province of Manitoba. Well, we have the Red Seal program. And the Red Seal program is a program that is afforded in many different occupations also, Mr. Speaker. The opportunity to not only practice their training that they acquired in one provincial jurisdiction, but to be able to take that training and go to other jurisdictions with, quite often, that Red Seal. And I believe that as we go forward into the future, that we're going to see more of a demand for things such as the Red Seal. That there's going to be more of a demand for the federal government to look at ways in which it can work with provincial entities, Mr. Speaker. And when I say provincial entities, I'm not just talking about the provincial governments. Also talking and making reference to things as other stakeholders such as our colleges, our universities, and other post-secondary type of facilities, and in some situations, Mr. Speaker, even in our high schools. People would be amazed in terms of the types of education that are coming through our high schools today. I have the good fortune to have whether it's Sisler High or Children of the Earth or R.B. Russell, St. John's High, the Maples, all in Winnipeg North, Mr. Speaker. Every year graduating Canada's brightest and most talented, I would suggest to you, might be a little bit biased, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you that many of those individuals that are graduating are going directly into universities, colleges, and other forms of post-secondary education. Many of them will go into the private sector in hopes that they will be able to continue on through apprenticeship programs. And those apprenticeship programs are, generally speaking, initiated through government and the provincial government and different stakeholders, in particular industry reps and so forth. They all have a very important role in recognizing all of those that are graduating and trying to, as much as possible, Mr. Speaker, find and make sure that we have the right connect. It's absolutely critical that government recognize that it has a role to ensure that there's a connection to the type of jobs that are there today and that are going to be there tomorrow, and make sure that our educational facilities across this country are moving in the direction that's going to, at the end of the day, see jobs for those people that are graduating, Mr. Speaker. There are certain industries, and every province has it. I often talk about Manitoba's aerospace industry. It is a very important industry to our province. It's an industry that has and provides literally hundreds of jobs for Manitoba. The impact it has on families, social life, our economy are virtually immeasurable, Mr. Speaker. It's upsetting if we do not have the educated or our graduates that are graduating not being able to fill those jobs. You know, you kind of lose context of time somewhat, Mr. Speaker, but I believe it was 3 or 4 weeks ago I had a tour of Magellan Industries, Mr. Speaker, and it was nice where I take this tour and they have state-of-the-art. These are world-class workers that are providing state-of-the-art production of military hardware. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that as I went through the tour, one of the places that we went into was actually a college classroom. So we have an industry here that's working with a post-secondary facility in which there's literally chairs and so forth, or chairs and desks, and those youth have the benefit, and they're primarily youth, Mr. Speaker, those youth have the benefit of having actually a class in a world-class manufacturing company, Mr. Speaker, that has some of the most expensive capital infrastructure, that is totally unique, and is one of the reasons why places around the world turn to Magellan in order to get certain parts manufactured. These are the type of connects that I think is important, that governments do have a role to play. So when, you know, my leader of the Liberal Party, talks about reaching out and connecting with Canadians and talks about the importance of our middle class, what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker, is making sure people are getting these good quality jobs. We're putting an emphasis on how important education is. How can we provide better or more opportunities for our young people, Mr. Speaker? It's without doubt that it is through education. Education equates to opportunities. And there are so many opportunities that are being lost because in many ways we're not making those connections. Or if you listen to some of those committee comments in regards to other social issues that need to be addressed in order to gain and afford other people the opportunity to gain employment, especially some of our disadvantaged youth, Mr. Speaker, that we would go a long way in addressing youth unemployment in Canada today. So it's with those few comments. I see my time has already expired, Mr. Speaker, and I only got 3 of the 20 or 25 recommendations. Maybe in a question I might be able to list off a couple more recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened intently to my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North. I want to follow up on the education aspect. You know, clearly we've got a situation of people without jobs and jobs without people, and particularly as it relates to young people. I think, to me, one of the biggest challenges is the people with jobs are not qualified to fill the jobs that are looking for people. In Germany, Austria, Denmark, some other European countries, they've got a very aggressive program that highlights the trades at a very early age. The average age of a German apprentice with the equivalent of Red Seal would be 19. The average age, I think, in Canada is probably about 10 years beyond that, because young people get into an education stream, whether it's a university, BA, BSc, whatever, find they can't get work, they wind up in the trades, and they've kind of lost a decade. Would my colleagues see some merit in some kind of mechanism, perhaps through the social transfers, education transfers with the provinces, because it is a provincial responsibility, obviously, and with reference to his time in the Manitoba legislature, of encouraging, call it coercing, call it whatever, through the transfers to encourage the provinces to start a program much sooner in high school of highlighting the trades
and starting that stream where young people go into the trades much, much earlier.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. What I'm going to suggest is that, because I appreciate the comments that have been brought forward, even at the provincial level, you have school divisions. And quite often what happens is that it's the school trustees that are making a lot of the types of decisions that are impacting in terms of actually what's being taught in our high schools in particular. And I think that we could do a lot more in terms of ensuring that there is a more comprehensive overall approach, Mr. Speaker, in being able to deal with the bigger picture so that there's more continuity, that there's more consistency across Canada. That, yes, the provincial government has obviously a very important role, constitutionally and otherwise, in regards to this issue, but do not underestimate our role. We have more of a role than just providing money. Apprenticeship, nothing prevents the federal government from looking and being creative on the issue of apprenticeship. Nothing prevents the government from looking at ways in which it can cooperate with different levels of government, allowing for more consistency throughout Canada, so that we make sure that the jobs that are there today and tomorrow are in fact going to be filled by the people that are graduating high schools today and going into our facilities for tomorrow.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member from Chambly-Bordua.
I just want to address the member's comments about how we voted on the Liberal scheme involving EI premiums. I think my constituents, and I'm sure many of my colleagues' constituents, are happy when we vote against Liberals messing around with EI, because historically that hasn't been something that's been very positive for workers. I think the real question here, and I understand that their finance critic might be a bit confused about his position on issues. We've heard him in question period, conservative, liberal, but I think the NDP proposal, which is a recommendation in this Finance Committee report, deals with offering a tax credit to small and medium businesses who are hiring young people and training those young people. Now, the member can try and deflect and turn this into a question on how we voted on a Liberal scheme that clearly wasn't going to do what it was supposedly intended to do. So rather than deflecting that, can he perhaps tell us whether he would vote on this kind of idea if ever it was to come before the House, or if this is the kind of thing that his party would support, this NDP idea for a tax credit for young workers?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I suspect the member might be feeling a little bit guilty in terms of maybe the manner in which he voted. And I don't blame him if that is the case, Mr. Speaker. But if you look at Recommendation 16, it's very clear. Federal government explore ways to promote youth hiring in Canada, such as tax credits for businesses. What is the Liberal proposal was an EI premium exemption. That is, a tax credit of sorts, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, what is it that number 16 is hoping to achieve? It's hoping to be able to achieve more young people in Canada getting jobs. What was the idea behind the Liberal proposal? Getting more Canadians jobs. In particular, Mr. Speaker, it would have helped the youth that the member is making reference to. I don't understand how you can speak in favor of Recommendation 16 and vote against what was the leader of the Liberal Party coming forward and asking for the government to bring forward an EI premium exemption, which would have directly had thousands of youth employed, had that actually passed.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have one figure to offer to my colleague, and it's 1995. If you recall, it was the Liberal government at that point in time that decided to cut transfers to the provinces for education. So when he's talking about education, I think he should look back to their own past, because they're the ones that balance their budget on the backs of young people and students. Now, Mr. Speaker, another thing that his government did as well was to never review the federal summer jobs program for Canada. Since the program was created, demand has just increased, but in all of the years that his government could have done something about that, they never took into consideration that increase in demand. So, Mr. Speaker, what would his party do if they reviewed the Summer Canada Jobs program? I hope that they would say that they would increase the budget.
Speaker, the member is somewhat misleading here. I was there in 1995 in a provincial legislature when she makes reference to those cuts. And what I can tell Canadians, Mr. Speaker, had we not made the decisions, or had Ottawa not made the decisions back in 1995, we would not have the health transfers that we have and other transfers that we have today. Because the transfers back in the 90s was based on tax credits as opposed to cash transfers. So yes, there was some real cuts that were made. I'll acknowledge that, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, the member should at least acknowledge transfer payments and equalization payments are at record highs today, and it's because of Paul Martin, Minister of Finance and Prime Minister, and the former Prime Minister, Chrétien. That is the reason why we have the amounts of billions of dollars, record highs, that are flowing today, Mr. Speaker, not because of the previous government, this government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Winnipeg made reference to other recommendations that he had not had the opportunity to address. I'm wondering if he might inform this House of a few of those recommendations, and in particular, recommendation number 19.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate that question. Let me quickly read. Recommendation 19, the federal government commit to renewing the Aboriginal Skills and Employment Training Strategy program. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's absolutely no doubt, and the Dauphin Friendship Centre made an excellent presentation at the committee, Mr. Speaker. If you take a look, and some provinces might be more affected than others, but overall we're talking about Canada here, Mr. Speaker. It is a tragic mistake if we do not deal with the issues on recommendation number 19, talking about the Aboriginal Skills and Employment Training Strategy. It is one of the fastest growing communities. In some areas, Mr. Speaker, it is the fastest growing community. And in order for us to be able to realize the potential, we need to ensure and invest and to make sure that our First Nations and our Aboriginal people are in fact being brought in, Mr. Speaker, in a very consultation way, and we start being a whole lot more progressive at providing opportunities. And I would really emphasize the importance of education, something in which even my leader over the last number of days was quoted in terms of the importance of education in our schools and the need for more resources for many of our Aboriginal and First Nation children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona regarding Aboriginal Affairs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time. I would first like to commend the members of the Finance Committee for their excellent report on the employment challenges faced by young Canadians and for their recommendations. As all honourable members know, this is a file in which the government has been particularly active, and I welcome the opportunity to add a few observations to this discussion. And let's start with the big picture, Mr. Speaker. Overall, the economy is doing well. We bounced back from the 2008 recession in much better shape than most countries in the G7. On job creation, numbers are solid. Over 1 million net new jobs have been created since 2009. That's 675,000 more than pre-recession levels. And contrary to what some people may think, and some people who are members of the media like to say, over 85% of all those jobs that have been created are full-time positions, with more than 2/3 in high-wage industries. As well, the IMF and the OECD expect Canada will have one of the strongest and growing economies in the G7 for the next year and the year after that. Trade deals have been established with 44 countries, including South Korea and the 27 members of the European Economic Union. And to top it all off, we presented a balanced budget for next year. Now the challenge is to make sure that we are thoroughly prepared to take advantage of the opportunities that are now before us. One of the biggest opportunities is what's being called Canada's new industrial revolution in commodities and the extractive industries, and specifically in the mining and oil and gas industries. It is estimated that investment in those areas over the next few years could reach as high as $650 billion. Now, I'm talking about offshore oil and gas in Newfoundland, precious metals in northern Quebec, mining operations in northern Ontario's Ring of Fire, and new hydro developments in Manitoba, potash and uranium in Saskatchewan, bitumen reserves, oil and gas and other resources in Alberta, and new mining developments in northern BC and across all 3 northern territories. It's clear that we're going to need people with the skills, the expertise, knowledge and drive to see these and all other economic ventures come to fruition. Now, this translates into high-paying, high-quality jobs, primarily in occupations requiring university, college, or apprenticeship. Now, what does this opportunity mean for the young people of this country? Young people who are getting ready to make the transition from school into the labor market. Young people who are making the decision of what fields they're going to engage in as they go on to post-secondary education, as they go on to trades, as they go on to apprenticeships. What information do they need so they can challenge these new jobs? They can try to get employment for their future, to build a family, and to continue to build this great country. First of all, it means that our economy is going to continue to expand and provide a huge number of opportunities for these young people. But as the committee report rightly points out, young people have particular challenges in getting a job and staying in the labour force. In Canada, the unemployment rate for young people is about double that of all other workers. The only good news is that young people tend to be unemployed for shorter periods of time, on average 12 weeks compared to twice that for workers over the age of 25. Now, I'd like to point out that high youth unemployment is not just a Canadian phenomenon, it's a worldwide phenomenon. It's not just a Canada problem, it's a world problem. In fact, our youth unemployment rate of 13.7% in 2013 is lower than the OECD average of 16.2%. For example, the U.S. rate was 15.5%, and the rate in the UK was over 20%, Mr. Speaker. Now, that being said, the government has a whole range of programs and policies to help guide and support young Canadians as they ready themselves for a positive career. Now, these start at home with things like the Registered Education Savings Plan that allows families to put aside money in a tax-sheltered education savings account for future post-secondary education and expenses. This is supplemented by the Canada Education Savings Grant that can provide up to $7,200 more for Canadian youth for their education. Then there are the Canada Student Loans and Grants that continue to help hundreds of thousands of Canadian students pay for their post-secondary education. And as of this year, and because we want to encourage more people to get into the skilled trades, the student loan program has been extended with the $100 million a year Canada Apprenticeship Loan. It will help apprentices registered in the Red Seal trades to pay for technical training. Recently, we also approved significant investments to expand the labour market information provided to young people across this country. This includes an additional $14 million annually on 2 new Statistics Canada's surveys. Now, together, the surveys will provide Canadians, including youth, with relevant information on in-demand jobs by regions and by economic sectors. It will also provide reliable wage information from employers at the regional and local levels. The Youth Employment Strategy has a budget of over $360 million in 2014-2015 and is helping young Canadians between 15 and 30 develop the skills and get the job experience they need for success in the workforce. The strategy includes things like funding for career focus to support internships for post-secondary graduates and subsidies to employers to hire students through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Now, since 2006, our government has helped over 6 million youth obtain the skills, training, and jobs, and there is still more to do, Mr. Speaker. As honourable members know, the government has also transformed the labour market agreements and introduced the Canada Job Grant to bring private sector employers into the training mix. The Canada Job Grant gives employers a real stake in training programs and allows them to help shape those programs to better match their specific needs. And by 2017-2018, a total of $300 million per year will be invested nationally in the Canada Job Grant. The government has also created more targeted supports for young people who have historically been underrepresented in the labour force, particularly young Aboriginal Canadians and young Canadians with disabilities. upwards of 400,000 young Aboriginal Canadians will reach working age over the next 10 years. We have a great opportunity with this population, Mr. Speaker. Also, some 800,000 individuals with disabilities, including many young Canadians, are able to work but are not currently working, even though their disability does not prevent them from doing so. This represents enormous untapped potential, Mr. Speaker. And the government is using the Youth Employment Strategy, the Opportunities Funds for people with disabilities, as well as targeted funding to support Aboriginal youth to help young people in these groups get ready to participate full-time in Canada's workforce. Mr. Speaker, I want to say in conclusion that a strong and growing economy marches forward on the skills and expertise of its workforce. And that is why our government is committed to doing everything in its power to help young Canadians attain the highest skills levels they can. A stronger workforce will give us a more dynamic and faster-growing economy. This is something I'm sure that all of us here want to see and support for future years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de La Pointe de Lille.
The honourable member for La Pointe de Lille. As a matter of fact, I'm going to ask the same question as I asked before. Unfortunately, as I said, the program in question that helps hundreds of thousands of Canadian students get experience has never been reviewed, and the funding for the program no longer meets the demand. In fact, for the past 20 years, it hasn't kept up with the demand. The funding has never changed over the past 20 years, and for a number of years, there's been an increase in the demand year after year. I think we've all seen that as members. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the recommendation in the report that has to do with the summer jobs program and the recommendation that calls on the government to take another look at that program. What does the government intend to do about that program to help students get work experience? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
For that question, it's a very important question. One of the biggest challenges for youth who are trying to find employment is they knock on the door and they ask that employer to give them a job, and the employer says, "We'd love to hire you. What experience do you have?" And sometimes they have no experience. They don't have the backgrounds. They don't have the employable skills in their background to actually take on that job which is being offered by that employer. And that's one of the focuses of the Youth Summer Employment Program. We need to make sure that this program continues not only to provide summer employment for students between semesters, we have to make sure that it provides useful employment that's going to help them build the skills they need so that when they graduate from post-secondary education, when they finish that apprenticeship, or when they get those definite employable skills they need to go to work every day in their own communities, we need to make sure that the Youth Employment Program, the Summer Jobs Program, the Career Focus, the Skills Link programs have a work experience basis underneath them, underpinning the fact that they're going to develop skills. So it's not just a summer job between semesters, it's going to have the skills they need, the work experience they need, and the ability to build their own skill base so they can apply for jobs when they finish their education. So a continued push towards funding, a strong funding for the youth employment system, for the summer jobs program, but also keep in mind we have to have a work experience that provides the skills they need to take on the jobs of the future.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. I highly appreciate the member's answer, but the only problem is that he forgot one part of the answer, and that is the budget for that program going to be increased? It's quite a straightforward question. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for that question. Far be it for me to end run the finance minister who hasn't put forward the budget yet for next year. We'll have to wait and see what's contained in that budget. But I can tell you that the focus of this government is jobs, growth, and prosperity for this nation. So I'm sure that the finance minister and the prime minister, when they're putting together this budget, consulting with people all across this country, and MPs from our party I know are doing constant budget consultations, and I'm hearing from my employers in my riding, when I'm doing budget consultations, that they need to have a more highly skilled, developed workforce, a youth workforce that can take the jobs that they're offering. So I'm sure that in the upcoming budget, there will be a continued support for the youth employment strategy, continued support for the programs that are in that strategy, the Career Focus program, the Skills Link program, and the Canada Summer Jobs program. But also, Mr. Speaker, I think you will see a continued support for what we've done since Economic Action Plan has been forwarded to 2008, where a greater focus is going to be put on making sure that this focus that we have for the Summer Jobs program for Skills Link Career Focus is on the skills that are going to be needed to fill the jobs of the future. 300,000 jobs in the construction trades, 150,000 jobs in mining, and many other of the skilled trades are going to be needing literally hundreds of thousands of young Canadians who are trained. I think you'll see this government continue to support that. I hope the opposition, when it comes time to vote for the budget, will support those measures which are for the good futures of our young people in Canada.
There you go, Principal.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to be here today and speak to this as well. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to helping young people participate in the labour market. In fact, we agree with the recommendations of the Finance Committee's recent report on youth employment. Canada's future success is very much dependent on the academic and economic success of our young people, and our government is keenly focused on creating jobs, growth, and economic prosperity. That said, we're very aware of the fact that it isn't the government's job to create jobs. We need to help young Canadians actually get jobs that are available. From helping youth access education to encouraging entrepreneurship, we offer a wide range of supports to youth. And since 2006, our government has helped over 6 million youth obtain skills, training, and jobs, and there's still more to do. Today, I'm going to focus on the programs we offer to apprentices in the skilled trades. First, let me say a few words about the growing labour market demand for skilled trade workers. Buildforce Canada tells us the construction sector will need 300,000 jobs, new workers, in the next 10 years. The mining sector will need 145,000 more workers over the next 10 years, and the petroleum sector will need up to 150,000 workers by 2022. Canadian Chamber of Commerce cites estimates that there will be 550,000 unskilled workers who won't be able to find work by 2016. By 2021, the Chamber says the number of unemployed unskilled workers could be well over 1 million. At the same time, the Department of Employment and Social Development estimates that there will be 5.8 million job openings over the next decade, of which 2/3 will be in high-skilled occupations requiring a post-secondary education or management skills, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Council of Chief Executives, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and the Canadian Federation of Independent Business all say that skills shortages are the greatest obstacle we face right now. The problem is further complicated because workers of the baby boom generation are beginning to retire, taking their skills with them. Over the next decade, the Department of Employment and Social Development estimates that 4.3 million existing positions will be freed up, mainly due to retiring workers. The largest number of retirements will be in occupations requiring college education or skilled trades training. Mr. Speaker, in certain sectors and regions of our country, the demand for skilled trade workers is growing. Yet at the same time, 13.7% of young Canadians were unemployed in 2013. There's obviously a disconnect here, Mr. Speaker, and I spoke of this during my by-election last fall. The question is, how do we address it? We need to give young Canadians the right kind of labour market information. They need to know the real value of a job in the skilled trades. Somehow, we've come to see getting a university degree as the only way to get a job. While earning a bachelor's degree can lead to a well-paying job, it won't prepare you for many of the jobs available in the trades. We need to start giving jobs in the trades the same respect that we give to other occupations. Now, Mr. Speaker, I always have, Mr. Speaker, but this respect is being heightened nationally at this time. And we need to send that message to young people. The youth unemployment rate is too high, and it is unacceptable. The good news is that we can bring that rate down, because job opportunities do exist for Canadians with the right skills. So to encourage more participation in the trades, we included support for apprenticeship training in all our federal budgets, including the most recent one. Currently, we have a number of financial supports available to apprentices. First, we offer the Apprenticeship Incentive Grant, which is a $1,000 taxable cash grant for apprentices who complete the first and/or the second level of their apprenticeship program in a designated Red Seal trade. Through this grant, apprentices can receive up to $2,000. Secondly, we offer the Apprenticeship Completion Grant. This is $2,000 taxable cash grant for apprentices who successfully complete their apprenticeship training and receive their journeyperson certification in a designated Red Seal trade. By combining these two grants, apprentices who complete their apprenticeship training in a designated Red Seal trade and become certified journeypersons may be eligible to receive up to $4,000. To date, the government has issued more than 500,000 apprenticeship grants and provided nearly $700 million in support to apprentices to help them pursue and complete their training programs. In Brandon Souris alone, Mr. Speaker, we've had 477 apprentices receive these apprenticeship completion grants since 2009. It's very effective, Mr. Speaker. Apart from the grants, the government also offers tax credits and deductions to apprentices and their employers. These include the Apprenticeship Job Creation Tax Credit for employers who hire apprentices, the Tradesperson Tools Deduction Tax Credit, which allows apprentices and tradespeople to deduct the cost of their tools, and the Tuition Tax Credit for certification examination fees, which allows apprentices to recover some of their cost of their examination fees. In addition to these existing incentives, we expanded the Canada Apprentice Loan. When the apprentices are doing their formal block training, they will be able to apply for up to $4,000 in interest-free loans. At least 26,000 apprentices are expected to benefit from the Canada Apprenticeship Loan in the first year. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think I have demonstrated that our government provides a full range of supports to apprentices. However, financial support is not enough. There's also the issue of labor mobility. Because skilled trades shortages are restricted to certain sectors and regions, it's vital that workers be able to move to where they are needed and have their qualifications recognized. Harmonizing apprenticeship requirements across the country will help create new opportunities in the skilled trades across all of Canada. We have to coordinate our efforts in the provinces and territories in order to facilitate labor mobility, not restrict it. And our government is doing just that. The Atlantic provinces are currently leading the way on this front. In January 2014, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador agreed to remove the barriers created by different training and certification requirements for apprentices in that region. So far, they have harmonized requirements for 10 trades, including bricklayers, instrumentation and control technicians, and construction electricians. Mr. Speaker, this is a great step forward. The provinces have agreed to recognize each other's requirements or otherwise reconcile any unnecessary differences in their standards and regulations. This will help more Canadians get the training they need for the in-demand, well-paying jobs in the skilled trades. Hopefully, it'll encourage more young people to pursue this career path as well. In addition to problems with labor mobility and harmonization, there are other barriers to pursuing a career in the skilled trades. At the end of 2012, there were 360,000 people enrolled in more than 300 apprenticeship training programs, but typically only half of them complete their training and move on to get their journeyman's certificate. This may be because it's costly for young people to leave their good-paying jobs as apprentices to go do their formal technical training. That's why we will soon launch a research pilot project to support flexibility in apprenticeship training. The idea is that instead of obliging apprentices to leave the workplace and move to a college for 2 months of technical training, we could find innovative ways to deliver this training in a more convenient way by putting it online, for example. Young people are the future of our country. We have new mining projects opening up in Quebec, offshore oil in Newfoundland and Labrador, and potash oil and gas in Saskatchewan, just to name a few. We're going to need skilled, qualified workers to support those projects and the natural resources industry. That's why our programs are increasingly focused on apprenticeship in the skilled trades. The skilled trades are where the jobs of the future will be, and those are the kinds of jobs we need more young people to pursue. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm going to ask him basically the same question I asked his colleague across the way, and that is, a budget, 2 budgets ago in 2013, the then Finance Minister stated that this government would introduce the concept of attaching apprenticeships to infrastructure spending. In other words, to put their money where their mouth is with regards to creating jobs for young people. And to date, that promise was an empty promise because nothing has been done. We have tried to get the provincial government in Ontario to do the same thing. They have failed, but more concerning here is that the Finance Minister actually put it in a budget that infrastructure spending would include the ability to create apprenticeships as part of the requirement of the infrastructure spend. So I wonder if the member would comment on why his government has failed to follow up on that budgetary promise made by the previous Finance Minister. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, I thank the honourable member, for his question. But of course, the assumption is that there isn't the infrastructure being built in Canada, and there is, Mr. Speaker. We have tremendous infrastructure projects going on in Canada, and there are exactly the types of programs that I outlined here in my presentation today are why those young people are able to access the trades, whether it's in welding or electronics. The pipeline industry comes to mind in Western Canada, Mr. Speaker, and right now all across Canada, particularly in that area. There are a great many of these apprenticeship programs that I just spoke about, where we're giving $1,000 for the apprenticeship programming incentives for each of the first 2 years of those courses, and of course another $2,000 upon the completion of those, Mr. Speaker. And so the premise of the individual's questions is certainly a suspect in regards to the fact that there is tremendous growth in the job market in Canada. We've had over 1.1 million total new jobs, virtually full-time in Canada as well, Mr. Speaker. And so, as you can see from the groups that have indicated the types of work that are available, there are thousands and thousands to come too.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague and I share the same home province, and one of the big issues in Manitoba when it comes to youth unemployment has got to be our First Nations and Aboriginal people. There is a huge need that's there, and there's many complicated areas that need to be discussed, and working with and in full consultation with different individuals, in particular some of our First Nation leaders, to come up with apprenticeship type of programming, along with even at the high school level, getting more engaged so that our youth in that area are having better fortunes in terms of getting opportunities for employment. And I'm wondering if he might want to provide some comment just on how important, in particular, that whole area of apprenticeship and high school education is.
The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, I certainly want to welcome the Honourable Member from Winnipeg North's question. He's correct in regards to the importance of the Aboriginal community in our society, and particularly in Manitoba. The second highest rate of Aboriginal growth in Canada is in Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, and so that's why these very programs that I've outlined are so important, because of course everyone is eligible to access these, Mr. Speaker. We have a situation where there is a lot of growth in those areas, Mr. Speaker, but there's a lot of growth in these job opportunities as well. And I know many of the First Nations youth in the area where I represent, a number of them have gone into those areas. I know that he has experience in that area as well in regards to his days in the Manitoba legislature, Mr. Speaker, and that these apprenticeship courses are exactly designed to help feed into the needs for those individuals to get jobs in our society as well, not just in Manitoba but across Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to stand today and speak on the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Finance. I want to thank my colleagues for their work on this, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, a hard-working MP full of energy and passion, and very, very devoted to this file, and really who does an amazing job back in his writing as well. The member for Rimouski Nejet, and this is where I could really mess it up, Temuscoata Le Basque, and the member for Victoria. I also want to thank the witnesses who participated in this study. It's led to some important recommendations, and although we are pleased to support the report as a whole, we would be remiss not to focus in on some of the major challenges that youth in Canada are facing in today's labour market, points to which I do worry that my colleagues across the way are not paying enough mind. We've got the words, we need the actions. Mr. Speaker, since the Conservative government came to power, and over time it has become apparent that youth employment is not a priority for this government. As I door knock in my riding almost every weekend, and let me tell you, our youth are hurting. Young people in Surrey, their parents and grandparents, tell the same story, and I'm sure MPs from coast to coast are hearing similar stories, and it's our youth looking for work and parents and grandparents wanting them to have a decent paying job, so they're not helping to subsidize, and they want to see their children on their feet. As the official opposition critic for employment and social development, I'm deeply troubled when I meet youth who have good grades, who've studied hard, and who are passing out resumes left, right, and centre, and yet they cannot get a job at all, or at least cannot get a decent hours, nor get decent pay. But to this day, as stated in the committee's main report, Canadian youth still suffer from the effects of the economic crisis. And Mr. Speaker, while employment growth for Canadians as a whole was not sufficient to recover lost jobs during the crisis, young people have been particularly affected. More than 455,000 jobs for people under 25 have been lost since before the recession, and the youth unemployment rate is now double that of the population aged 25 years and older. Mr. Speaker, as Amy Huziak from the Canadian Labour Congress said, recessions are always harder on younger workers, but we are nearly 5 years past the end of the last recession, and there is still no recovery in sight for young workers. There has not been any pickup with respect to the jobs for the cohort of 15 to 25, 4 years old in this country. And Mr. Speaker, it does not seem like we have missed an opportunity here to get youth back into the labour market. This is where we need to focus right now. Mr. Speaker, I and my New Democrat colleagues are deeply concerned by the current labour market situation for young Canadians, and we refuse to accept soaring levels of youth unemployment as normal. And it's not enough to say to our youth, just go and volunteer more and work for nothing. The federal government has a responsibility to help create jobs for young people. It requires collaborating with the provinces on training, apprenticeships, and education. Mr. Speaker, why isn't this government showing leadership and doing just that? And of course, Mr. Speaker, education is a major factor in social mobility. Just 2 hours ago, actually it's now more like 5 hours ago, I met with students from Kwantlen University and Vancouver Island University in my beautiful home province of British Columbia. And they are very concerned, Mr. Speaker. Youth are accepting unpaid internships in the hopes of eventually securing employment with that employer. But, Mr. Speaker, unpaid internships do not pay off student debt and do not allow young people to move forward out of their parents' homes into homes of their own to live modestly but independently. The pursuit of post-secondary education means that young people are able to increase their opportunities in the labour market, as well as their conditions of employment. But of course, an increasing number of students have trouble repaying their loans, and so many are deterred from furthering their education for fear it may result in insurmountable debt. And I think we've all heard stories of the growing debt that students leave their post-secondary institutions with. In many cases, I would say, Mr. Speaker, much higher than the price of the first house I bought when I graduated. Too many young workers are underemployed. The underemployment rate for youth was actually estimated at 27.7 last year. Mr. Speaker, there is also troubling gaps between the graduation rates of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal students, so we need to put in some programs to address these issues. The post-secondary graduation rate on reserves is about 14.4 compared to 39.1 for non-Aboriginal population. Even more troubling, Mr. Speaker, is that high school graduation rates are just 36.8 on reserves, compared with the 66.8 for the broader population. Mr. Speaker, the First Nations population is young and growing fast. Fully half of the population of 930,000 is under the age of 25, and as it stands, the majority of First Nations youth have not graduated high school. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this government consistently underfunds First Nations education and schools. And in my previous life, I had the privilege to visit some of these communities and visit some of the schools, and I was so outraged at the standards of the buildings, which appeared to me more like what you would expect in third world countries rather than in a developed, wealthy nation like Canada. Then, Mr. Speaker, our youth face competition in the labour market from the growth of the temporary foreign worker programme, which, as you know, under this government, they opened up the floodgates without too much regulation, and when they got caught, then they've tried to do a little bit of damage control. Temporary foreign workers admitted under the low-skilled occupation stream are actually competing directly with young people, and all year long, Mr. Speaker, case upon case upon case has been highlighted in the media from coast to coast to coast. We are all familiar with the infamous example of the McDonald's in Victoria, ignoring local students, not hiring them, giving them reduced hours in favour of paying lower wages to foreign workers. Heartbreakingly, this was one example of a countrywide crisis. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues brought forward in the material provided by the students who came to see me earlier this afternoon is that of data, or rather the lack of it. There is a serious data shortage in Canada right now, and as I've said tongue-in-cheek many times in this House, it is as if this government is allergic to data and evidence-based decision-making. They don't seem to want to have that kind of information to get in the way of their own agenda. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to spend a little bit of time expressing my particular support for Recommendation 9 of this report, that the federal government collect data on unpaid internships in Canada and work with the provinces and territories to ensure the appropriate protections under relevant labour codes. Moreover, the government should study the impact of unpaid internships. You know, Mr. Speaker, I grew up in England, and, through our school, we were encouraged to volunteer and to get involved in the community. And, we did Meals on Wheels. I would go and read at a local hospital, and, got involved with the Duke of Edinburgh programme. So we did a variety of volunteer work, but that was on the side. That was on the side. Surely we shouldn't be expecting our young people who have qualified, finished their university, have a huge debt load, and then saying, you need about a year's worth of experience, let's have you go and work for nothing for a year somewhere. We really have to pay some attention, and I think we don't have enough data even to begin to understand how serious this situation is, so that data collection becomes important. Mr. Speaker, logic alone suggests that if you are doing a job and not being paid for it, you are not going to have money. It means you're not being paid. And if you are devoting your time to an unpaid internship in the hopes of gaining experience that will lead to eventual employment, you do not then also have time to work an interim job to earn a meager salary, perhaps even just enough to pay the interest on your student loans. And this is the conundrum for many young people right now. But, Mr. Speaker, without data, we aren't able to assess just how bad the situation actually is. We can merely speculate and go on the stories we hear. And speculation does not good policy make, nor does guesswork. Furthermore, we need to find out what is actually resulting from unpaid internships. Are youth ultimately gaining? Are our youth being exploited? Do they do the year and then the employer looks for another freebie for another year? So all of that information needs to be gathered. Mr. Speaker, in order to work effectively at the federal level and with the provinces to remedy this problem, we need to know the exact size of the problem so that we can deduce the size of the solution needed. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, I and my NDP colleagues agree that there are good internship programs associated with academic institutions that help young Canadians benefit from a first work experience. And we have many co-op programs, and ones that will be relevant to and even improve their career prospect and are a part of their learning package. But the increasingly frequent use of unpaid internships by employers also poses a particular challenge for young Canadians, and it is the data associated with that challenge that we desperately need to analyse. Unfortunately, some employers do not use unpaid internships as a prerequisite to employment and as a way to fill positions that would otherwise be paid. So for them, it's just a revolving door. And they do not necessarily lead to the acquisition of relevant experience for the career of a young worker. Sometimes what they end up doing has very little to do with their expertise or with their background. Amendments to the Canada Labour Code could ensure better working conditions for our young people and protect them from exploitation. Next, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasise the importance of Recommendation 16 of the report, that the federal government explore ways to promote youth hiring in Canada, such as, NDP has been suggesting this, tax credits for businesses that hire Canadians aged 18 to 30. That is a positive step the government could take tomorrow. They're really fond of making announcements in all kinds of locations. Here is one they should make, and stand up here and make it today or make it tomorrow, but here is one that will actually benefit our youth. Mr. Speaker, a youth hiring tax credit is a practical step to creating new jobs for young people. I have spoken to business people in Surrey and on the Surrey Board of Trade, and they agree that that kind of a policy is a win-win. New Democrats have proposed a $1,000 incentive that would be available to businesses that hire young Canadians aged 18 to 25. That credit would double in areas of dire unemployment. Businesses would also be able to access matching federal funds to help train their newly hired employees. Mr. Speaker, the time is now. Let's do this and show today's young people that we are paying attention and that we are not leaving them behind. By ignoring youth unemployment, or only paying lip service to it, Mr. Speaker, this government is actually threatening Canada's long-term economic prosperity. Mr. Speaker, you may be aware that Germany has just announced a few months ago that all post-secondary education fees in Germany are now waived. No matter what program you take for post-secondary, there are no fees over in Germany. And you know what? They're not just doing it because they woke up one day and said, oh, we need a new announcement. They did their research. They looked at how much common sense it made to do that and how investment in the youth is really about the future, and that that country is willing to make those sacrifices, and there are other like it, and they can see the economic and social benefits. If the government doesn't act now in Canada, we risk becoming the first generation in history to leave less to our children than we inherited from our parents. As a mother and a grandmother, I cannot tell you how much that breaks my heart. I always tell people that I do what I do because I want a better world for my grandchildren, the students I've taught over the years, and all young people in this country. I want to give them that promise of hope and of engagement. But right now, many youth are feeling disenchanted. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. Canadians deserve smart investment in today's youth and tomorrow's economy. New Democrats recognise that smaller enterprises are the job-creating backbone of Canada's economy. In that vein, we've launched a Canada-wide campaign to engage small businesses. We're talking to business owners about practical ideas to help them expand, and the feedback we are getting is very, very positive. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss not to discuss the fact that youth with disabilities face particular challenges in the labour market. They face a more difficult transition from school to work, reduced support services to meet their individual needs, job opportunities, and ignorance of their actual capabilities. Youth with disabilities are more educated than ever. However, as indicated by one witness, the employment rate of youth with disabilities in Canada was 45.7% in 2011. Mr. Speaker, when I learned that, I was shocked. This government must take action immediately to enable young people with disabilities to benefit from better opportunities to enter the labour market permanently. Lastly, and very dear to my heart, Mr. Speaker, I recently learned that 60% of students will postpone buying a house because of their debt, and 40% will postpone their plan to start a family. This highlights another issue of pressing importance for young professionals, the work-family balance. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will state again in this House, and as many times as I'm possibly able, that a national childcare system is vital for women to enter the labour force when their children are younger. When a woman first starts out in the labour force from the 25 to 29-year-old range, the gap isn't very large. It's after a few years. It's after a few years when they've had to take leave to care for young children that the gap grows and women hit that glass ceiling. But they also hit many other barriers, and they end up having to make very, very difficult choices, Mr. Speaker, choices that not only impact their career aspirations but also impact the economic base for families. Improving the childcare system in this country is fundamental to improving employment opportunities for both men and women. And if we are going to tackle poverty in a serious way and to tackle the growing gap between the rich and poor, one of the key pillars in that platform to do that is a universal, accessible, affordable, regulated childcare system, Mr. Speaker, and that's what the NDP stands for. Mr. Speaker, how much longer do I have? Oh, 2 minutes. How time flies when you're having fun. So I also want to, when we're talking about youth employment, unemployment, I should say, Mr. Speaker, recently when I was at Kwantlen College and I met with a group of students, they told me that their challenges are the high cost. Education is incredibly expensive these days. But they're willing to actually take on that burden. But the difficulty is that once they leave those institutions, it can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years before they can get a full-time job in the field that they have qualified in. And that just doesn't seem right, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's the kind of thing we need to address. And I will tell you that in my riding of Newton North Delta in Surrey there, I talk to my constituents and all the time, and the number one issue, I should say, there are top 3 issues in my riding, but in the top 3, education, youth unemployment are integral part of that. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, the lack of a national childcare system in Canada right now is a market failure. Mr. Speaker, we need affordable, accessible, safe childcare in this country, and we need it now. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, and I know you support this, the Leader of the Official Opposition has said that we're only one election away from having childcare that will be no more than $15 a day per child. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that's music to the ears of people right across this country from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, I want to say again how happy I am to have had the opportunity to speak to this report today. I thank my colleagues for their good work, and I look forward to seeing these recommendations come to fruition. And I would like to end with an appeal. Words on paper are meaningless. Let's have action.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her intervention in this debate. And prior to politics, I worked as a youth councillor for persons with disabilities and also youth at risk. And I'd like to ask her, how important is it for there to be a federal plan with regards to creating the child care spaces and making sure that they're accessible and they're also going to be available to all women and to all families? I think it's a really critical part of our economic engine is the ability to facilitate the ability to work. And we can't do that in our current system as we have childcare right now at really high levels for many, many people across our country, including my own community.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my hard-working colleague for his very thoughtful question, and I'm always impressed with how connected he is with the issues in his riding and how articulate he is in bringing those into this House. Mr. Speaker, let me say this, that in Quebec, when they implemented the Universal Childcare Program, what happened was over 70,000 women re-entered the workforce. When they re-entered the workforce, not only did they pay taxes on what they were making, but it also addressed a labour issue out there. But most importantly, the other thing it did was it strengthened the family's economic base in order to make progress. But it does something else, Mr. Speaker. We know that early childhood education is very, very important. And once you have quality childcare that is universal, accessible, and regulated, what you get is amazing things happening with kids. And I think that option needs to be available for every parent across this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit confused by what the member just said, because she said that, you know, once there's a universal child care program that goes to all parents, that things would be better. What she's forgetting is that is in place right now, Mr. Speaker. A check, in fact, going to parents of children under school age, and that's going to be increased in the future, and she knows that, and she wants to get rid of that, Mr. Speaker. I simply don't believe that's the way to go. I think the member should acknowledge that a big bureaucratic daycare program like her party is proposing has been a disaster in Quebec for many families. Only a small percentage of the families can in fact access the program, and the money goes to the bureaucrats, to the people running the program, instead of actually providing the service to a wide range of parents. So I'd like the member to acknowledge that the government has in place the best kind of child care program that goes to all parents of children and actually allows them to make a decision on what kind of child care they want to provide for the children.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
I'm absolutely flabbergasted with that question, Mr. Speaker, because first of all, let me tell you, I don't know if that member has tried to look for childcare, but I can tell you that in Surrey in BC has one of the most expensive childcare expenses out there. There was a report released recently, and it's around $1,200 a month. Yeah. It's not $100 and it's not $160 a month. And the other thing is, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing in the plan that we have proposed that would force parents to use daycare. If parents want to opt to stay at home and they've got the financial wherewithal to do that, that option is there. If anybody, the NDP, by saying we need a universal plan, it is a more inclusive plan, allows actually parents to make real choices based on their circumstances. It is not a choice for a 23-year-old working on minimum wage and the husband working on minimum wage, because if both of them are working, they still can't earn enough to pay their bills at home, pay for their food, pay for their rent, and they can't afford that daycare, so only one can work, and the poverty level increases. And when a child goes hungry, or when we have children living in poverty, Mr. Speaker, that demeans every single Canadian in this country, because there is no excuse for that. Sound policy supported by very well-established economists say that if you want to tackle child poverty, if you want to tackle the labour issues, if you want to have good economic policy, if you want to have good social policy, universal, accessible, affordable, regulated childcare is the only way to go.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from Newton North Delta for a very passionate defence of putting in place the kind of programs that will address chronic and rising youth unemployment and increasing poverty in this country. I'm still flabbergasted by my Conservative colleague across the way trying to compare the $2 or $3 a day that this Conservative government wants to provide families with the $1,600 it costs the average family in Toronto a month to pay for childcare. So the Conservatives say, hey, we're giving you $2 or $3 a day, and you just go off and raise the other $1,400, $1,500 a month yourselves, which is an appalling and irresponsible attitude to families, saying that we'll give you $2 or $3 a day, but the rest is up to you, which means that families simply go out without childcare. There's no other way to put it, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask my colleague from Newton North Delta if she thinks the Conservatives even understand what working families, the pressures that they're under. That they can say, for $2 or $3 a day, we've taken care of childcare, when we know that there are hundreds of thousands of families in this country that can't afford childcare because of the negligence of this Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague from Burnaby and Westminster for that very thoughtful question, and a very passionate one as well, because I know he cares very deeply, and in his writing specifically, he is hearing from people as well about the need for a universal childcare program. Mr. Speaker, sometimes, we can get into these partisan spats in here. I've seen a few of them. But I don't think childcare should be one of those. I think we should be paying attention to science. We should be paying attention to the researchers. We've got proven models in Europe. We've got a proven model here in Quebec. And there is sound research that shows not only is it good for the economy, it is good socially, it's good for the family, it's good for increasing gender equity, it's good for raising the family's income, but it's also actually good for mental health reasons as well. And so let's start paying attention to this, because, Mr. Speaker, this is doable. And based on the science and evidence, all the parties should be moving towards this. A couple of dollars a day is not going to cut it. And the other thing is, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you, I'm talking to more and more parents and grandparents of young people who are saying, I didn't think I'd be raising my great-grandchildren. Because in order for their grandchildren to pay their bills, they can't afford to put their children into daycare. And so in many cases, it's family members who are helping out. And there is nothing wrong with family members helping out if the family members are healthy. But I'm talking to ones who are suffering when they're having to do that. And this is the same government, Mr. Speaker, who shut the door on family reunification. Shut the door on family reunification so that that extended family support system isn't even there for many Canadians either.
We have time for one more question and comment. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if I can get a very quick response from the minister, from the member. Jack Layton and the NDP had a policy platform in 2011 in which it stated that employers will receive a one-year rebate on employer contributions for the Canada Pension Plan and employment insurance premiums for each new employee hired. This was a statement that was made from what I understand Jack Layton. It was part of the NDP platform. Can the member make reference to whether or not they still believe that Mr. Layton's idea was a good idea?
Member for Newton North Delta.
You know, Mr. Speaker, what's evidence to me is that both the government and the party at that end has miserably failed small and medium-sized businesses over the years as they have pandered to the big transnational corporations where most of the profits leave the country. And they have ignored the job-creating engines of this country, which are your small and medium-sized businesses. And we are very, very committed to working on a variety of tools and a variety of incentives to support small businesses so that they can grow the jobs. And we've talked about the tax rate, we've talked about hiring credits, we've talked about transaction fees for credit cards. There are many, many ways. And, you know, I would urge my colleague down the way just to wait for the rest of our platform. We're not scared to put our platform out. We're putting it out right now because we want Canadians to discuss it and debate it, unlike the red door that is keeping it hidden.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm actually very delighted to stand and talk to this very important issue of youth unemployment and also to talk about this really important report that was put forward by the Finance Committee with, of course, a number of recommendations. But I think, first of all, Mr. Speaker, we need to put this into a bit of a framework in terms of what the government has been doing and the very, very important work that we've been moving forward with. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker. I have three children who are in their 20s, and I remember back in the 90s when they were quite young, I used to think, well, the baby boomers are all going to have retired, and so when my children finish school, finish university, finish whatever path that they have chosen in their life, the world is actually going to be their oyster. And that they will have many, many opportunities, and indeed that there would be a shortage. Mr. Speaker, that hasn't happened, and we know that there's some challenges for the youth, and we know our unemployment rate is higher than we would like it to be. So the government, first of all, understands that it's absolutely important that we create the right environment for the economy to thrive. We create the right environment for the job creators of this country to make, to be successful and to create those jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's ironic that the NDP like to talk about great concern about this issue, but every single measure, everything we do to support the job creators in this country, they tend to vote against. So, for example, as we look at lowering the tax rates for our corporations, I think it's important to recognize that lower tax rates encourage, money is international these days, mobility is international these days, and these job creators, we actually are encouraging groups like Tim Hortons to come back to Canada. So I think, first of all, we need to look at the policies that we have in place, whether it be around natural resources, and again, I'd have to look at the NDP, and I don't think there's a natural resource project that I've heard them support yet. But those truly, especially for our Aboriginal communities, there's many, I'll look again, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. We have a mine that opened in, it's called New Gold. And part of that mine opening was some job agreements that were created with the local bands that allowed for opportunities, employment opportunities for their youth. So, first of all, I think it's important that we have policies in place, as I indicated, that support the job creators, whether it's corporate tax rates or whether it's more importantly things like resource development policies whereby you get to a yes or no. Companies don't spend 6, 8, 15, 30 years before they actually get an answer in terms of what they're doing. So that's one thing that we've absolutely focused on. But perhaps when you look also, the government has had a role in terms of some of the more direct supports that we've put in place for both Aboriginal youth, youth with disabilities, youth in general. And I'd like to spend a little bit of time maybe talking about the different programs that are in place. And again, significant dollars. I think it's also important, of course, to recognize that the provinces, the municipalities, they are our partners in these issues. And so really we work in partnership with our provinces, with our municipalities. So some of the important programs that we've had in place, and you have to start young, Mr. Speaker. I think some of those experiences that you get as a youth, you have an opportunity to, as a high school student, maybe your first job is supported through our Canada Summer Student Job Program. It might be working in a camp. It might be working with an engineering company. It might be doing many of those jobs in the riding I represent. There's over $450,000 that go into providing that experience for youth, often what is their first experience in the workforce. The next along the way, I think obviously we have programs that are related to internship. We have a significant support that has gone towards paid internships. So again, you have a company who is thinking they need to expand in terms of the number of people that they have, but sometimes those entry-level jobs, a little bit of support in terms of creating that position, creating those paid internship programs. Again, a hugely successful program that encourages our businesses to hire youth. Mr. Speaker, some of the more powerful programs that I've seen in place are through our Skills Link and Opportunities programs. And you know, sometimes we have youth that experience specific challenges in their lives. And I know we have a group in, again, I'll use Kamloops as an example, but I think in the 308 ridings across the country, there's many similar groups in place. So they're given some funding to support. In one case, it's a group called Ask Wellness. They have people that have perhaps had issues with drug addiction, alcohol issues, and have had a few challenges in their life, but they've decided to turn their life around. Well, we know that part of supporting someone to turn their life around is also to provide that meaningful support and those meaningful opportunities through jobs. So I can remember going to a particular announcement where we were talking about the ongoing support for some of these programs and the story of the youth who stood up. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, he talked about the bad path that he had taken in his life. He had talked about getting clean in terms of his alcohol addictions, in terms of his drug addictions, and he talked about the support that he had in terms of basic skills, the basic skills that he was going to need to be successful in his future. So he had that support through, again, federal government funding delivered by an agency in town, and was now gainfully employed, happily employed, really pleased and happy about that change that he had made in his life. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, he didn't feel that he could have done that without the support of the program that was available to him. Again, we also recognize that our Aboriginal youth have an unemployment rate that is of particular concern, and so the support, again, for Aboriginal youth, and also programs like the ASEP program, where they take the youth, and not only is it some pre-employment, but also some actual skills training. We also actually, our committee, which of course is Human Resource Skills Development, had the opportunity to look at not only assets but some of the strategic partnership funds. The strategic partnership fund was where industry actually worked with the communities and community groups, and so they were working together for actually creating the jobs that were available. So a really important opportunity for supporting Aboriginal youth in the extraordinary and high unemployment rate there. But Mr. Speaker, the last thing I do want to sort of reflect on, and I know it's been part of the dialogue that's been ongoing, and although it's not directly related to youth unemployment, there is a link, and we've had a lot of conversation in this House in terms of the support for childcare. Well, Mr. Speaker, I've said it before, and I'm going to say this again. Coming from a rural community, coming from someone that had to work nights, for our youth, maybe it's a young mother who's 17, 19, she's got someone at home. To be quite frank, the child care spaces proposed by the NDP are not going to do her any good as she goes in to work that 7 to midnight shift, because those spaces are not available. They're great maybe for 9 to 5, and I understand recent research has shown that people with higher income tend to take more advantage and tend to really take advantage of those low-cost daycare spots. So again, what we are doing is we are going to put that money in someone's pocket. So if she needs to hire a babysitter to come to the house, maybe the aunt comes to the house, we're going to provide that flexibility. And I think the last point I think I would like to focus in on is we often hear about the cost of childcare and how it's extraordinary, and it is a very high cost. But what the NDP are neglecting to say is every province in this country provide support for low-income parents. So the supported childcare program, sometimes the parents are paying nothing. If you are low income, a single mom, low income, you might be on a program delivered through the provinces where your child care cost is appropriately subsidized to a great degree. So I think, this conversation has been a little bit misleading, first in the fact that there is some important support available for those with low income, but more importantly is the jobs that our youth, perhaps our single mother, perhaps they're not necessarily Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. And so our plan, which is going to allow the parent for a young child, it's $1,900 a month. Plus, again, you've got to remember she's got support from a number of different sources. It will allow her to enter the market more viably. So, Mr. Speaker, I think in conclusion, we all agree that the youth unemployment rate is an issue. It's an issue we need to be concerned about. We need to find important ways to match opportunities to the interests of our youth, and we need to create the environment both for corporations to be successful and to give the youth the skills through the important programs that I've already mentioned. So whether it's a Canada Summer Student Job Program, Youth Opportunities, Disabilities, we have many programs in place, and we will continue to ensure that we have an important focus on this area. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments. I've asked this question twice before, and I haven't got a straight answer either time, so I'm going to ask it again and hope for a straight answer. In the 2013 budget, the Finance Minister announced that one of the conditions of government spending on infrastructure would be the creation of apprenticeships through the procurement process of creating infrastructure in cities and towns and provinces across this country. And yet, the New Canada Building Fund of $14 billion has nary a mention of apprenticeships anywhere in it. So I want to know why this government won't put its money where its mouth is. It said very clearly that that would be a condition of the creation of infrastructure in this country, and yet provinces and towns that receive this money are under no obligation to create apprenticeships, and that would be a tremendous way for this government to create the kinds of jobs that young people need, that would create the kind of employment that young people need, and would do a tremendous service and give a great example to the provinces and municipalities of how you use federal spending, how you use government spending to create jobs.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think there has ever been a government that has done more to support youth in the apprenticeship programs, whether it is the loans. In the last budget, we actually made the loans available for people in the apprenticeship programs. We have support for their tools. We have measure after measure after measure in terms of supporting apprentices. And I think it's also important to reflect, Mr. Speaker, is we know that actually apprentices are some of the ones that are in the highest demand. So in actual fact, there is very few people that enter an apprenticeship program that don't find the opportunities right away in terms of the very important work out there, whether it be every week when I get on the plane that goes from Kamloops to either Calgary or Vancouver, I bet 1/3 of the plane is folks that are heading up to the oil sands that have some sort of apprentice background. So again, I don't think there's been another government who has done so much for the apprentice of Canada.
Questions and comments? Yes, and commentaire. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's answer with great interest. You know, right now we've got I think broadly we can agree that we're in a youth employment crisis in Canada. In fact, it's so significant that, you know, we had the Governor of the Bank of Canada recently suggesting that young people should work for free to beef up their CV. What the member opposite just said was that, you know, apprenticeship leads to employment. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that more and more young people are working several unpaid internships, and you could call it payment on a non-payment basis. That's what it is. But those internships aren't leading to jobs. I'd like to know from the government side what they're doing about this blight of unpaid internships in Canada.
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't have the actual numbers right in front of me, but one of the very important things that we have done as a government that relates to internships is actually provided funding for paid internships. And I suspect in that member's riding there has probably been a company that has been that's available, that has been given the contract and has been putting out the request for proposals, because I know it's been a very, very successful program across Canada in terms of both paid internships, but actually providing and moving into longer-term jobs with the companies. So again, I'm not diminishing the fact that we do have an issue with youth unemployment that we are seized with. I think we're all seized with that particular issue. And one of the measures, of course, is the provision of paid internships.
Yes, and commentaire. Honourable Deputy.
Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my distinguished colleague for having spoke to us about problems in remote regions in getting access to daycare. But if you're talking about Quebec, and we're talking about using that system for all of Canada, it should be noted that in rural areas there are cooperative daycares. There are services that are provided outside regular hours so that young people can work. You see, not only do we have to deal with unemployment, but we also have to deal with engagement within the labor market for young people. Too often, there are young people who are still at home or continuing their studies, not necessarily because that was their first choice, but because they can't find employment. And so I've listened to my distinguished colleague, but it is my impression that she doesn't necessarily want to give jobs to young people. She wants to look for good deals for employers who don't necessarily have to pay for daycare or pension for these employees. They don't necessarily want to have to provide these sort of nationally recognized services, but they are essential services. So I'd like to ask my distinguished colleague if she understands the importance and the urgency of acting within these areas so that youth who want to work can work and also have a future The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Labour Minister.
Speaker, and I think as someone who spent a number of years of my adult life in a rural community and actually represent rural communities, I do have a very good appreciation for both the challenges and the beautiful benefits of living in rural communities. And absolutely, childcare is an important piece of that. Having licensed childcare is important, and yes, there are some. But my point is, perhaps you live 30 kilometers up the valley and you take care of a farm, and your grandmother is taking care of your children. Or the point is, Mr. Speaker, is we need a lot of different options, and so we believe that parents are in the best position. But I think I also want to sort of connect one other point is the government setting the environment for success in rural communities. We have another example, I always like to give examples, is in Lac La Hache, which is a very rural, remote area. They have found a niche market where they make the pepperoni, and they employ 60, 80 people in that very niche market. But what we as a government are responsible for doing is creating the environment for them to be successful, and that's what we plan to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a concern, and that is summer jobs for students. The first thing I officially did as a Member of Parliament in 2011, following my election, was to sign a list of summer jobs. And I realized when I looked at that list that there weren't enough resources and that the choices had already been decided by civil servants who had done an initial screening. But I had to make some very difficult choices, Mr. Speaker. This program was supposed to help young people go back to their regions and get experience, whether it be in forestry, the environment, in all kinds of areas. And this kind of program provides assistance to small municipalities and to community organizations through these jobs. What I was disappointed about was that from year to year, over and over again, I saw the same thing on this list. I saw municipalities and sectors that had real needs that could have been met by young people who had skills, except that these weren't included. Now, a few times, I managed to make some choices, some very difficult choices, in order to provide positions to groups that I felt really needed them. But these were heart-wrenching decisions. Is that going to end one day? Will the government one day put the resources that are required into this area? That's what I'm asking my colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Canada Summer Student Job Program is a critical piece, and the member might not be aware, but in actual fact the budget for that particular program increased during the global economic recession and has stayed at that higher level. So there's many students, as I indicated earlier. There's over close to $500,000 that goes into many of the different ridings. So it's one piece of a puzzle, but it's not by any means the only piece of a puzzle. And for example, I would encourage all members of Parliament, you have a budget to hire summer students for your own in the summer when you have the opportunity. So again, it is an important piece of the puzzle. It's not the only piece of the puzzle in terms of dealing with the student summer job issue.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-de-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise and speak in this debate on the report of the Standing Committee on Finance on youth employment. Unemployment amongst youth is a huge concern for me. and I will be speaking to my own bill, C-620, later on in my speech. But I've been working on this with my colleague from Davenport. We've worked together on stages, on unpaid work, how to offer protection for people who are doing internships. And actually, I would like to point out to the Speaker that I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Davenport. Now, unemployment with youth is of great concern. We know that unemployment amongst youth is almost double that of the national average. And in the report from the Standing Finance, it stated that witnesses pointed out that youth are the victims of the economic crisis. There hasn't been sufficient recovery in order to bring those jobs back, and therefore youth have been disproportionately affected. More than 450,000 jobs for those under 25 years old were lost during the recession, and unemployment has remained double that of the national average of those who are 25 years and older. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if you look at numbers for young Canadians who are underemployed, that is to say those who haven't managed to find full-time jobs in their areas, you can see, Mr. Speaker, that 1 out of 3 young people is underemployed in Canada. And that number is one that I am greatly concerned with. Given the current climate, I tabled Bill C-620 to protect unpaid stagiaires. This bill was the result of collaboration with the family of previous intern, Andrew Ferguson. And this person worked in Alberta, worked in Edmonton, and was working in a radio station. And after having worked for a considerable number of hours, 16 hours in a row, actually, he drove home and unfortunately was in a horrible accident. And he did not benefit from any sort of federal protection because, Mr. Speaker, when people work in areas of federal jurisdiction or telecommunications like Andy Ferguson, or in transportation, for example, or in the banking sector, those people who are doing stages in those areas do not have any protection when they're doing that internship. So it does not protect their health or their safety. And this is very worrisome. And in the case of Andy Ferguson, it led to a national debate. There have been other cases throughout the country where there are unpaid interns who have had their conditions abused. For example, Ms. Patel in Toronto. She was working with Bell. Now, this is a very profitable company that makes huge profits, but she was also an unpaid intern there. And the position was closed, but according to Ms. Jeanette Patel, the former unpaid intern, she was doing the same jobs as those employees who were paid. So it's a very worrisome trend, Mr. Speaker. Employers are actually turning these paid positions into unpaid internship-type positions. And I would say this is an abuse, actually, of the system itself of internships. This spring, I tabled a bill, Bill C-620, and that bill is divided into 2 parts, as I explained, Mr. Speaker. There is uncertainty in this area of internships where interns have no protection, and under Bill C-620, these unpaid employees or interns working in areas of federal jurisdiction would have a certain amount of protection. And under my bill, these interns would be able to turn down, for example, dangerous work, refuse to do dangerous work. They would have protection against various types of abuse, for example, sexual harassment. We have seen sexual harassment in various workplaces and in the area of telecommunications, for example. So part of the purpose of my bill is to protect those interns. And the second part of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is meant to ensure that employers cannot transform or change those paid positions into unpaid internships. So employers in Canada have to understand, Mr. Speaker, that these unpaid positions should not be a source of cheap labor. And these individuals should not be exploited. These positions should not be abused. And if the interns do the same work as those who are in paid positions, then employers have to pay them. Furthermore, under my bill, they have to benefit, these positions have to benefit the interns, and they have to be protected. I think that my bill is a good start.
And we have to deal with this issue of unpaid internships. As has been pointed out, it's an issue of gender inequality, because the sectors where the unpaid internships are the most prevalent are in female-dominated areas. The U of T, Students' Union, and another group have looked at areas of journalism, marketing, nutrition. Those are the areas where unpaid internships are the most popular. So we need to improve the conditions of all workers in the workforce so that it doesn't disproportionately affect women in the workforce. Now, it's also important to point out that based on recent studies, including one study from UVic, unpaid interns didn't really have a better chance of getting a job after the fact than others. Unpaid interns, for the most part, didn't receive a job offer after their unpaid internship. So what the government is saying, the Governor of the Bank of Canada has said, is false, that young people should accept unpaid internships in order to subsequently get a job. It's false to say that that increases their chance of getting a job, a paying job. Now, Mr. Speaker, the problem is that the jobs are just not there. So if the Conservative government hasn't been successful in creating jobs for young people, and that is an issue that we need to examine in greater detail. Now, I had the pleasure of participating in a meeting of the Finance Committee when the Canadian Intern Association appeared. I had an opportunity to question Claire Seaborn, who represented the Canadian Internship Group, and many of her recommendations were very pertinent and very interesting. I know that I've only got about a minute left, so I'd like to draw the attention of the House to some recommendations contained in that report. Recommendation number 9, first and foremost, which urges the government to gather data on unpaid internships in Canada. It's an issue that many people raised, many witnesses, saying that there are no figures on unpaid internships Canada-wide, so we need some figures if we want to deal with the problem. What's more, the recommendation number 10 urges the federal government to continue to invest in internships in science, technology, engineering, and math, And that's an excellent recommendation. And finally, the last recommendation I would like to draw your attention to is number 16, which calls on the federal government to explore means of encouraging the hiring of young people in this country by offering a tax credit to businesses, and that is in keeping with the proposal put forth by the NDP. Now, I see that I have no further time left. I'd like to say that I'm more than prepared to take any questions, comments colleagues may have. The Honourable Member for Honoré Mercier. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, when I hear talk about internship, I think about university and internships, and if we tell young people to continue to go do volunteer work, do unpaid internships, and you'll eventually end up with a job. Frankly, no. Students have already accumulated debt, student loans. So once they finish university, that might be the case for people who've completed high school, but people who have completed university often have student loans. They may be married, have families. But to tell them, no, come and work for me for free? No, I'd like to hear the views of my colleague on that. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. More and more young people are accumulating debt following their university studies. Many young people can't afford to accept an unpaid internship because it's very costly. When they have loans to pay back, they have to pay for housing, they have to buy food. Oftentimes, unpaid internships are set aside for a very limited group of young people who come from well-to-do families who can help them pay their other costs. That's why in the dissenting report to the Standing Committee on Finance, the NDP calls on the government to have a better framework for unpaid internships. We also called for changes to the Labour Code in order to ensure a better work conditions in keeping with my bill, HoC 620.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest, and I want to congratulate my colleague on her excellent work on the issue of protection and increase in a stronger framework that we look at the issue of internships and unpaid internships. But what I wanted to ask and talk about right now is the fact that as we know that for young people, the job market is precarious. We know that the jobs that are available are oftentimes part-time. They're oftentimes on short-term contract. They provide usually very little in the way of job protection or benefits. In other words, they're not the kind of jobs that a young person finishing a post-secondary degree could imagine launching their adult life in. And so what we see is more and more young workers delaying some of those other markers, the buying of a house, potentially the starting a family. And one of the measures that we are focused on is the issue of access to child care. And I wonder if my colleague could just speak to why that is so important for young workers.
Député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you. We often talk about equal levels of service across the country, and in Quebec, it's essential to offer affordable child care services as we talk about across the country. As the leader of the NDP proposed the creation of a national child care strategy, a system of child care to make it affordable. So that's a very important issue for young people as well. But I think my colleagues also raised another very important point. We know that the unemployment rate among young people is 13 to 14%. That's very high. It's a very high unemployment rate, higher than the national level. And we know that almost 1 out of every 3 young people is also underemployed. Almost 33% of young people will work part-time or will have to go back to school. because he or she can't find a job, or you'll have to accept an unpaid internship. So there's a real crisis here in Canada, and the federal government has a role to play to help young workers.
And before we start resuming debate and the honourable member for Davenport, I'll let him know there are only about 6 minutes remaining in the time allocated for this debate on the concurrence in the committee report, but he'll have 6 minutes and to do with as he pleases. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can see the disappointment on your face when you made the realization I only have 6 minutes to speak on this issue tonight. Mr. Speaker, there was a time in the history of our country where, a young person could leave school, finish school, could actually even finish high school, and look with hope and optimism into the future, get a job for an employer that potentially they'd work for their entire working career, and then they'd retire with a pension that would keep their senior years dignified. Well, Mr. Speaker, all that's changed today. And for young people, that change has been very increasingly concerning. And I think that as I look tonight at the members present, I can imagine that many from all parties either have adult children or have friends who have adult children who are very qualified, have worked hard, have taken some great financial risk in the form of student loans, and are still unable to get a foothold in the labor market so that they can, as we say in the vernacular, launch. So they can launch. So what the government fails to see in many of their boastful statements is that the harm that this is causing to the long-term prosperity of the Canadian economy. Because you have a cohort of young people, Mr. Speaker, first of all, who are working for free. I mean, this is where we are in the Canadian economy. We are compelling young people to work for free. I think, again, as I look at the average age of our members here tonight, I think most people launched in an era where that would have been bizarre. Absolutely. There are, and always have been, apprenticeships. Well, most of them have been paid. And there have been internships. Many of them have been paid too. But what we're seeing today is an economic climate where employers know that it's a buyer's market out there for labor. And no one gets hurt as hard and hit as hard by this reality than young people. And so when you look at the stats, and we know today that the official unemployment rate for young people is twice the national average, but what the stats don't show is all those young workers desperate for that full-time job, but they're working part-time, oftentimes multiple part-time, and they're working in casual labor where their schedule isn't set, where their hours aren't determined. They're working on short-term contracts. And again, they're working for free. We need, well, first of all, we are letting down a generation of young workers in our country by failing to act in a focused and determined way to ensure that our young people get paid. How is it that we can generate an economy where again, we've got young people working, that the unemployment rate is twice the national average for young people, And we've got a government that sort of boasts about that. You know, Mr. Speaker, they rarely, on the government side, explain to Canadians what those jobs are they say they're creating. Do those jobs come with a pension? Do those jobs come with benefits? Are those jobs full-time? Do those jobs have a living wage attached to them? And for most young people, the answer is no. These new jobs that are apparently being created don't come with those things. And so their value for young people is diminished, and we are in an era of what many people call intergenerational inequity, where in the very same company, you've got young people who will never have access to those benefits and that job security that older workers have, and we have a government sitting on the sidelines. I do have to say, on behalf of my colleagues in the New Democratic Party here in the House of Commons, that we are happy that the government finally listened to us around the issue of unpaid interns and put some money into to create more paid interns. That would not have happened without the pressure and the work and the fight from New Democrats on this side of the House. And I will give credit where credit's due on that one. And, Mr. Speaker, I see that my time may be up right now. Thank you.
Order, please. It's my duty to now interrupt proceedings and to put forth with the motion that is before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Dubé, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moves that the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, presented Thursday, June 12, 2014, be concurred in.
The House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you defer the vote until after government orders today.
Accordingly, the recorded division is deferred until the end of government orders today. And I see the honourable government House Leader is rising on a point.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must advise that agreements could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-44, an act to amend the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, and other acts in the report, and third reading stages of Bill C-18, an act to amend certain acts relating to agriculture and agri-food. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at a future sitting motions to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stages of the said bills. Thank you.
I'm sure the House appreciates the notice by the Honourable Government House Leader. And now the House will resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. You'll recall we were on that earlier today, and we're under the rubric motions. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House to table two petitions. The first petition is with respect to stopping cuts to our postal services, and the petitioners are basically concerned with respect to the home delivery for millions of urban customers, the fact that it's going to get rid of over 8,000 jobs, the fact that Canada Post has increased the postal rates and has provided less service now. And so I am pleased to table. So they're asking the government to stop the devastating cuts to Canada Post. And the next petition is with respect to increase to CPP and QPP. And the petitions would like to ask the government to expand the Quebec and Canada pension plans and maintain the retirement age of old age security to 65, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise on behalf of constituents, Mr. Speaker, to present a petition on gender selection pregnancy termination. And these constituents note that 92% of Canadians believe that sex-selective pregnancy termination should be illegal, and they call on Parliament to condemn the practice of gender selection discrimination or gender selection abortion, which is clear discrimination against females because it is females who are aborted in that fashion, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for la députée de Honoré-Mercier.
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions signed by many constituents dealing with effects to Canadians' health. The people who have signed this petition have talked about protecting our health. There's a second petition. It deals with reduction in service of Canada Post. People want to continue receiving mail in their homes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here signed by hundreds of my constituents in Newton North Delta, and they want to draw the attention of the government and the House of Commons to the fact that millions were caught in the line of fire on all sides, and they're specifically talking about Gaza and the impact that conflict has had on the civilian population and how it has become a humanitarian crisis. They're asking us as a government to support the proposal launched by Dr. Izzeldin Abuleish to bring injured Palestinian children from Gaza to Canada for treatment, and that to achieve peace we must refuse to hate. Only in that spirit can we hope to bring people together to forge a just, secure and lasting peace.
Presenting petitions, la députée.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to table a petition which criticizes the cuts at Canada Post, particularly the end of home mail delivery, which is going to have a truly negative impact on the residents of my riding. And so several of my fellow citizens are calling on the government to reject Canada Post's plan and to seek other avenues.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, across the country there's a patchwork of rules governing unpaid internship. Provinces have different regulations. Some provinces have none, and there's no clear rules at the federal level. This petition, on behalf of dozens upon dozens of people in Toronto, are calling on the government to support our national urban worker strategy that will provide much clearer rules around unpaid internships, among many other measures. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q 700, 701, 703, 704, 706, 712, 715, 721, 722, and 727. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number 702, 705, 707 to 711, 713, 714, 717 to 720, 724 to 726, and Q 728 to Q 737 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Orders, Government Bills, Commons. Débat d'étape du rapport du projet de loi C-27.
Bill C-26.
There is one motion in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-27. Motion number 1 will be debated and voted upon. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island is not present to move her motion at report stage. Therefore, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Fantino, seconded by Mrs. Shea, moves that Bill C-27, an act to amend the Public Service Employment Act, enhancing hiring opportunities for certain serving and former members of the Canadian Forces as amended, be concurred in at report stage.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Oui? Oui?
Yes.
Adopté.
Carried.
And when shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Fantino, seconded by Mrs. Shea, moves that Bill C-27, an act to amend the Public Service Employment Act, enhancing hiring opportunities for certain serving and former members of the Canadian Forces, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie, but before I call him, I'll let him know we have 5 minutes remaining in the time for government orders, so he may want to judge his time accordingly. The honourable member.
And I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to be speaking today on Bill C-27, the Veterans Hiring Act. It's truly an honor to rise today in support of our men and women in uniform, past and present, and to do so just days after Canadians from coast to coast to coast came together in almost record numbers to recognize and honor our nation's heroes on Remembrance Day. If there had ever been any doubt, Canadians have made it abundantly clear that they hold our veterans and still serving members in the highest regard and with the greatest pride and gratitude. The ceremony in Sault Ste. Marie was a testament to that. It was incredibly well attended on a snowy and blustery day, and I was so very proud to be there as we paid tribute to all of our fallen, including most recently Sault Ste. Marie's own Sergeant John Wayne Fott and Master Corporal Scott Vernelli, who we lost in the war in Afghanistan. Canadians have also let our military families know that they share in their tragic loss when brave men like Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent and Corporal Nathan Cirillo make the ultimate sacrifice to defend our cherished way of life and the values we hold so dearly. Mr. Speaker, our nation has lost 2 of her finest sons, and we will never forget them. Especially, Mr. Speaker, those of us who were here on the Hill that dreadful day. I was one of them, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all security forces who did an amazing job keeping the entire parliamentary precinct safe that day. It was a mammoth task. I also want to thank my colleagues who took true leadership roles during the event. And I especially want to thank our Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Vickers, for his unselfish actions to place his life in jeopardy to save ours. Mr. Speaker, this is why the legislation before us today is important. Bill C-27 is another way for Canada to demonstrate its steadfast support for the men and women who have always been there for our great country. These men and women also include my own father and mother, as well as my 2 sisters and my brother-in-law. Collectively, they provided almost 100 years of service to their country, with my dad leading the way with a 36-year distinguished career in the Royal Canadian Air Force. It is because of my immediate family's Canadian Armed Forces background that I was so pleased to be appointed to the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. I take great pride in working with members from all parties as we strive to bring forward legislation such as Bill C-37 to better serve our veterans. Mr. Speaker, this committee works very, very well together, as demonstrated by a unanimous report on the new Veterans Charter moving forward. I am confident that in time the government will adopt the 14 recommendations brought forward. I would like to thank all members of the committee for their hard work, but would like to especially thank my colleague from Guelph for his expertise on the committee. I understand he will not be seeking re-election in 2015, so would like to thank him for his service to Canada since his election in 2008 and wish him great success moving forward and great quality time with his children, as he will no longer have to live in Ottawa for 6 months out of every year, which as much as we all love Ottawa, this is a tremendous strain on our families. I think we can all attest to that. Back to the legislation. Specifically, this legislation is another meaningful way for us to create new opportunities for eligible veterans and still serving members to continue serving Canada through the federal public service, and to ensure that Canada also continues to benefit from their skills, training, and their can-do spirit. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-27 would do this by giving veterans and still serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces greater access to rewarding jobs in the federal public service. And Mr. Speaker, I will pick up. I can keep going. Mr. Speaker, I will keep going for another moment. First and foremost, it would create a statutory period entitlement for those eligible men and women who are medically released from the military because of a service-related injury. These deserving men and women would be moved to the front of the hiring line in recognition of their service and sacrifice on behalf of Canada. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Veterans Affairs has said, this is the right and honourable thing to do, and all Canadians would be proud of this support for our men and women in union. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie will have 15 minutes remaining in his time for his comments on the question when the House next resumes debate on the motion. And it now being 6:30 p.m., the House will proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. Call in the members. Order. À l'ordre. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Chiquan, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moved that the third report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, presented on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2014, be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightwright.
Mr. Brightwright.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampol.
Ms. Rampol.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island
Mrs.
North.
Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Cannon. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Kelly South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St.
Mrs.
Margaret's.
Ablonsi.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lenny.
Mr. Lenny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown-Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown-Leeds Granville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Crampus Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Allen, Tobic, Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton, North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame D.
Madame Day.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Salimar.
Madame Leblanc-Salimar.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Liu.
Madame Liu.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Souy.
Madame Boutin-Souy.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Mai.
Back to Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Jeanne Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Tsebaïsen.
Monsieur Tsebaïsen.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Sullivan.
Monsieur Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Stauffer.
Monsieur Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Monsieur Benskin.
Monsieur Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Carnot.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Picchetti.
Mr. Picchetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Nays pour 244, 244. Nays contre, nil, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-21. The question is as follows. Mr. Clement, seconded by Mr. Poilievre, move that Bill C-21, an act to control the administrative burden that regulations impose on businesses, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Holdman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightwright.
Mr. Brightwrights.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Valley North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Campic Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Brownlees Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr.
McKenzie.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tobic McNacquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McNacquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. West and West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. West and West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspin.
Mr. Aspin.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Obitz.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr.
Mr.
Dewar.
Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame D.
Madame Day.
Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Salimar.
Madame Leblanc-Salimar.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Tournelle.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Ravignac.
Mr. Ravignac.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame
Mr.
Boutin-Suite.
Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Sandy.
Monsieur Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Bison.
Monsieur Baïson.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré
Madame
Lefebvre.
Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Mr. Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame
Madame
Latendresse.
Morin Notre-Dame de Grasse-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grasse-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin Laurenti-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurenti-Labelle.
Monsieur McCauley.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Miss Foote.
Miss Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin. 45, nays, contre, 1, une.
I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi, second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Finance. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Dubé, appuyé par...
Mr. Dubé, seconded by Mr. Cullen, moved that the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Finance, presented on Thursday, June 12, 2014, be concurred in.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Morport Moody Westwood Coquitlam.
Mr. Morport Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond
Mr.
East.
Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightwright.
Mr. Brightwrights.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Kelly South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Kelly South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Brownlees Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gellipo.
Mr. Gellipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Alan Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Alan Tobic Mactaquan.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. West and West Vancouver Sunshine Coast City Sky Country.
Mr. West and West Vancouver Sunshine Coast City Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr.
Mr.
Woodward.
Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr.
Mr.
Dewar.
Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame D.
Madame Day.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Sormel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harry Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough
Mr.
Southwest.
Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Ravignac.
Mr. Ravignac.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Butin-Suite.
Madame Butin-Suite.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Peclet.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Sandou.
Monsieur Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Tibaisin.
Monsieur Tibaisin.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Sullivan.
Monsieur Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Stauffer.
Monsieur Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-Labelle.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Miss Foote.
Miss Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour 246, 246. Nays contre. Nil aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on June 17th of this year, I put a question through you to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, and the question was about what additional action we could expect from the government to address the huge deficit in safe drinking water for First Nations, and in particular in Alberta, where a number of First Nations were under such extreme circumstances, they were forced to actually take the federal government to court.
And so I want to take the opportunity today to raise this matter again. I'm not going to address, of course, the court action, because I know what the response would be is we can't discuss that matter because it's before the courts. And so it should be. That's where the matter should be resolved. But there are much bigger issues, Mr. Speaker. We have still 17 boil water advisories for First Nations in Alberta alone. And time after time, when these matters are raised, either by the First Nations or by the opposition in this place, we get the same old tired refrain from the government, and that is the federal government has spent a lot of money on First Nations, as if that should be some kind of appropriate response. Well, Mr. Speaker, I hate to remind the federal government they actually have constitutional responsibility for meeting the needs of First Nations, and they also have obligations and commitments under treaty. And so that's just simply not an adequate response. Now, what the government did is they did move forward proposing a law that would regulate safe drinking water for First Nation communities. There were a lot of qualms in First Nation communities about that, but eventually, when consultations were held, the Alberta First Nations in Treaty 6, 7, and 8, they said, under a number of conditions, that they would agree to this law. But I'm going to get to that in a minute. Now, that law did pass in this place, and unfortunately it's only a framework law. So specific standards to ensure safe drinking water to First Nations still are not in place. Perhaps you'd like to intervene, Mr. Speaker, just for a moment. And across the way, they might have a courtesy.
Order. Order. I ask all honourable members who wish to carry on conversations, perhaps to take them outside to the lobby. We are in the middle of adjournment debate. Thank you. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to make sure my colleague across the way also has an opportunity to hear what my issues are and what my eventual question will be to them. And so the government is moving forward. The legislation was simply framework legislation. Essentially what it did is simply pass liability from the federal government to the First Nations to begin delivering wastewater services and safe drinking water. But regrettably, they still don't have the regulations in place that will say clearly what those standards are the First Nations have to live up to and deliver on. And secondly, still there is no new money. The First Nations across the country, including Treaties 6, 7, and 8 First Nations, had on condition agreed to support this law. But those two conditions were this: on condition that they needed $162 million for water infrastructure, that deficit faced by Alberta First Nations as identified by the Independent National Engineering Assessment had to be delivered. So they agreed that they would accept this legislation being imposed on them, even though constitutionally and under the UN Declaration, they are supposed to have responsibility for self-government and determining their own regime for regulation. So they agreed to consent to that legislation on the condition. Secondly, the condition was that Canada develop a satisfactory and adequately funded process for collaborative development of the implementing regulations. Well, thus far, I'm told by the First Nations in Alberta, 6, 7, and 8, that they've come to a conclusion they have to withdraw from the process because the money has not been forthcoming and they have not been supported in the consultation on the regulations, and so they've withdrawn their support. So my question to the government is, when can the First Nations expect to see this money forthcoming? The government has only committed $323 million for the whole country, and yet half of that is needed simply to meet the needs of the First Nations in Alberta to enter the 21st century of basic minimum standards provided to their community.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the question of the Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona. Let me begin by assuring the Honourable Member that the health and safety of First Nation communities is a top priority of our government. We are committed to ensuring that First Nation residents have access to emergency assistance services at the same level as those available to Canadians living off reserve. In the case of the recent flooding in Alberta on the Siksika Reserve, our government took swift action, working with the province of Alberta to ensure that the community's immediate health and safety needs were being met. We were in regular contact with regional First Nation leadership, and officials also visited the community to ensure they had the support they needed in this very difficult time. Our government, through Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada, has an agreement with the Alberta Emergency Management Agency. This allows Canada and Alberta to work in partnership to support Alberta First Nations in certain emergency situations, such as natural disasters. Under this agreement, our government provides Alberta Emergency Management Agency with an annual funding base of $680,000 for the 2013-2014 fiscal year, and the agency provides emergency management services for Alberta's 45 First Nations, as it does for all other communities in the province. In addition, the agency works closely with Alberta First Nations to build emergency management capacity within their own communities. This is done through a variety of activities, including training and support for emergency planning and preparedness. In additional preparedness work, this fiscal year, our government will provide funding to 5 First Nations in Alberta to support them in the development of wildfire mitigation strategies. This is a further example of our government working closely with First Nations to build capacity on reserve. Our government continues to partner with Alberta Emergency Management, First Nation leaders, and other emergency partners to help support the emergency recovery needs to the affected communities. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the House that our government has taken action to streamline the process of funding emergency management on reserve and ensure that First Nations, provinces, and territories have improved access to emergency funding when needed by putting in place a single window for securing funding for First Nation emergency costs. This single window came into effect on April 1st, 2014, with all eligible emergency management costs on First Nations reserves now being reimbursed to one department, Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada. In order to help implement all that I have just described, our government is making significant investments to protect the health and safety of First Nations on reserve. To that end, Economic Action Plan 2014 provides $40 million over 5 years, starting in 2015-2016, for disaster mitigation programming in First Nations communities. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that all Canadians deserve to feel safe and secure in their homes, no matter where they live. That is why we are actively working with our partners to ensure First Nations on reserve in Alberta met this rigorous standard. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm left very puzzled. My questions, Mr. Speaker, were clearly about providing safe drinking water to First Nations. Indeed, over the last couple of years, a good number of First Nations in Alberta have suffered deeply because of flooding. And it is, of course, also the responsibility of the government to step in and to provide them with emergency response and, frankly, to assist them in building new housing, which was destroyed during the flooding. But the government has absolutely failed to respond to my question, which is about when are they going to step up and provide the funding to meet this hundreds of millions dollar deficit for safe drinking water. This is a completely separate issue and is, of course, occurring in tandem. I don't know if we call the lack of safe drinking water going on for decades an emergency. Certainly it's an emergency of the First Nation families who are trying to provide safe drinking water for their children or to bathe their babies. So I remain puzzled. Perhaps in the response, the government would like to respond to my initial question about when they're going to deliver the promised $162 million to deliver safe drinking water to Alberta First Nations.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, to answer my colleague's question, our government, in fact, has dedicated significant resources towards providing fresh water for on-reserve First Nations, and we have made significant progress to date and will continue to do so. And as I've said, the health and safety of First Nation communities, including timely, effective support in times of emergency, is a top priority of our government. We appreciate that this is a difficult situation for some First Nations in Alberta, and we continue to work closely with the province. First Nations, emergency management, and public health system partners to support Alberta First Nations emergency management activities. We recognize that for those still out of their home communities as a result of flooding in 2013, this is a difficult time. Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada is working with the affected First Nations, Alberta Emergency Management Agency, and other partners, and is making progress towards our mutual goal to help people return home safely as soon as possible. our government continues to work to ensure the health and safety of Alberta's First Nations and all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.